time stream today because I'm off. We have lots to do. Starting with, I want to do this language games topic because it came out of the conversation that I had the last couple of hours of last night's stream with Pinoid. But Trump is live right now, and he's talking about, it's Women's History Month, but he was talking about education, and so I want to watch a little bit of that first. It's very rare that I'm live when Trump is on at the same time, so I want to take advantage of that. Who doesn't want to take advantage of Trump when they can? So let's get into that, and then I'll talk about the language games topic. Hey, Beak, what you been up to? We're going to look at Trump for a little while, and then I'll get to the actual show. Let's see what he has to say. He was saying some really interesting stuff about education earlier.
And I think we can finally say one big, beautiful bill, because everybody's there. I spoke with John Thune, is doing a terrific job also, and the senators, and we want one big, beautiful bill. Just put it all in that bill, and we'll figure a way to have it passed, right? We'll figure a way. But we have, it's the largest, it'll be the largest tax cuts in American history. When you add that onto the fact that if they don't pass this, you will have the largest tax increase by far, because the tax increase that I passed 5 years ago, the biggest in history, bigger than the Reagan tax cuts, what happens is that jumps back to where they used to be. So if you add that onto the other normal tax increases that the Democrats want to give, this would be the largest tax increase in history by 58% or more, I guess, but 58%.
Well,
and I don't know how anybody can vote
sniff
for
you out like a bloodhound every time you're early.
I believe the Democrats are going to be forced to help vote for this bill. And then we have the very important continuation of debt.
He was saying really interesting things just before I went live, and now he's talking about
line.
You should lower the volume on the YouTube video, because it's difficult to hear you if you talk at the same time. But if we're just listening, it's easy to listen even if it's low.
Lower
like,
support.
Yeah, like this, because then if we're silent and just listening, the audience can hear it too. But then if we talk, he won't be in the way of us talking.
We're going to have tremendous.
But what is he talking about?
In the bag for women too. The women.
It's supposed to be. I guess it's Women's History Month. Although we're at the end of March, so
we're joined today.
But he was talking about tax cuts or something. But before that, he was talking about education, which I was really interested in.
I'm still very proud of it.
His ideas on education reform.
I'll be known as the fertilization president. That's okay.
Fertilization president.
What is he talking about?
I've been called much worse.
Grab him by the.
Actually, I like it. Right? I like it. Thank you. We're joined today by many of the women members of the House and Senate who make up so much
women
and make
members.
This all happen, and I especially want to recognize the.
Shouldn't you say female members? Like women members sounds wrong.
Well, it's called Women's History Month, so maybe he's just using
Thank you, Katie. Great job.
He's probably.
And
Female History Month sounds even more weird.
Yeah, I guess it sounds very medicinalized.
Women's March.
I also
versus the
want to say
March.
driving
Look
force
at all those
behind
females.
the effort to create a women's history.
I wonder why then.
Some of the women in this room, I'm not sure if it's been discussed specifically, but to create a women's museum.
I'm a bit cold. I'm gonna grab it.
And we have a great site. I'm very good at real estate. We have a great site, and Nicole Meliatakis is here someplace. Where's Nicole? And she is really working hard on this one. This is a passion for you, and you're working. It's a big, beautiful. She said it's going to be a big, beautiful museum. Well, it has to be. If it's for women, it better be big and beautiful, or we're in trouble, right? But we're working on that. Also here, I just have this list, and they're incredible people, so I have to do it. Otherwise, I'll be run out of town. I don't have the courage not to do it. Senator Marsha Blackburn. Marsha, thank you very much.
Okay, he's just going to list out different women. We can.
Yeah. He starts praising women? Nah, now it's over for Jeff. He doesn't want doesn't want it anymore. Wait, does that sound me?
So what's
no,
up?
it's Well, as I said, I sniff out your early streams like a bloodhound.
Yeah, you'll probably be here tomorrow too.
Possibly. I am dealing with more stuff, not school related, but that takes time, and so
What kind of stuff?
Well, my roommate is going through some stuff, so I keep him company, and I'm a good friend, so I have a bit less free time. Not much, but like it is in the period of the day when towards the end when I would usually join the streams. In addition to I actually want to get better sleep, so.
Yeah, so do I. That's a challenge lately. Do y'all still do the movie watching nights?
From time to time. I think it was an overreaction in the beginning because we sort of realized that, oh, we're friends, we'll live together. Let's just watch movies every week, and we did it for like 8, 9, 10 weeks, and then it sort of dropped off because the novelty wore off. But we've done it from time to time, but it isn't a stable thing anymore.
Oh, okay.
Which it's fine. I'm not the biggest movie fan, or how can I say this? I don't know. I just don't watch much movies, and a lot of the ones I watch, I end up like it's okay. But there's other things I could have done. I think that would have been more enjoyable. But I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that we don't watch movies too often anymore. Because, yeah, again, the novelty wore off. Like, we did it as an impulse that, oh, let's just do stuff together multiple times
and now
every
you're doing
day.
Other things together. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Helping him through his crises or difficult times.
Yeah, I obviously won't reveal what that is for his sake, but it's heavy. But it's also, maybe this sounds evil, but it's very interesting from my perspective to sort of see this and get a little preview of suffering, if that makes sense.
I don't think that. I mean, you are a psychology student. I wouldn't call that evil.
No, but I don't think it's entirely humane and moral either, but that is whatever. So yeah.
I don't think there's anything immoral about observing other people.
No, it's have you seen, I haven't seen the movie, but there's a specific scene from the movie, the fiddler on the roof.
No, I tried to watch it growing. No, that was Yentl. No, I haven't seen it. I've seen little scenes and clips, but it didn't interest me as a kid. I hate musicals, really.
But one music piece was really interesting because it included a line like, I realize there's no sin of being poor, but it's no great honor either. And I sort of feel the same about a lot of stuff, that it isn't necessarily bad to do, but it would be good to do the opposite. So, that I thought of this because I mentioned my almost medicinal psychological observation. It's sort of abstracted out when it isn't wrong, but it some empathy and just thinking of it emotionally would probably be the more socially applaudable reaction.
Well, why aren't you doing that then? What's keeping you from doing what you think you should be doing?
Well, no. There's a difference between what I think I should do, what I want to do, and what I think society would want me to do. I do. Dilemma. It's not a dilemma. It's not big. I'm not. It is interesting though, because this has made me think, because you don't the difference between like sympathy and empathy, or at least the definition I've heard is that sympathy is sort of you understand them, you get their pain, but you don't like you don't feel their emotions. Whilst empathy is, you actually feel their emotions.
Yeah,
You
that's the way I use
mirror
it too.
them. Yeah, like I have realized now that I'm not an empath at all. Maybe this sounds harsh, but I feel like nothing. I help him as best I can. I don't want him to, have it bad and be hurt and suffer, but like I don't feel it physically. I don't feel the emotions.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm a hyper empath, but I'm a burnt out empath. So I'm often in that state as well, where I know what I would be feeling if I could still feel the emotions because I used to be able to, but it's just dead and numb.
Mm. Yeah, well,
So what do you want to do
uh, I'm fine with what I'm doing now.
with with
I
with the situation? Because you
Yeah.
said it's what society thinks you should do, what you
Well,
think you should do, which I guess is different than society thinks, and then what you actually want to do.
I think, I mean, what I'd want to do is sometimes to just tell the harsh truth, and other times to just, you know, stay in my room and, he can deal with it on his own, and but those are fleeting wants, if you get what I mean. Like, I am genuinely happy with my life currently, even if I have a bigger burden. Like, it isn't as if I had a big burden before. I lived a very relaxed life. I still do. It's just comparatively, it's added an hour or two every day of effort. But that
That's your
is,
Norwegian privilege.
I think that's more a personal privilege than Norwegian, because most Norwegians have a good work ethic.
Oh,
That sort of goes with the vein of being a Germanic people. That we generally prize work, but I am an outcast, I suppose, in that regard. But yeah, I'm happy with where I am and what I'm doing.
okay. So it's not as much of a conflict
No,
as
it's
it seems.
yeah, it's like I can see that there would be a conflict. Like there
Because it
are
started out with you
conflicting
thinking you
visions.
might be doing something evil. So that's
Well,
kind of try to get at the root of that.
that is me using harsh language because it's better for the screen.
Oh,
It's
okay.
better for the video, and more. It has more rhetorical weight. It
Yeah,
just
to over
sounds more
dramatize.
interesting. If I'm just saying that, oh, I'm a slightly too psychological about a friend suffering, that doesn't sound as bad. Maybe I'm evil. Maybe this is evil. I got to
Well,
help
to
your viewership.
hopefully our number just went up by one. To from 4 to 5. Okay, to kind of wrap it all up then, what do you I don't really care about what society thinks you should be doing. That never interests me. What do you think you should be doing versus what you want to do?
What I should be doing
Yeah,
is,
according to
as
you,
I,
your own moral
yeah,
compass.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like right now, I'm taking over most of the housework burdens. So currently, like I'm the one cleaning the house, which we don't, it doesn't get that dusty
Yeah, we don't see
quickly.
enough men doing chores. I think you
Yeah,
consider
but
yourself
and I
doing
also
that.
make dinner.
We've seen your
I
dinners. You try to convince us you ate poor.
poor resources does not mean poor execution and poor outcome. Today it was kind of, it was very simple though. Just some pasta with some cut up sausages and a bit of carrot and bolognese.
Ooh, the carrot
So
sounds good.
yeah, it's cleaning out. I didn't really want to go to the store because it's raining, and I'd gotten home from school. And then I realized that maybe I should buy dinner. So I just hoped that we had some stuff at home I could make. And we had. So it was a bit of a mix up. Usually we would have like, what is it called? Minced meat or ground meat. I don't know how you
Like
translate it to
ground
English.
beef or something
Yeah,
gross, like potted meat.
yeah, yeah. No, but ground beef. Do you know how
Oh, okay.
expensive beef is? Like ground pork is what we usually have, or ground chicken.
Oh,
But ground beef is like 3 or 4 times as expensive as ground pork, and ground
oh
pork is
wow.
like the double the price of ground chicken. So
Is that a Norwegian thing or just like worldwide? It's trending that way.
I don't know, but I think usually beef is always the most expensive and chicken the cheapest.
Because it used to be,
Usually,
used to be able to get cheap ground beef in the clearance section, like the food that's going old that they're trying to
Oh, you probably.
shop out. You
Well,
could get like a big chub of it for relatively cheap and feed a family with it. Make tacos or something.
you won't find beef in that section because beef gets emptied way before it approaches its due date. Like beef is
Oh,
delicious.
it is
Uh,
delicious. It's my favorite. I love beef.
yeah, that's me
The only
too.
thing
Or
better than beef is baby beef.
actually, I think pork is better than beef. Depends on the meal, I suppose. Either way, but baby beef, isn't there a specific word
Yeah,
for
it's
that? In
called
Norwegian, you say.
where they kill the little baby calf.
Oh, I thought veal was like hunted food.
No,
Oh,
it's baby cows.
venison. That's hunted food. That's
That's
from
deer. That's
like
meat. No.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I just mixed up veal and venison. But yeah, no, beef is really good. I do agree. But I'm not a meat supremacist in that regard. I only have one faction that's best. Some dynamism. That some meals it's best with this meat and others with others. So
That
like
sounds
t-
healthy.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Because that's my endeavor.
A
Always
healthy
healthy. It's
approach to beef.
yeah, it's almost PF Jungian in the sense that you got to be, nobody hates beef more than me, or nobody
PF
loves beef more
Jungian.
than me. That's his sentence. Nobody loves X more than me. Any response, like in the comments of his recent video, I stopped watching midway through because it was boring.
Was that the one with CJ the X or the one on
No, JJ McCullough.
ideology?
No, he
Oh,
like he,
McCullough. That's who I'm talking. When I said CJ the X, I meant McCullough,
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
Canadian.
yeah. Yes, it was not interesting, but not uninteresting, but not interesting enough to keep me. However, in the comments, it was interesting because there was a comment like, "Well, when are you gonna actually, talk about the Ukraine topic? You keep dodging it or whatever." And then in comment like, "Nobody loves Russia more than me," or something. Which he uses that sentence so much that I don't know when it's satire anymore, and I kind of like it. I really
I think
dig it,
it's
honestly.
I
It's
think
his
it's almost always irony. Hey, Zat.
yeah, it probably is, but I do, I do like it. It's fun. It's good to have your own little catchphrase. I think, although it can be obnoxious. As a YouTuber, you have a liberty in being obnoxious in certain areas where it
Thank God.
isn't. Yeah, like for example, in the comments, you can have a tacky sentence there. You can reply with a tacky sentence. It works, but in real life, if he was questioned on the street by some guy who had listened to him talk, have a public debate, and they're like, "When are you gonna talk about Ukraine?" And then he goes like, "Nobody likes Russia more than me." Like that would work, but on
Why?
YouTube,
What
it
would stop
does.
it for? I would. I don't know that I would change anything just because it's someone that approaches me on the street.
Well, then you are unique. Uh,
Oh well, perhaps.
oh, that sounds delicious. I love bacon. My Alfredo is actually, I think, my dad's favorite. Uh,
Alfredo is so plain. It's like milk sauce.
yeah, but
Is
that's
that what you made, Zat? Did you make some today? Zat's a kind of an aspiring amateur chef himself.
ooh. You should make moussaka, the Greek lasagna equivalent. Like
Yeah,
it's delicious. I want to make it here, although
I love
I'm
Greek.
a bit scared. So I don't know if I'm gonna just go the easy route and do like a pre-made, like halfway made. Where you have a bag of whatever, and you know like buying a. I don't need allegory. You get what I mean, or I can get the hard way and just buy everything from do everything from the
Well,
ground
being
up.
a poor student, you probably want to do what's most economical.
Yeah, but if the price difference isn't that bad, you can go for
How much challenge do you want, I guess?
yeah, that's the question. That is truly the question.
How
I
much do you want
do.
to grow from the experience? And
I'm
what do
gonna
you think about
grow.
Jordan Peterson? I noticed there's a lot of Peterson fans turning against him lately
Yeah, well,
over
it
the
makes
Canada
sense.
thing because he's kind of coming down on Trump's side, which they
Yeah.
take as a betrayal to Canadians. But Canada hasn't exactly treated him well either.
No, no, they haven't. He has already also moved to America, same as the starters. So he's sort of finished with America. Now, with Canada, I mean. Now, my opinion of him is that I will I separate him into two distinct individuals. It's
Pre-coma,
the
pre-drug coma, and post-drug addiction coma.
I not I wouldn't say drug. I would almost say Daily Wire because then
Oh,
before that he was independent, so he didn't have any internalized incentive if he was going to back right or left, and so he actually stood on his own positions. At that point, that was on the
so
right.
now he's a paid hack, a shill.
I wouldn't I wouldn't call it like that, but he is very uncritical towards his own side. Like his critiques of the left, I agree with. They are good, but he doesn't do the same justice to his bosses upstairs,
But
his
you think he's
wallet.
capable of it, so it's not like a blind spot. He's just refraining from
I
exercising the
think
same level of criticism on his own
I think
side.
he was fully capable of it. Now I think it's more difficult because his sort of structure of thought has changed. Like he has now he has probably become a Christian now as opposed to what he was before. Maybe he always was a Christian, but I like
He
the
was
way he.
cultural Christian, and now you think he's full-blown Christian. That's how the gays used to come out of the closet. They'd come out as bi, and then they'd be
Yeah,
full-blown gay, and then they'd be power bottoms.
yeah.
And
Like I
so now
don't.
he's like a power Christian.
In an interview by Alex O'Connor, Alex sort of tied him down, and finally got him to answer because he said that okay, if we go back in time to a few days after crucifixion or whatever it is, the time frame, and we put up a tiny little nice LCD camera or whatever in front of the tomb, will we see a stone be pushed away and a man walk out of the cave?
Yeah.
And Peterson said, I think yes. That was his final answer. Like, not a clear yes. He had been dodging the question his entire career, basically. But before, like, I do agree with what he said before that. He said it doesn't matter. It does. I don't. He
That's what
doesn't
I've been
care.
saying. That's
Yeah.
not the core truth of Christianity, was whether there was a person rolling the stone or not.
Yeah. However, that's what Christians actually want. Because if you don't believe that Jesus actually died, died, and then lived again, then I'd struggle to even call you a Christian, because there's some like that is culture Christian. You can surely be that. You can agree with the morals, the theology, even the metaphysics. That there is something about Christianity where
So
you
what's
actually
the
have to
difference?
accept
Like, what
Christ.
isn't that enough? That's most of the essence of Christianity anyway.
Yeah,
You
but
can
it's
give
not.
up the correspondent truth part and retain everything else, and I'd say still be participating in Buddhists do it with non-theistic
Yeah,
Buddhism.
I don't know if it's as easy with Christianity. Either way, I'm not a Christian. It's not up to me to define what makes a Christian. That's up to the Christians. Although they sort of already did it, with
I
the
think it's
Nicene
up to
Creed or
the
whatever.
individual. I don't know, because we don't. The last thing we need is the Christian police, because they already police each other enough and fight over minute points of doctrine. So I
The thing
think
is,
setting up a centralized committee to enforce Christian dogma is a really bad idea. I
well,
think we
Jeff,
had
it's
one at
already
one time, in
happened.
fact.
You already have a definition for what it means to be a Christian. The Nicene Creed. If you follow this, you are a
If
Christian. If you
that's if you're
don't,
Catholic, I don't think that's. I don't think all
don't.
denominations
No,
accept the creed.
not all, but all of the big ones, Orthodoxy, Catholicism, and all Protestant ones, they descend from the same. I think so.
I don't know. I
I'm
don't know
pretty
if
sure.
Pentecostals do. I don't even know if Baptists do.
Maybe they have revoked stuff. I don't care. I don't need to research this. I'm not a Christian. I don't care about this. My main care is that I liked Peterson before, where he viewed Christianity as just the best formulation of sort of an archetypal structure, and not, that's why it was above the rest.
Best in what way? Like according to what standard?
It symbolic of reality, whatever. Like his sort of psychological, philosophical, metaphysical. Like this is pre Daily Wire Peterson. I mean, like before then, Christianity was only distinguished by him saying this is the closest you have to the psychological reality. Now Christianity is distinguished by him saying it's actually real. And I prefer the old one, where it was the same, you could say, the same ontological reality between Christianity and all the other religions and mythos, but he just said that one is more correct or better, whatever. Now it's completely different. Like Christianity is a step above that again. It has something about itself. There is some truth to it, and I respect that in an individual, but I don't like the fact that the old Pearson is gone, but he produced more than enough content to satiate anyone. So he can go on with his life. It's his right to believe what he does and say what he wants to say. That is fully within his rights, even though I may disagree. Like the thing is, I do enjoy the Peterson as he is now. I just don't like that to get this we had to lose the old. I would rather have kept old and get a new. It's not as if I don't like the new one. I just would want to keep the old.
Language
exactly.
Games.
But
well, thank you, Liz.
But he doesn't care about. Anyway. He doesn't care about if it's a literal God or not, because he cares about sort of the psychological and behavioral truth in it. That's his reason for caring about Christianity. And I do agree with him. I am not a truly believing Christian. I don't think that Jesus rose from the dead. Of course he existed. He is the most influential man in human history. So obviously he existed, and I think that the first disciples definitely saw something. But if that is all collective psychosis, which makes it sound horrible, so I don't care about that. I care about that. Christianity, I think, is genius. I think its theology is amazing. But I don't see anything that makes it, can I say, deductively proves? No, not deductive. There's nothing in Christianity or whatever around Christianity that makes it impossible for any other thing to be true. Like there's some truths that are like, I think it is a deductive truth where if you accept premise A, then outcome B must happen. Like that's a deductive. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that the reality of God and Jesus doesn't follow necessarily from the moral structure and the metaphysical structure and theology and philosophy of Christianity. Like there is nothing that says that just because this is a good philosophy or good theology that the Godhead must follow. There's nothing that says that. There's a lot of things that point to that direction, but there's nothing that undeniably proves it. There's nothing that makes it more likely for the Christian God to be real than Hindu gods. Sure, I prefer the Christian God to be real, and I prefer the theology and the morals and everything, but there's nothing in it unless you accept, like that's probably what Peterson does, that he has a pragmatist view of truth, where the truth in some sense is what is useful. And he has an evolutionary view of this because, he's a scientist. That the truth as it is now, and our conception of truth, is what is useful at the largest level, not just what is actually true.
So there's truth. The word truth doesn't have just a single meaning. So we need to be more specific about what we mean.
But he is specific.
I've been saying. I've did an entire series of streams on this very thing.
But he is specific about it, though.
Particular when we're talking about truth of what exactly we mean, because there's different types of truth.
Yeah, exactly. But he is at least very specific about that because he loves talking about that pragmatist view of truth. It's like his favorite thing to mention.
Did you take that philosophy test? I had taken it online one day and it told you what philosophical stance you are or something. And one of the things
Oh,
it gave you at the end was your truth orientation. And I was correspondent truth, which is the scientific kind of truth, empirical truth. But they had other types of truth, and I think one of them was pragmatic. Another one might have been experiential, which is I could see Christianity being an experiential truth. Um,
I could see it being a
Maybe a
pragmatist truth as well.
revelatory truth might have been. I don't remember what the other ones were, but
What is the
they
website?
had maybe 10 different types of truth orientations that the test slotted you into one of those.
Do you
And
remember
so
the
he could
name?
be very well be of the like his truth orientation could be pragmatic, not
Yes.
correspondent.
And that is what he's saying too. Like the truth claim of Christianity, in his view, is that it is a pragmatist truth claim. It is the most useful sort of
But
frame of mind.
people like me and Zentz that come from a correspondent truth are
Yeah,
going to hear something different when he says the truth of Christian.
exactly.
We're gonna think he means that it corresponds to reality.
That's why Alex O'Connor spent 30 minutes trying to force him that yes, you can you don't care about this. We know you've said that. You have a really good reason for it. I agree, but please, when Christians ask, "Are you Christian? Do you believe in God?" You know what I mean, and he pushed him and pushed him and pushed him until Peterson finally responded, like, "I think so," or it was maybe, or
I just want a
something like
little
that.
along with the camera. I want a little speaker as well with the recording that says, "Get away from that rock. Step away from the rock."
Oh, that would be hilarious. No, but do you remember that website, the name of it that you talked about?
It was the philosophy test
I
because
don't think
you took a few of these tests that I took on like clearthinking.org. What philosophy am I? Find out with our philosophy test. And it was pretty in depth. It took like I don't know 40 minutes, maybe an hour to take.
40
I'll post the
minutes.
link.
I found it.
I'll,
Okay.
and here y'all go chat if you want to take it yourself. I have a stream of me taking it live. You'll probably come up with in a
Oh,
search on
this
my
looks
channel.
really interesting.
It was. I thought you had taken it.
Oh, why do I get a... Oh, you get a stat right after you answer a question? Huh.
Yeah, in fact, let me see if I can log in and get mine. Clear. I don't know if it emailed it to me or okay, yeah, learn your results and patterns. Click here to view all of your results.
Oh, I don't like this though, because it lacks nuance. Like, for example, about beauty. Are there objective facts about what is beautiful and what is not? It depends on how far up you go, you know? Like, do I think there are some objective metrics of beauty inside of the human mind, inside of the human race? Yes. But we won't have the same appreciation for beauty as another animal, or, one culture to another will have different aspects. Like, how universal it is depends on how far up you go. So, like, it isn't either objective or subjective. It's subjective in the eyes of the unified structure you inhabit.
Well, then you pick the answer that corresponds the closest to your beliefs, which would be primarily subjective.
Yeah,
Either
but at the same time, the, the
okay, well
just
then don't take the test. I don't want it to
no, it has to be
hurt
the
your
opposite. It has to
sensibilities to
be aesthetic
but
objectivist because I can be objective within my framework. So, like, I have a framework for why certain objectivities seem to exist, and that's sort of an admittance that the objectivity exists to some extent, and so the opposite, where everything is subjective, that would just be false. I like how I have like this white shirt, and it looks like a what is it called? The attire of like a priest, like doing philosophy. You have a little white. Yeah. There, I'm a priest now. Uh,
We need a gay up here to critique your like that's the objective standard of beauty, at least when it comes to clothing. If a gay says it looks good, then it's objectively stylish.
I mean, there is something to that.
But beauty is a subjective phenomenon, though. It's not experienced outside of the individual mind
Yes,
that's experiencing the beauty. So I don't see how there could be.
but each individual mind has a lot of similarities with others. And the further up you go, the less similarity.
Yeah,
But at
but
every
how
level of
that I would.
similarity, there is a similarity in beauty appreciation.
But because of the variance of humans and throughout the generations, there's no way to nail down or pin down or measure, quantify that objectivity. It's going to constantly shift as old humans die, new ones come in. That
But there's still an
those
objectivity
common
then.
features are in flux. They're very dynamic. So
Yeah.
even if that's true, I don't know if I would call that objective.
I
Because
guess it depends on the
objective to
term.
me implies more of a stability than you get when you sum up all the individual human commonalities in any given generation or any given time on the planet. Because if you add just a single new human, you change that balance right there. And humans are always being subtracted and added to that set.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit
And
distracted
the
because I'm taking
experience
it. But
itself of beauty, I think, is predominantly individual, regardless of how much commonality it has with all the other humans. That's not the most salient aspect of beauty as a phenomenon.
at the same time, though, there are beauty is an evolutionary marker. Like, for example, something you find is that what people find beautiful in other people, one of the biggest traits is symmetry. Like your facial symmetry, your body symmetry. That,
According to you, but that like
according
someone
to
else
large
might dis
statistical
but
sciences.
it's also they also I've also seen studies where too much symmetry is not seen as
Yes,
but
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
need some kind of like
Yeah,
feature that's a little bit off to for people to find it
yeah,
beautiful.
some level of asymmetry is good, but like, sure, there will always be someone at the very edges who have a completely different understanding, and maybe, but in that regard, it isn't truly objective. But if 90% of the population has a shared view of beauty, and then you have the 10% that are like postmodern artists, whatever, then
You seem
I'm
to think
fine.
statistical averages are some kind of form of objectivity. We were arguing about this last
I
time, and
know,
I don't
and
consider that. I consider physical matter, things that you can, molecules that are the same every single time you study them, no matter what point in history or space you're studying them. I consider that objective. I don't
uh,
consider a statistical mean objective.
I think there's different levels of objectivity, but I don't think I want to
Well,
get
I'm very
into that debate
rigorous about
yet.
my. I only include a few of those levels, and I think you're more tolerant of.
Yes,
You're more willing
of
to
course.
accept things that I would consider less subjective in your category of objectivity.
Yeah, and I mean, of
Which
course,
probably,
there
as a
are.
psychologist, you need that to do your
Yeah, and
work.
I mean, uh, yeah, and also just that's just my nature, I suppose. I do tend to go out into the abstract, the more non-physical, the more I don't know. I'm not the type of person who, like, for example, a few days ago we had a lecture about like brain anatomy or something, or physiology. I don't remember, but like, it was really interesting up until the point she began talking about the gates, the chemical gates in the synapses. Like, and then it stops being
See,
interesting.
that's
Like,
where it gets the most interesting to me, because that's
yeah,
something
but
concrete I can actually
yeah,
observe and
I
latch
mean, and
onto.
but that's when it stopped me. Like, I like everything that's above, but not down. My inclination is to go outwards, whilst I then it seems like your inclination is to go inwards or
Yeah, I like
downwards.
concrete. I'm a nominalist. I like concrete facts and concrete experiences that I can
Yeah,
see and touch and study and look at and turn and play around with. I don't The further you move away from that, you lose me. It gets fuzzy. It gets
Hmm.
subjective.
Yeah.
It gets into it's just language at that point. It's not actual things. There's the things that the language is pointing to become less and less concrete.
But it's still important and it's interesting, and that's my character at least. And
I'm more Aristotelian, I think, and you're more Platonic.
possibly, I don't know if I want to tie myself to any of them too tightly, but you are probably correct there. I don't know. I've wrestled with Platonic forms a lot, but not enough to actually talk about it here, because I only share I only talk about things here that are at least half baked. It doesn't have to be fully baked, but it has to be half baked. Nothing that's not even half baked. That stays inside here. So you
I
won't
think we
get me
get a
talking
lot
about
of
Plato yet.
half-baked people around here, and even fully
Yeah,
baked at times. But going back to beauty, to claim that it's evolutionary, that's not based on anything
there's
empirical. Everything's evolutionary. Everything about humans, you could make the claim is evolutionary.
yeah, but okay, but there it is a good like evolutionary psychology and evolutionary biology is more about applying evolutionary logic to explain phenomenon. Like so, what you see is that
But
symmetry in the
how do you
face,
test and falsify that?
if it makes sense with the data you have. Uh, it's not. Either way, the reason symmetry in the face has a connection with evolutionary advantage is that your general symmetry, both physically and mentally, they depend to a large extent on your efficiency of fetal development. So, like the symmetrical evolution, or not evolution, of development of the brain and of the body happen simultaneously by the same processes in the fetus. And so if you have a too much asymmetry in your physical body, that points to there might be too much asymmetry in the mind. And in general,
But
if
you're
it's
making that claim, but how would you demonstrate that? If somebody says, "Okay, well that's fine as as an assertion, as a hypothesis," but then how do you
well,
definitively show
connecting
that that's the case?
connecting bodily symmetry with brain symmetry, that you have multiple studies on. That's easy to check. But connecting that again to attractiveness, again, then you need statistics that people tend to find the symmetrical people more attractive, and symmetrical people, at least on the inside, are also generally more
But
healthy,
if beauty's a
intelligent.
subjective phenomena and you have the person that falls outside of the statistical average that doesn't experience the beauty that way, then you've blown your whole case right there with that one person that it doesn't
Not
work for.
not really. Just because it doesn't work for
Because
the
it's
edge
in
cases.
that person's subjective experience, beauty does not work that way. So your claim about beauty is falsified right there by that one individual's subjective experience who's not experiencing symmetry in the way you describe.
I don't know. I tend to allow the edge cases to actually remain edge cases. Like that
And I
doesn't
don't see
change the fact.
individuals as ed case. I see each individual as a unique set of experiences. There's no edge case. That
And there,
is that person's
yeah.
reality and
And
experience.
and Jeff,
It's
there
a
we have
valid
our.
phenomena in the universe.
I'm not saying it isn't, but that is our cognitive difference. I tend to see humans as groups. I conceptualize them as
Yeah,
groups. I process them
I
as
can
groups,
only see
and thus it makes
individuals.
sense.
Groups are
Yeah,
abstractions. Individuals are the only concrete reality. Just like atoms make up matter, individual groups are an abstraction of individuals. They're not an actual thing. They're a concept.
abstractions exist as well, just not in the
But
same
they
way.
don't exist as concrete entity. They don't exist in matter, in physical reality. They're in the mind.
Sure, but
They don't have an existence
subjectivity is also in the
outside of the
mind.
mind.
Are you sure? Like, if both of us
Yeah,
know
it's
the
how we
same concept for a
classify
word,
things.
I suppose. But like,
It
if both of us know the concept of a word, is it like doesn't it it kind of exists between us in that regard? And
it
there's
exists conceptually, but not Actually, this is nominalism versus realism, which
Yeah.
which really came to a head in the Middle Ages with Aquinas and William of Occam's razor. Because nominalists like me believe that the only thing that exists are actual things, and everything else is just words. And realists believe that the words have an actual reality behind them, separate from the physical world.
I don't know how I structure reality yet. I've flip-flopped too much, but I do know that I'm not a pure materialist in any way, shape, or form. Like, so I just disagree with you there. But as I said, I'm not
And I've
half
never
baked
I've
yet.
never claimed to be a pure materialist. I
No,
consider
no, no.
myself a naturalist because there are phenomena that I allow for that don't necessarily have a material basis, like thought, information, things like that, consciousness. But all of that I think have naturalistic explanations.
Hmm.
And everything we're talking about would fall into those categories of thought and consciousness and all that. But I don't believe that no group existed till a human being came along and identified it as a group and classified it according to some mental scheme that they're using.
Sure,
Outside of that, before that moment, it was just a collection of individual
but
instances.
we can use that group. We can use that group as a concept. That is a
Yeah,
useful
it's
categorization
language,
that gets it.
but it's not a reality outside of language. It's a reality created within language.
It. I don't want to argue about this. Again, I'm half baked. I'm not half baked. That's what I was supposed to say. I'm not half baked yet.
Okay, neither
And
am I. I
also,
was
the
thinking
thing
about it.
is, yeah, and the thing is, like, I know too much psychology to know that it's impossible for us to reach an accord because these differences most likely stem from personality differences,
And I,
and
I
so we'll
know
just be
way too
screaming
much about
at each other.
philosophy to know the same thing because these people, philosophers, have been having these conversations for thousands of years
Yeah,
and not reaching an accord. So I doubt you and I are going to suddenly be the two people in human history that resolve it.
yeah. Especially as we are, I'd say we are quite different in our understandings of reality. Maybe not our conclusions, because we agree on a lot of politics and stuff, our conclusions from observations, but our mode of existence seems quite different. Again,
But then,
I
then
go
when we take
outwards.
our microscope out and look for the difference, I don't know where it is because we don't seem that we. It seems like we place our emphasis on different parts of the frame, but it seems like we're working off of identical
I mean,
or
we're
pretty
both Western
similar
people. Yeah,
frameworks.
we're both Western people. We still we share the vast majority that if we compare ourselves to other people, that in isolation we may have a lot of differences, but the moment you add a Chinese person, we see how much we actually share. Uh,
Yeah,
but that doesn't change the fact that we disagree on a lot. But
because all of these points of dispute are all within the Western paradigm. They're all happening within Western
yeah,
the
exactly.
Western worldview.
Our very cognition is shaped by it. Like you know, it's our software. If you use Windows, if you use Mac, that changes everything. That changes the very architecture of digital existence, you could say. And so, why wouldn't our cultural imprint work the same way? And not even to mention that we probably we share a lot of our biological similarities. So our hardware is very similar too, but we are also different in that sense. So it's differences and similarities on all
Yeah,
levels, every way up.
yeah. This goes all the way back to Plato and Aristotle, even before the famous painting of the School of Athens by Raphael, where Plato's
Uh,
pointing up because he's an idealist, and for Plato the ideals were the actual reality, and material reality
yeah,
was just a pale reflection of the mental. reality, and
That's
Aristotle was
that,
the opposite.
like that's my sort of big like I don't know yet, because I do see an argument for something like forms to exist, something like that to exist, or to be. I can see an argument for that, and
Forms are
I
downstream from material reality, and for Plato, material reality was
yeah,
downstream from
yeah,
forms.
and I'm unsure, and I also don't know how the mind factors in. If are forms just downstream of the mind? Is the mind downstream of material reality? Is forms and
Forms
mind
are
two
downstream of
things?
the mind.
Yeah. Or I suppose Plato would say opposite then, that
Yeah, he
forms
would.
are
They
above the
they
mind.
they have an independent existence, and the mind is able to perceive them, just like our eyes could
Yeah.
perceive physical reality.
I mean, then
And
there's the question of, is the mind separate from the physical reality? Or is it
it's not.
just yeah, well,
It's an
you know,
epiphenomenon of natural, like physical, biological reality. The brain. You
I
can't
mean,
have a mind without a brain.
no, but you could also say the same, that you can't have a car that is driving without a driver. That doesn't mean the car doesn't have the capability to drive without the driver. It just can't. You need a driver. It's like, you could make an argument that, sure, like if we get brain damage, oh yeah, we can't do that anymore. But that doesn't mean that the mind loses capability. Just that we
But you
the
can only
blinkers are
make
now
that
off.
argument by analogy with a
Sure,
car.
sure. Or a soul is probably the most normal. But now I'm being a bit devil's advocate,
But and then
because
we're also
again,
in the problem of consciousness, which has also not been
oh yeah,
like I doubt we're going to resolve that one today too.
it would
These
be
are these are age-old questions or problems that have existed within Western culture and maybe even outside of Western culture for millennia.
well. I think I'm probably too much of a psychology dude to say, to not conclude that this is just because of personality. Well, not
But
just, but you get what I mean.
then we get into what exactly is personality, like
Exactly,
defining
exactly.
personality, which is another. That's a concept. That's a word. That's a language. What does it point to? What actual reality is it
Well,
referring to?
for you, it would be nothing because you don't accept statistics. But for me, I have
I
very
accept
variety of
personality.
statistical truths.
I know personality when I see it. Like if someone
Sure.
talks about someone's personality, I have an idea of what they're talking about, and I don't even need statistics to have that idea.
No, but
It's a
statistics
phenomenon.
can.
I'm a phenomenologist. Personality is a phenomenon
Yeah.
that
Okay.
I can point at. I can say that, look, that thing he did there is part of his personality.
Yeah. Uh,
Ren
and
and I were
that's
having this discussion the other day when we got into we nerded out on what is it, MBTI?
yeah, MBTI. Myers Briggs. Uh, no, but I'll just say that there is our current differences are just a phenomenon of our personalities, and then that's an easy way of avoiding the whole debate.
Okay, yeah, I can accept that. I'll add one more little wrinkle. I would say also of our cognition. And
Sure.
what role does cognition play in personality? What's the relationship between personality and cognition?
Well,
Is
that's
it
a
part of
big,
personality? Is it something separate from
yeah,
personality?
that's a big
And again,
psychological
these are just
debate.
words. These are concepts and words we're using to feel our way around something that we experience
Yeah,
subjectively.
and a big debate we had in personality class in psychology, that both the students and the lecture talked about, academics having that debate, is should intelligence be classified as a subset of personality? Like, why, like, is it actually distinct? Like,
Right. Yeah, very good question. What was their conclusion?
um there is no conclusion yet. It's still a debate that's
Because
going on.
it's all about frame. It's how are we framing things in our
Yeah,
mind.
exactly.
It's not like we could study this physical reality like you could study a car engine and determine, oh, this part's intelligence, it interacts with the system this way. Hey, Church of Four, there, not recently, but he's been on my mind because I did the title is a reference to Wittgenstein as well as a reference to our conversation last night and some of the stuff Dobez and I are talking about. And I intended to do more of a presentation on it, but then Dobez showed up, and we're getting live examples of it just through the conversation. So I'm going to keep the title regardless.
Yeah, I always show up and upend your plans. Apparently,
No, my plans are always tentative. I prioritize
yeah.
what shows up more than those are like backup in case something doesn't get off the ground. But you came out
Isn't
right.
isn't that the Patton quote? It's Patton, right? You know the American general who
General George S. Patton.
Yes, Patton. He had a quote where a plan is useless, but planning is invaluable. I think. Which I don't know. I think plans are quite useful, but planning is certainly useful too.
I'm so not a planner. I hate plans.
But you don't
because they never work. I can never get them to work. That's why.
Yeah, but Jeff, you have to admit,
it's not a good use of my time or energy.
If you can make a plan that actually works, there's something so satisfying about everything happening as you predicted.
I've never done it. I've never pulled it off.
I rarely do
There's always something that goes different than the plan is in my mind.
Yeah, but if you just constantly plan about something, you will at least sort of you have it's like a mini research. My fourth Red Bull. This is a Coca-Cola glass. Ignore that it's water, but I'm not drinking Red Bull. Red Bull is for losers.
This is personality.
Yeah, I mean, I am. I do get energized by things like this, and so I get more. I get more manic from engaging social interactions.
That's probably your extroversion, where you get stimulated through interaction and conversation.
It has to be a mix of my extroversion and my creativity, because it has to be both a socially stimulating and an intellectually stimulating experience to actually make me, manic is the correct word. You have not seen me, because I need to put on an image here, but you have not seen me at 12 a.m. wine glass in hand, talking with my friends and just shaking,
How do we get to see that? When do we get to see that? We've definitely seen you at 12 a.m. Just not with the wine glass.
Yeah, no. Well, you can send me $30 and I'll buy a small bottle of wine and I can drink it on my own, because I won't drink that on stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
But then you'll come on stream after it's over.
Oh,
and we'll just.
There was one time I was slightly drunk when I was on stream, because I think I'd gotten home from No, I had been talking with my parents, and whilst I'm home, I exploit that. They have some alcohol in the fridge. Awesome. Remember, I'm not American. I don't need to care about the 21 age. You drink from your 18. Well, before then, but drink from your 18.
Y'all are still 18 there?
Yeah, that's the age of drinking.
That's how it used to be here until the Karens got into.
Yeah, no. Well, the official age is 18, but most people have tasted it by at least 14, and many are consistent drinkers by 16 ish.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is where I come from.
Yeah. So
what is weed legal there? What's the weed status?
Weed is illegal. Most psychedelics are illegal. And most narcotics are. All narcotics are legal. Some are medicinal, I think. I don't know if weed is medicinal.
Like prescription, you get a prescription.
Yeah. But at least weed is not allowed. And, I know there's a lot of parties that are fighting to legalize it. The part of me that likes virtue ethics don't want it legalized. The part of me that just I don't want to care about other people. I don't want to put energy into that. Just sure, legalize it. Like,
I
but like,
consider myself virtue ethicist, but I don't see like a necessary conflict between
no,
virtue
no,
ethics
no,
and
no,
weed.
not a necessary one. I just find it. I think it's not good for you, and I don't think it's good for a society
Yeah, but
to have weed as its primary
ding
stimulant.
dongs are not good for people. I don't want the food police and the recreation police. We had that during Prohibition.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, that's what I said. That side of me usually doesn't win, but I do have those thoughts. If I could snap a finger and just,
I,
you
I
know,
I'm
not to
really
ally,
not
but
preoccupied with what other people are doing in general. If they want to do things that are bad for them, I could care less. Let them
I,
do your
on an
thing. You're
individual
the only
level,
one paying the consequences.
well, Jeff, on the individual level, I agree with you. But the thing is, you know, we live in a society, and I think on that societal level, like, is this going to be good for the culture if weed becomes a primary
But
stimulant?
when you're
And I think
thinking
no.
that, when you're
Yes.
thinking, is this good for you have this abstract image of culture. You don't
Yeah.
have like any concrete thing in front of you to evaluate it against. So
Yeah.
it's your imagination that you're
Of course.
and I
Of
just
course.
don't
Why
have
wouldn't
I
I?
can't imagine. I have to work with what's in front of me. So if a person's doing like I did the video the other day where those fentanyl zombies were in front of my house. I filmed them and they were standing there like this in that
Yeah.
zombie pose for hours. They didn't move. That seems like something really bad to do to yourself. But it had no impact on me at all other than it was not attractive to look at in a residential neighborhood to have druggies just standing around like this in a trance.
But I
Um
mean, if you could decide, would you want the primary stimulant of society to be alcohol, weed, or maybe fentanyl? Like,
I definitely don't want it to be fentanyl.
yeah. So you have some opinion about this at
And it's
least.
already legal. Like society's already said that this is illegal. There's going to be consequences and penalties if you do it. But it's not being enforced, at least not up here. But I don't know what to do about it because people like that's it. Drugs are a great example because even though society determines drugs are bad, we don't want to allow it as a society. People are still going to do it.
Yeah.
So what do
I
you
mean,
do about it, even if you determine it's bad for society?
that's the thing, though, if I do anything at all. Like, ideally, I would want as little as possible to be written in law and as much as possible to just be cultural. Because cultural, you can deviate.
Cultural
I would,
engineering.
I mean, no,
That's what
but
the woke
if,
try to do.
yeah, sadly, their engineering went towards
And they
a
suck at
bad
it too.
culture. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But like, if I was God and I could snap my fingers and just change the culture, I would. It's okay for edge cases, for people. Okay, I want to do weed or I want to do some opioids, sure, but I would want that to be culturally decided. We don't do that, and so people can diverge, but like in general, they don't. That's and as little as possible written in law,
But
because
they do
that's
diverge because there's plenty of them up here diverging.
yeah, yeah, but that's okay as long as most people don't diverge. But like when it's written in law, I don't want to. In some cases, I think it's okay to punish the edge cases, and I mean like not just weeds, but like in general, a lot of practice and stuff. But like my
Good
personality,
evening, not laws. How are you?
that's a one hell of a banger to come in, man. I'll tell you, there's only one people I hate. Um,
I don't believe that, but who? I don't believe
it's
there's
actually
only one.
the way. No, I only hate wrong people.
Okay, who are those?
No, okay, I don't know. I just wanted to say something. I don't know. I don't know. I can dislike stuff, but that doesn't mean I hate the whole people.
Wh-
And hate
who
is
who
such a
who do you
harsh
have in
word.
mind though when you're saying there's only one type of person you hate?
Mm, Well, criminals for one.
You hate
I don't.
criminals?
No, hate is a harsh word. Some of them I don't know. I struggle with heavy emotions. I can
How?
experience my emotions, but I don't
Yikes.
feel them heavily. If you get what I mean? I
But so
don't.
do you hate people that do? That would include me.
Oh no 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 no. I was just talking about how hate is such a strong word. Like I
Oh,
can't really
okay.
think of
Well, you
anything I
said you
hate.
started out by saying there's only one people that I hate or something. So I was
It
just curious what
was
you had in mind when you said that. That's all. We
what
don't have to
I
use the word hate. Just
now what I had in mind. Okay, what were instant thoughts I had? The Russians, the Sami, and who else? The French.
I told you
The
the World
French.
War.
That's a hate-love relationship. The
That's also
French.
me.
Yeah, the French are the most glorious people in Europe in one century and the most decrepit degenerates in another century. Like it's impossible to only hate
So
or
are
only love them.
Americans.
Yeah, but the Americans have only existed for so long, and the French have been
Oh.
like this for 1,000 years. Uh,
But like over enough time, you could say that about any group. Like the Germans
yeah.
don't exactly have the most glowing track record either.
Oh, that is actually something I want to talk about. I love the fact that with my friend, one of our biggest differences in opinion, like there were two debates that constantly resurfaced in any situation, and it was the Byzantine Empire or the Holy Roman Empire the rightful successor of Rome? Uh, I was more on the Byzantine side, on the Eastern Roman side. He was on the Holy Roman side. But we both sort of ameliorated. That's more for fun. We both kind of agree that Eastern Romans, or maybe I'm putting words into his mouth, but that one was more fun. But the other one, where it's much more legit disagreement, was because I consider myself a Francophile and he's a Germanophile. Like, so he took advanced German in high school. He went to Germany. He traveled to Berlin, Germany, whatever. Like he's been there a lot. He knows the language now. And I never took French, and I don't want to because it sounds very complicated and annoying. But I do
Annoying.
appreciate the French people. But that was like
German sounds
half.
grosser.
Mm.
French is an it's a romantic like if you can do Latin or Spanish or anything, you can do French. It's
Yeah,
easy.
yeah, but why would I?
Germans have that. Like when I watch German movies, they're so hard. Their
Men Jeff, nå skal du vite at
articulation is so harsh.
Det er ikke bare tysk som er så hardt. Norsk er også veldig hardt i språket sitt. Nå må du forstå at yeah, and that was Norwegian, not German. That's just
Norwegian actually to me is one of the most beautiful languages. It's kind of like Welsh. It has that musical quality.
Swedish is more, and I say this, I'm half Swedish, half Norwegian, so I don't have I pick the side that's most preferable whenever there's a debate there. But like,
of course,
the Norwegians
the pragmatic thing to do.
Exactly. The Norwegians are, or the Norwegian language. Now we take like standard Norwegian because all the dialects, they are wild. But like standard Norwegian is very, it's often called a, do you even know what a ski jumper is? Like what the sport ski jumping?
I know what a ski jump is.
Yeah. Norwegian is often called to be like a ski jump because you go up and down, up and down, up and down. Sort of your tone goes up and down as you speak. Like that's sort of the stereotypical Norwegian. And then Swedish is just, I am Swedish. I come from Sweden. It's very drawn out. But in my opinion, Sweden is the more beautiful language. It's Swedish music, Swedish singing is
Robin.
amazing.
I love her. Or ABBA.
Yeah.
Welcome Shift.
Hi, I just came to say, oh ho ho, croissant. That's all.
Croissant.
Bye.
Oh, bye. He was French baited. French fries.
Well,
at least they gave us that.
maybe my a more controversial opinion: Belgium should be split up. That I'll just throw that out there and then not justify, because my European buddies, they will know what I mean, or at least the ones who know some European politics, they will know what I mean. But Belgium, it's 2 kids in a trench coat. Split it up. Come on.
Hercule Poirot. And waffles.
Wait, what?
Lots of waffles.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, waffles. I want to make waffles now.
I know, you got me hungry too. Talking about
you got me hungry
earlier, now waffles, which I don't even eat, but I'm hungry.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll no, actually I won't buy that tomorrow because that's work. Or maybe I will. I mean, there's only I don't know, man. I kind of like that there exists a left and a right wing, because some decades the left is correct, other decades
well, he didn't say
left.
He just said woke and not woke. That's
yeah, but currently
I don't mind a left and right wing either. I could do without the wokeness.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree, but I don't think separating out the woke will remove a lot of the left, because the people
we
who
have a Belgian. What do they call them? Belgian?
Move to the French part then. Move to the French part. Move to Wallonia and stay out of the Flemish areas. Just move out. The Netherlands is nice, and if you don't want to live in either France or Netherlands, you should live in the city-state of Brussels, which shall be the capital of the EU. An independent city-state of Brussels, and then Wallonia for the French and the Flemish. Wait, what do you call the land of the Flemish?
You sound like a mess.
Because the Wallonians, they got Wallonia, but what do you call the land of the Flemish? Like Flemland?
Flanders.
Oh,
what did
that's
they? There was a
yeah.
name. There was a name for it in the olden days. What did they used to call it?
It probably was Flanders.
Something like that.
You're not thinking of Frisia, are you?
I don't know. Maybe.
No, because Frisia is far up on the northeast of Netherlands.
Well, speaking of waffles, I'm gonna go get a coffee refill at least. And do you think you can monologue for a minute or two?
I'm made to monologue. Well, it's just about finding the topic to monologue about. That is.
Well, you were doing good on your Belgian, but like fucked up.
Yeah, I'll manage.
Okay. I'll be right back. We'll see where you go.
Yeah. Okay. So what are we gonna talk about? I wanna shit on Scandinavia a bit. So German reunification. So the Germans, they slowly but surely, they after Napoleon, the German Confederation, blah blah blah, unification. No, I won't tell the roommate drama. That's personal. That is personal. That's too close to the heart, to his heart, to share that. He is my friend, not an enemy, and I probably wouldn't be open about an enemy out there. Back to the point. So the Danish, for centuries, they owned the kings of Denmark. They owned Schleswig-Holstein. So that was I don't remember if it was a duchy or a march. Like a march is basically just a border vassal. They have some special military rights and whatever. Maybe I don't know if they even kept those rights into modern age. It probably just became a ceremonial title to be a march and not a duchy. I don't remember if it's even is a march. It might just have been a duchy. Either way, Schleswig-Holstein. One part of it is Danish. Another part is German. And throughout the whole of the Middle Ages, that was fine. That functioned completely well. But then, right after Napoleon, the German Confederation is formed. And part of that is that Austria and Prussia, they sort of agree, and all the powers agree that, we shall defend the borders of the German Confederation or something along that line. And so when the Danish king very stupidly decides to attempt to integrate the Duchy of Schleswig-Holstein directly, the German states, they intervene. Actually, I don't know if that was the first or the second, because there were two wars. The first one, the Danish won. They managed to kick them back. But the second one, they lost the war, and instead of just losing the German-speaking lands, they also lost the Danish-speaking lands. And those lands remained in German hands up until after World War I. So in the settlement of Versailles, the Danish got back those Danish-speaking lands. However, there's an interesting story of those Danish-speaking lands, because they were not allowed to use the Danish language, but they basically tried to be force assimilated. And so in the act of protest, they did the most Scandinavian thing possible. They selectively bred pigs to have a flag or a color on their sides, and that was the protest pigs. So
I need to get a picture of this.
Just search up protest pig, like Danish protest pig.
Oh my god. Okay, here we go. They have like a little white stripe.
Yeah, they're just...
Is that the... This is ridiculous. Humans are ridiculous. Look at this. Danish protest pigs. Here, let me type Danish.
Yeah, so they just bred those out.
Look at this. Oh wait, that's a fake pig. These?
Yeah, they just created it to, as a symbol of protest against the Germans. And, but they are almost extinct today, because why would you want to keep that trait? It is cool, though. But,
that's like people that dye their poodles.
Yeah, they just randomly, let's just... A protest pig. I don't know even who got the idea, but, when you have... what is it? That's like 50 years of German rule. You have 50 years to think up some way of protesting.
That seems very passive-aggressive to genetically engineer the pigs to
Scandinavians, man.
Frustration. Speaking of pigs,
I
have an announcement. I totally forgot. Tomorrow morning. I'm gonna be out at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific in the morning with the other Jeff, astrology Jeff. He's going to be analyzing Trump's birth chart, Trump's astrology chart. So look for that tomorrow morning, and then I'll do another stream like this at 4 p.m.
Speaking about pigs, that was the worst transition.
Or protest, either one.
No, so I think I did this monologue quite well. I'm satisfied. I think I shared valuable information.
Too. It sounded very interesting when I came back.
Yeah, but as usual, I always throw in too much context. Like I only began this rant to talk about the protest pigs, but I spent minutes setting it up with I could have just said, when the Germans occupied part of Denmark, the Danish made selectively bred a pig in protest. But instead I had to set up the whole
why?
18th century
Why didn't you? Why did you have to do the context?
Because I enjoy it more to just share the history. And I don't want to lie and say I want to teach you history, because if I wanted to teach the history properly, then I wouldn't be as erratic and chaotic about it as I am now. Because I, just in the middle, oh wait, maybe that was the first war? Or was it the second one? And was it a duchy or a march? I didn't need, but that's just who I am. So I don't know. I like the word manic better than crazy, because manic has a sort of virtuous veneer to it, a virtuous sheen.
And I don't find you crazy at all, so that would definitely be the wrong word.
Well, if you don't find me crazy, then you haven't heard my my worst or my best.
Well, I haven't seen you drunk either, but then I would just call that drunk.
True. That's actually funny, because when I'm drunk I get more contemplative.
That is a word.
I contemplate more. I think more, I contemplate more, I speak more, I become more inwards focused, but outwards acting when I'm drunk. And I've heard a lot of people, they just sort of shut down their consciousness. It sort of slows down. For me, it just goes into overdrive when I'm drunk. Long live Norway. And there's a better slogan for Norway, which is already famous because it was the slogan of the creation of the Constitution. Dovre, that's a mountain in Norway. And so, we'll fight until Dovre falls. Till Dovre faller. So, until the mountain falls, we'll fight for Norway. That's the...
Who are they fighting? Nobody wants Norway.
They were literally fighting a war against Sweden because Sweden wanted to take
Sweden
Norway.
Wants it. Okay.
You don't understand.
Still want it?
Well, I mean, now it's kind of the opposite. There was a famous song, sort of almost rap song, like pop music, Norwegian pop song that became famous in Scandinavia because it was like, vi kan kjøpe hele Sverige we will. We can buy the entirety of Sweden if you want. Just bragging about how rich we are as a country. Our oil fund plus our GDP and whatever. We could just buy Sweden. And the fun part is, our oil fund is bigger than their GDP. So we could buy an entire year of all of Sweden. But yeah, Norway is the only country to have not owned any of the other Scandinavian countries. We did have Denmark for a while. And do you see how complicated Scandinavian history is? And everybody hates everyone. And it doesn't help that we've existed for 1100 years. Over 1,000 years, there have been inter-Scandinavian wars and competitions. Denmark and Sweden are the two countries with the most wars between them of any country. More than between England and France. The most wars between two countries of any country on earth are Denmark and Sweden.
Wow.
It's that is
to the Vikings, I guess.
Exactly.
Hey, did you see where Trump wants to set up a sovereign wealth fund for the United States?
Where?
For us, the U.S.
Yeah, you should do it. You should clearly do it.
In fact, let me see what the update on that is. I saw a headline on it a few weeks ago. I haven't heard anything about it since.
Well, the thing is, you should learn from us and don't fall into our pitfalls. Because right now we set up the oil fund so we could avoid Dutch disease. Where you find one lucrative resource that's so lucrative that the entire economy depends on it, and then when the volatility of that resource just fucks up the entire economy. We didn't want that. So when we found oil, that's why we created the oil fund. So the revenue from the oil was passed into the oil, not into the stocks instead. But right now, the oil fund is so big that even the stocks themselves are basically just the Dutch disease again. 30% of our government budget is from the oil fund, and it's still growing. But that just funds our inefficiency. So that's the thing. You need some way to prevent it from just funding inefficiency.
And I don't trust Trump at all to not learn from your mistakes. I trust him to make even more mistakes to learn from.
Well, this won't be up for Trump. This will be up to the president. This will be up to the president, 3 or 4 presidents in the future, because it takes time for a sovereign wealth fund to actually accumulate. Even if you say 1%, sure. In absolute terms, America can probably accumulate a wealth fund the size of Norway in 2 terms, maybe 1 term, but that would be nothing for America, So to get something of equivalent size for America, do you know how big that would be? The American GDP is 25 trillion. The Norwegian GDP is around 500 billion. The wealth fund is 2 trillion. So you would need a sovereign wealth fund 4 times as big as the entire American economy to sort of have the same level. A wealth fund of $80 trillion. That's not something you can accumulate quickly. I don't know if that's even possible, in all honesty. Because America is such a large portion of the world economy, I don't think it's possible for you to get that big of a fund because the economy is so restricted. A small nation can do it can get the relative size of that, but they can never get. Norway can't get an 80 trillion wealth fund, but we can get a 2 trillion one, which is 4 times our GDP. So, yeah, that was a long rant. I think for America, it's not gonna be that useful. First off, you don't have a resource that can fund it and grow it quickly, like we have with oil. And also, you're so big that to get any use out of it, that's not marginal. It needs to be massive. And I'm not sure if that's possible given the size of the American economy and the proportion it is of the world economy. Because a big part of our sovereign wealth fund, and one of the reasons it was created, is that it's not allowed to invest in Norway. It cannot invest in Norway because that will just create bubbles. We'll just artificially inflate our own economy. So instead, it invests abroad. So when Norway is unstable, we can take from abroad, But America, it'll be difficult to accrue a big wealth fund without investing in America. And if you just invest in America, you're just inflating the economy. I don't mean inflation, but inflating the economy, blowing it up like a balloon. There's, yeah, exactly. That is the Dutch disease. You inflate the economy and then you collapse when that one sort of resource just fluctuates a bit too far down. I don't actually know the Dutch crisis connected to that. I assume it's the Gröningen oil fields, or is it no? Maybe it's poppies, or is it? I don't know. It's just called the Dutch disease when you get addicted to one resource or one income stream to such an extent that the variance in that one just ruins everything else. Again, I've said nothing of substance for 5 minutes now, so I think a new topic is at hand.
Okay, what should that topic be?
It
is open panel. Anyone else is welcome to come up. Don't be intimidated. We'll
also,
make room for other people.
Give some questions in the comments, and we'll see if they are worth answering. That's very important.
Questions about Norway? Anybody curious about anything having to do with Vikings or Norway?
Oh, that reminded me. I saw a really no, that won't be interesting to you because you lack so much context.
You don't know.
No, yes, I know.
Okay, well, tell me what it is.
Do you know the difference between Östra Götar, Västra Götar, and the Svears, the three peoples of Sweden?
You have to say it in English. You know I don't know that language. You have to say it in English.
Do you know that? Okay, so if you've seen the Swedish coat of arms, not their flag, but their coat of arms, they have 3 crowns. Those 3 crowns are from the 3 crowns that made up the original Sweden. So Sweden was the unity of those 3 crowns, and those were the West's Goths, the East Goths, and the Svear, the Swedes. The Ostrogoths and the Visigoths, they came from those areas, but it's very important to not mix them. Like the Goths who invaded Rome, they had already migrated out of that area of Sweden, but they came from that area. But that area is also called Goth land, like East Gothia, West Gothia. Either way, the interesting thing is the genetic population and the Bronze Age history of those areas and such. So the normal sort of historical tradition in Europe when talking about the very ancient past, the before pre-civilization, like the invention of agriculture and all that, is that you saw across Europe in all the major countries that when the farmers arrived, they outcompeted and killed off the hunter-gatherers. So the hunter-gatherer genetic contribution is very small. But what you see in Scandinavia, originally you thought that was the same in Sweden. I don't know about Norway, because this video was in Swedish about Sweden. But originally, Sweden just sort of assumed it was similar. But recent evidence seems to suggest that instead it was the hunter-gatherers who took over and sort of conquered the incoming farmers. And so we have a bit more hunter-gatherer blood than we have farmer blood. So like you as a French person probably have somewhere between 2% and 10% Western hunter-gatherer blood. Or I say French, but you know what I mean. Like you have it more diluted because you've been in America for a long time. So like, but like general West European like has a certain percentage of hunter-gatherers, and then a certain percentage of Indo-European, and then a certain percentage.
My Cajun culture.
Yeah.
We came to North America, it was almost all farming. And hey, like Dobez, why don't you teach history instead of psychology? You seem way more into it than psychology. Leggy, what's up?
There's something wrong with your mic, Leggy.
Oh, your microphone is not coming in.
What?
Yeah, you sound like you're on a walkie-talkie.
Oh, well,
in a
yeah.
cave.
I mean, I get it connected to the car.
Oh wait, I
you
think
driving?
I can.
Hold on a second. Let me try to switch
Sounds
it.
like a robot.
Hold on.
Leggy the
Oh, because it says I'm on the. What's the fuck?
Oh, thank you.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, okay.
For a second. The annoying one.
You sound like a.
All right.
You sound like you're on a library computer from the 90s.
Probably in his car.
Well, I may be. You never know. I may still be using dial-up and AOL online. America Online, buddy.
What's up? Are you driving?
Yeah, I just got done work.
Oh, okay. Well, how are things? It's been a while.
Good. Good. I just been digging a few clams here and there.
Oh, it's at clam season?
Well, I mean, it's always clam season, but
Oh.
just
So
whether or not
y'all
I
don't
decide.
just do lobsters then? You do.
No, I do everything. I do whatever I can make money doing.
Everything?
Yeah, I mean, if I can make money doing it down here, and do it on the water, I try to do it.
Nice. Well, that's good. I like making money.
Yeah, how's your job going?
I love it. I'm starting to really enjoy it. And, hey, sometimes I'm outside a little bit when it's raining and stuff, and I think of you. I'm like, if Leggy can do it, I can do it. I'm not gonna complain about the cold.
Since I've started digging clams again, I've dug clams in a fucking blizzard, fucking 35-mile-per-hour wind. I've done it all so far since I've started back up.
Oh my God!
It's called doing what you have to do to take care of your family. It's called being a man.
Yeah, I love it.
I took my little couple months vacation. I took it long enough until the wife started bitching that I had to go back to work.
Wait, hang on, back up. She started bitching because you were on vacation? Something's up there, Leggy.
No. When I say vacation, like, I mean, like, I wasn't working or doing a fucking thing, like.
That's
it was
fine.
cold.
You work hard enough. You have the right to not do a fucking
I
thing
know,
for a
but
little while.
her point is she'd been working fucking 40 to 45 hours a week, where I've been sitting home doing nothing, going to hang out with people. So she was like, all right, I can't do this. She goes, I can't do this by myself. She goes, you need to go back to work. I go, okay. Because usually I only take like a month off. This year I took like 2 months off, so.
Oh. He's in his car, Dagmar. That might be what it is.
What?
She sounds jealous or up to something. Or both.
Oh, no. I mean, I don't think that. She's just jealous that she's jealous that I was home, but she wasn't up to nothing. Because, I mean, I drop her off at work and pick her the fuck up from work. So it's not like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, opportunity.
So, yeah. There's no going with you know what I mean? Like, I'm not worried about that shit. So.
Okay.
as I say, if I can't get fucked, I dare any other man to try to crack that fucking nut. Because if they can crack that nut and get my wife to slide her panties off easy, all more to them. That means they were smoother than I was apparently. Because man, that was a hard nut to crack. She would not for the longest time, man. She just kept teasing me.
That's some that's information. I don't know how useful.
That's confidence, buddy. That's confidence.
Anybody. Be confident that'll crack her.
That's how I look at it.
Oh.
Well, no, I'm saying that's confidence on my part. Like, because I know I'm that good in bed. Like I'm not gonna toot. I'm gonna toot my own horn.
Yeah, every cook in history said that. Every cook in history. That is the famous last words of every cuckold in history. But I believe you. I believe you. I'm not saying it's in your case. I'm just saying it's been said before. Welcome back, Dobes.
Well, I did hear most of what you said. It was just very, very, very loud and not pleasant to the ears. So it's better if
like Germans, just like the Germans. Oh, you know what? I have them turned all the way up.
No. Sir, there's no cuckoldings in.
I still hear you, by the way. It's too loud.
You cut out. I think he dropped off. He streams while he's driving, so sometimes the signal.
Well, I mean, there's no fucking signal in this area, anyways, because it goes from like the LTE to 5G back to LTE to 5G. So you never have a constant fucking signal around here.
Well, you're coming in decent for no signal. Your voice carries.
Well, good. Well, it is what it is.
So how's everything else? Just
good. Everything's good.
Ordinary life in Maine.
Yeah.
Hey, I met a guy the other day from Maine. One of my coworkers is from there.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, oh, I know some people from Maine, and I'm like, I don't really, but I kind of do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, things have been all right.
Well, good. Yeah, we think about you. We just don't get to see you often because my streaming schedule is so different now.
Well, it's that, and I don't know. Sometimes I want to, sometimes I don't. I don't even try to even go live now just because I don't give a fuck. Same shit, same bullshit.
Yeah, it kind of is. I see you sometimes when you're streaming your work.
Like when
that's interesting to me.
Yeah. When I lost my other channel, I just when I got locked out of it, I just kind of gave up. I'm like, fuck, man, I put all that hard work in. But now I feel bad because you and Dobie here was having a fucking nice little conversation till I come up and got derailed.
Dobies. We have those conversations all the time. Well, I mean, what were we even talking about? I don't remember. Oh, history. Yeah, I was asking him why he doesn't teach history because he seems so good at it.
I don't know enough.
Well, you learn.
Well,
nobody knows enough of history. That's why we need all the historians we can get. It's an also knowledge, like science.
I like being able to talk without actually having to be very particular about having it correct. Because right now I can just say what I think is correct. If I'm an actual teacher, I will not accept just saying that. Then I would have to actually go through and really check if everything I say is correct or at least sensible. Like right now, I can sort of freestyle it a bit. I don't have to be that particular about the details. Like, for example, I talked earlier about the protest pig. I didn't remember if the lost that if the casus belli for the war, like the king's annexation, was the first war or the second war, I didn't care. But because that's not important. But if I was actually going to teach this, I have to care about that. Like putting my historical interest in a official teaching environment sort of ruins the fun a bit, because I like the freestyle aspect of this. Just bringing up history as a tool whenever I want it, but, and then allowing myself some leeway. And I wouldn't have that.
Well,
with,
that'll come in handy
teaching.
in psychology then.
Yes. I mean, that's why
a lot of freestyle.
I mean, that's why I like psychology. That's why I took it, because I think psychology is it's useful in every single other interest I have. It's always applicable, which, to be fair, most topics are applicable to a lot of stuff. But yeah, it's like that's how it is. That's why I wouldn't want to teach history. Keebler elves. What is that?
Tape decks. No one called them tape decks.
Tape decks.
Yes, I remember them. I grew up on them. But
What?
Cassette tape players?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it. My dad calls them that.
Like some of the audio files that had the component stereos, they'd have one would be a tape deck. But the average kid didn't really call them tape decks. We called them tape players, boom boxes, jam boxes,
Boombox.
stereos.
The boombox?
Yeah, they don't even have that. So weird that boom boxes are not even around anymore. They were the portable stereos. They had handles.
Yeah. My mother's got one out of work. She's got one out of work.
What does she call it?
It's a boombox.
Or sometimes they just call it the radio, even though it was used to play tapes and other things. Just go grab the radio. Or here, we can take the radio outside.
The old school silver fucking one with the two speakers.
Yeah, it's exactly that
My
one.
mother has it.
Black. And then they had the fancy ones you could take by the pool that were waterproof, and those came in various colors. I had a yellow one. Don't have a scoop of chocolate antler ice cream. Yeah, hopefully they're not. Hopefully antlers are not in demand for anything other than I need a pair.
No, antlers, they grind.
Weren't they an aphrodisiac? Like, didn't people grind them?
No, they grind them up for medicinal purposes and shit. Because they say there is some type of benefit from
antler power.
Antler power.
Blue Boy ice cream, is that Canadian? We had Blue Bird or Blue Bell. Blue Bird, Blue Bell.
Yeah, Blue Bird. I don't know about Blue Boy.
Blue Boy. Blue Ball.
Maybe that's what it is.
Blue Ball ice cream. Freshly made. Yeah, oh my God, Mike. I used to love making homemade ice cream. We'd make it at my grandma's, and they eventually got the electric one. But before that, they had the ones where we had to take turns sitting on the bucket and cranking the handle, and it took hours. So all the kids would take shifts.
We used to do it with Ziploc baggies.
Ice cream?
Yeah.
In a baggie?
Yeah. That way you can make it any flavor you want.
You had to churn it, and you had to put the rock salt around it. What is lumberjack ice cream?
What we did was you took the ice and the rock salt, and you put it around in like a big gallon Ziploc baggie or whatever it was, right? And then you put the other smaller Ziploc baggie in it, and then you just took it and shook it. So
instead of a grind cylinder, turner. That sounds so ghetto. Use Ziploc, one Ziploc inside of another, and you shook it around.
Mhm. We learned it in school.
They had some Easter egg dye where you put the egg in the bag and shake it. It would color the egg. Y'all learned it in school.
Yeah. Yeah, we learned how to make ice cream in
God,
school.
I'm surprised. They didn't even teach us that. I'm surprised.
Yeah, you know, it was one of them fun little activities you get to do one
I remember
half day.
Briars. That was good.
Isn't Briar still out?
Maybe, I don't know.
I,
He said it's in
I don't know. You can't beat
Philadelphia.
Ben and Jerry's.
I I I like some of the flavors, but they're so hippy dippy to me. I don't have a
Well, it's
good like
expensive.
customer feeling patronizing them. But some of their stuff is good. I like what's the one? The Haagen-Dazs and the waffle cone was pretty good. I was okay with
Oh
Baskin
yeah, yeah,
Robbins,
yeah.
really. The yogurt ice cream, and they had the TCBY, the country's best yogurt shops. You could go out for yogurt instead of ice cream. That I think I preferred that. Neapolitan. I hated the strawberry. It it I hate it when it got mixed in with the vanilla and chocolate because
What?
I didn't want the strawberry flavoring in with the other
See, I
ones.
was the opposite. I hated the chocolate being in it.
See, we could have swapped ice cream.
That
Chocolate
sounds
was okay.
that
I
sounds
think
kind of
vanilla
gay.
was
No, no,
was my
no,
favorite.
no, no offense, but that sounds a little gay.
Oh well, it would not have been. It's turning
Swapping ice
cedar
cream.
chips into this has got to be a spoof shift. He makes ice cream with cedar chips. Where are you? Is this your house? You walking to your house? Does it? Are you waiting for it to rain? Oh, those are your clams.
I got fill out clam tags. Hold on.
Okay, I'm excited. We get to see the clam tank.
No, there ain't no clam tank.
Oh, I'm gonna do an all woman's panel one day. Call it that.
What's today's date? The 25th? 25th?
Mike, I've honestly never had Dipping Dots. Yes, it actually is the 26th.
Yeah.
I see it everywhere. They even have it at the Walgreens. They have a little station with Dipping Dots. I've never been tempted to try it ever. It's freeze dried ice cream. I don't even eat ice cream actually, so as romantic as that might sound, I
Why
don't
don't
think
you
I'd
eat
ever
ice
do it.
cream? Just buy a box of ice cream. Just buy. Why not?
I don't have a taste for it anymore. I don't even eat candy. My taste buds changed at some point. I outgrew all the stuff I liked as a kid.
Hold on. I'm not going to be able to hear you for a minute, so.
Okay,
But I'm taking my phone.
but at least we can see the clams. Oh, those look like abalones. We used to dig for abalone shells when I was growing up.
I don't know what that means.
It's a shell. What is it? It's like a creature. They had mounds of dirt in the yard because the dump truck would come and pour dirt because they were like spreading the dirt out to make the yard. I don't know what they were using, but there were piles of dirt sitting out in the yard for like months at a time. And you could dig in the dirt and pull out these shells that looked like that. They were called abalones. And they were like opalescent on the inside, but I'm not really sure what an abalone is because you never saw the animal itself. It's a marine gastropod mollusk.
Oh, he left.
He probably got kicked off. That happens all the time.
Wait, huh?
Welcome, Pinoid. Yeah, abalone. Okay, I found pictures. Abalone
Pinoid?
shells, and so they were in this dirt,
Oh,
and
there's
I would spend hours digging around the dirt trying to find these
Mmm.
abalone shells.
They
They
look
were
real
long and narrow, though. Maybe they
pretty.
were. Yeah, they were more like this.
I only shells I've collected. That's on vacation. My mother, she when we were younger, she used to walk along the streets and pick out the most beautiful shells and take them back and use that as home decor. So
Like on the beach, from the beach.
yeah, it's like after we've been to Greece, just
Oh
the
yeah.
shores of Greece, you would take with you some shells back, the best ones, and then you use that as home decor. So I think still some stuff we have in our house or in my childhood home, which is strange to say, but still some of that is from beaches across Europe, which I think is really nice. But that's the only shells I've picked, I think. I can't think of any event where I actually did something with shells.
Did you put them to your ear and hear the ocean?
I tried. I think I don't remember the experience though, but I know I've tried.
That was so neat as a kid. It was the big shell. My grandma had a big shell.
Yeah, like a big conch shell. Isn't that it?
Ear. Yeah, it was like round on the end with spikes and a long.
Yeah,
and you could put your ear in the crack, and you could hear the ocean.
Yeah.
Is it a conch? Conch?
Yeah, it's conch in English. CONCH.
Yeah.
Shell. Yeah. Well, in Norway has one word for it. So Norwegian supremacy. Instead of two words, we have one, and it's just konkyl. I think. Actually, I will go to search of. Is that
konkyl?
Ish. Good. Actually, it's konkylia, but same shit. But yeah, I remember those. I didn't. It wasn't awfully fine.
Delicious.
Wait, what?
She's sending me videos of this ice cream made with wood chips and fir trees. I used to make pine needle tea growing up. Get pine needles and steep them in hot water. Put a little bit of honey in them. And so I'd probably try the fir tree ice cream.
Wait, is it pine or spruce where you can eat the needles?
I eat pine needles.
Okay, because one of them is
it might be more than one.
Yeah, one of them is like not good for you, but another one, if it's ripe, or like if it's why did it become so light?
I don't know. Did aliens just arrive at your window? That's like Close Encounters.
Let's reset the lighting. Will it adjust? Yes, it will. I didn't even touch anything. I don't know why that happens.
I don't know. Some little. Who knows?
I mean, this camera is pretty bad though. But that's good for me because then all the blemishes of my skin are like smooth out and I look way better.
Yeah.
So
your
if I
19-year-old skin.
If I use my phone, it would be way clearer. And so it's a tactical decision to have the lower quality camera because it's still good enough. I don't need. I think this one can actually film 8K. You don't need that. You don't need 8K.
8K? Oh my god! I'm still on 720. P.
Yeah. Well,
I can't imagine. I don't even want people to see me at 8K.
Well, it can't display 8K. I have nothing that can display it.
Broadcast in 8K.
It can film in 8K, yes. And so in the future, if I get an 8K device, I will have that in. I'm not recording in 8K though, because that takes so much space. That is way
like
too
the human
spatial.
eye can't even really detect that.
Yeah, it's not worth
nerds.
It. Yeah, well, this phone, I don't know if I told you, but it was super cheap. Well, not technically. It's the Samsung S24 FE, whatever. But original price, 900 euros or dollars, whatever. But in the store, there was a sale for 250, so we got that off. Then, due to I could get a new phone contract because I had no enforced phone contract because you can, and so I could do that. So now I'm forced to use this telecompany for the next 2 years, but because of that, I now have I got another 250 off. So from 900 down to 400, which is an amazing deal, especially given that the company like I was already using that company, so nothing changed, you know. But I just got $500 off. Well, technically it was free for me because my parents, you know, they.
I was about to say that doesn't sound poor.
Yeah, no, they bought it for me because I haven't got a new phone in ages, and they replace like my siblings' phones way more frequently, and they spend a lot more on my siblings as well. So it's kind of said, you yeah, this is due. You know, you're due an upgrade. But that'll likely be the last
They came
thing.
up with that on their own, or did you have to guilt them into it?
I am horrible at asking for money. Like, even if they owe me money, like they'll say they will pay for it, I don't send them the request, and so I go in the negative. That happens multiple times. So no, I did not guilt them at all. They
the same way.
But they paid it out of their own heart, their own interest, because my parents, and they But the fact of the matter is, I had my old phone for 5 years. It functioned for 5 years. It's good.
You're getting roasted, Chad.
That I don't know. I don't like that. It isn't that. It isn't that ugly. I'm not that ugly.
No,
I'm not great.
Have you seen the Paddleverse? You have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, well, I've seen reality as well, and there I have something to worry about. So, Norwegians
but that's
are
Norwegian reality.
Sure, but I live in Norway, and so
does Norway have like trashy poor people like here in America, or is it all classy svelte scans?
No, there are poor people, of course.
But are they trash? Are they like inbred, trashy looking?
Oh no,
like
maybe some. No, we don't. Maybe some, but that's a very minor percentage of the population. Yeah, like most Norwegians have. I'm not saying all Norwegians look good. Actually, you should see this. Search up. This is a public guy. This is no. It's not It's not ugly necessarily. He's very distinct, and he's a public historian. So I'm not like sharing something that I shouldn't. Hans, but he's like, I think for a joke, he was elected the sexiest man of Norway for like 2013 or whatever, which is not, well,
What's his name? This is gonna be like dogfight. What's his name?
There, I copy pasted it in the private chat.
All right, y'all.
He's a socialist historian. So just so you know, he's
copied and pasted it.
He's a socialist historian who votes for the socialist left. But Norway's prettiest guy, Norway's most beautiful person. He's so sexy.
I don't think he's that unattractive at all. He's kind of sexy. Here, I'm gonna show you. Tell me if you look. There's way. He's like maybe a 6.
That's not bad.
Low 7.
This
is as ugly as this is the ugliest Norwegian can come up with. Now maybe this one here. There's people in the Paddleverse that look more.
Yeah, but well, I don't live on the Paddleverse. Like, sure, he's the lower end of normal. A socialist historian. That's
God.
what
y'all are whiny little brats. This is nothing to worry about.
But he we have to read a book. We had to read a book that he
Leggy,
wrote.
hang on. What are you showing us? That looks like money.
Well, hold on here. I don't know what the hell's going on. All right, hold on. I
saw something that looked like a check.
Hold on. Right, left. Right, left. All right.
What?
Oh, okay. Is that
That's not bad for 3 hours? That's not bad for 3 hours.
You got that just no, it's not. It's been so forever since I've seen a paper check. That is cool. Like vintage.
I've never seen a paper check before.
That's what checks used to look like when you and you have a checkbook.
I've never not had a paper check. Well, I mean I have, but
And then they
it's
came out with
weird
the
to get
ones with
paid
the
in checks.
carbon,
I've
where
always
you
had
didn't
this.
have to enter the balance in your balance sheet the second you wrote it. You could just save the carbons. That was
Yep.
an advance.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jeff, you got to see something annoying. Wait, how can I hold this without showing you my details? So do you see? Do you see the material? Those spots? That's because
I
it's recycled plastic. It has like blue
That's a
spots on the
card.
card. Yeah,
That's like a debit card. It looks cool, kind of marbled.
yeah,
That's
but I don't know. I don't like it.
Does
I
it
would rather
authenticate
have
it? Is that what they put in there? Or is it just for
no those spots. That's
effect?
it's because it's recycled plastic.
Oh, like poorly recycled.
Yeah, or intentionally to show they are recycling. That's also an
Oh,
aesthetic. You want the poorest level of
virtue signaling.
exactly.
Greta Thunberg
Also, side note,
has one.
I absolutely love the Mastercard logo. It just looks so nice.
Let me see.
It looks awesome. It's so simplistic. I
The
just
DNB or the
oh, that's the
Mastercard.
bank, the Mastercard logo.
Oh,
The DNB, that's like just letters. DNB stands
yeah,
for
because
Den Norske Bank.
They've had that forever, right?
Yeah,
Let's
it's
see.
awesome. Oh, wait, this is a question. You have both a credit card and a debit card, right?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. So does it have like an indent on the debit card to show that it's a debit and then nothing on the credit card? Because that's what it has in Norway. The
Wait.
debit
Oh
cards have an
no, ours don't
indent.
have that at all. Or if it
That's really
had, I've never noticed. No, no, I would notice
that's
that.
for deaf people. They also have a braille, but I can't
More
show that
virtue
because
signal.
that's that, how is having braille on your card so
When the
blind
hell
No,
people
did
the
can
I
little
say
pay?
I
death
was
thing,
newly single?
the little indent.
What?
No, that you
Why
can
does a
feel
deaf
it.
What the
person
hell
need
is Mike talking
I
about?
didn't.
indentation?
I
They can
didn't.
see the card.
I misspoke. I didn't mean
Oh,
deaf. I
okay.
meant I meant blind. I meant blind, Jeff. I'm sorry. I meant blind. So they have braille and they also have that indent. So if I ever get blind, I know which card is my own money and which is the bank's money.
Oh, okay. I see.
I love that, by the way. That's all I was gonna say. I just like the design. I don't like the plastic use though. My old card was cooler.
I love when people stream and drive. I don't know. I just love road trip. When everything was locked down during COVID, every now and then some people would take us in their car riding with them, and it was my little taste of being out in the world. Hey, Dino. What's up? Norwegian skin. Yeah, some of the I've seen the cards with the braille. I don't know if I think you have to get them special. I don't know if they come default
I
that way.
feel like in some markets, I read an article like in some markets they're using facial recognition now.
For
Instead of cards?
Like, so you have your bank card, but you also like instead of using like the chip or whatever, it's now based on a facial recognition because there's some that you can do like a thumb or whatever, but like now like they've taken it one step further. Like I just read this about an article. It's in like 50, like altogether, it's only in like 50 places throughout California. That's why I said select markets.
There was a story, we looked at it on stream a while back, where I forgot what country it was. One of the foreign countries. Syria maybe? Or maybe it was for Syrian refugees, but they had to get retinal scans to get their benefits, their refugee like their food stamps and stuff. They would give them I don't even know if it was a card, and then they would have to scan their eyeballs in order to use them. Oh, take care, Dagmar. Oh wow, it's late there.
Bye, Dags. Oh yeah, because what?
Yeah,
Must
we'll
be
see you
midnight
later.
there.
See you out in the
Midnight there.
same
streets.
time here, so
Oh, you're on Belgian time.
yeah, we're +1.
How
All of
many
Central Europe is
zones are in
+1.
Europe? Let me check.
How many?
Well, I
Time
mean, there's
zones.
what, 24 time zones or 22 time zones altogether, right?
7 primary time zones, excluding summertime offsets. let's see. There's Western European, which is GMT.
Yeah, that's Greenwich Mean Time.
And there's Western European summertime, Central European time. That's what Dolbez is on, and Dagmar, and
+1.
most of Europe. And then there's Eastern European time. And then there's Moscow time. And Armenia and Georgia has its own time zone.
You can just say Georgia. You don't have to put on the
When I
accent
do
just to
that,
differentiate.
being from America, nobody ever knows what country I'm talking about.
Okay. Wait, how big of a percentage of your audience is American? Like,
that's a good question. Hey, mash 1 if you're American. Number 1.
Mash 0 if you're not American.
Yeah, do that.
Come on, join us. We need to figure this out.
Do a poll.
Okay.
Not laws. Type 0.
Are you making fun of my curtains?
Mike started. I didn't even notice your curtain. I had no idea what curtain he was talking about the other day. Is that for a window?
Indeed.
It's just window curtains. I thought you had like a room divider that was a curtain or something. He was saying you had a body behind your curtain.
You see?
Something like that.
Window. Sadly, it's an old window, so it isn't German design where you could open in multiple ways. This is an old building, but
oh, it cranks outward. Ours lift up and down mostly, or sometimes they slide horizontally.
They used to crank.
Yeah, well,
wow, we're invaded by foreigners.
German windows, they can do a lot of stuff. What do you mean, only American? Leggy, Mike.
I think Dino's American. You know what the problem is, though? I can't tell who's Canadian, who's American. That's what confuses me.
They're the same, Jeff. The 51st state. Just accept it.
I don't know if they want to accept it.
No.
I don't even know if I want. If not laws is never.
If he becomes your
to not laws, do we want that as our 51st state?
It would be nice to have a person like Notloss as an enemy. He fits the rival. You know, he's the rival.
He's a frenemy because I actually like it. There's a lot I like about him. He's both.
He's Notloss is the rival of later Pokemon games. I don't know you won't get that, Jeff. But,
it's a dog. Just one.
Dino is Merkin. I figure I knew Dino would be. I assume Shift is, but I honestly don't know. She could be Canadian. Pinoid, I believe, is American.
207, or did she round up?
No.
What's the price over there?
630.
Oh,
wait, is Leggy haggling?
Right. I knew I had a fucking light out.
No, what'd you take?
Yeah.
Way up in the head. Okay, yeah.
That's the way you do business.
Took my time.
I think what's his name got us pretty good. No, Sherman.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think he had 2.5.
Probably. Probably on that right outside of Factory Point.
You got it. He was one in the boat.
I love your hustling.
What's called up? I think that was that Riley. Is that Riley? Is that who that was, or is that
Dakota?
Oh, that was Dick.
Second tide up there. Yes, he had 5.5. Today, I bet he's got 5. Bushel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's legal over there, is the question.
I think he had a chemical license.
I mean, that's the best
Does he know
license to
he's
have
live?
for us in Jonesport. It really is. Having that Jonesboro license, because then we can dig that whole entire fucking bay.
Sneak right over.
I dig in Jonesport. That's enough. I already snuck over there tried to sneak over there one time. We all know how that worked out.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking, we all got caught that year.
But you got lucky and threw it out.
He didn't even fucking, because he couldn't technically prove where we were because he didn't actually catch us out there.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to visualize it.
Right.
And then he tried to use a drone that wasn't registered to the
Okay, I got to hear
sheriff's
this story.
or the town.
That's what I heard. His fire department
No, it wasn't registered at all. It was just a private drone, and he couldn't technically
I think I'm
use
gonna go
it
sleep
for
now.
law enforcement.
All right, it's been a pleasure
So,
as usual.
did you cash your check in here?
Well, I'll be out tomorrow about the
Yeah,
same
I
time. I'll
knew it.
even be
I
out
knew I had a
earlier for
fucking.
my
And
Donald
them are
Trump
brand new fucking bulbs
episode.
too.
So maybe we'll see
Maybe
you
I'll
then.
come.
No, I don't depend on any.
If
I don't
not,
know. Maybe I will. Maybe I
We'll
don't.
we'll see you at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
that's how I feel about
Thanks.
Stewart.
They get $1,000 limit, but they never have money in the draw.
Your
I usually
employer
would give
sent a
him $10.
drone
Yeah, I
after
know. A lot of them do.
I just go right there. I just go ask Byron half the time.
Hey, there you go.
All right, see you, old boy.
you? See you, old boy. How old is old boy? I'm guessing in his 30s.
Man, can you cash your check? 243. All right, good. I gotta go get gas in.
Okay.
Does Leggy know he left the YouTube on? He's gonna end up streaming something really sinister one day. Yo, partner, you there? Hello? Is there a lobster person in the house? We need some muscles. Hello? I don't know how to whistle. I never learned as a kid. I know you can blow out or you can suck in. This is best I could do. I'm surprised I'm even getting that out. And the people, I don't know how they do it with they do like, and it makes a big loud whistle. Nope. Anyway, pretend I'm whistling at you to see if you're there. I guess you're not. Hello, hello. Roger, Roger. Leggy, leggy, leggy. 10-4. Over and
I'll
out.
take a pack of Campbell Blues, Stu, please.
Campbell Blues. he's he has it. He's portable. I thought we were in his car. I love this. It's like a little spy device.
Oh, and a clear. Say 242.
Well,
Okay. 243.
you say, what the hell's a dollar nowadays?
Well, it messed up the right stuff.
And would I guess? Would I guess?
243.8.
Oh my God, this is small town life. I love it. That's kind of how I grew up. Everybody just talks to everybody all day long. Whatever they're doing around the town, they make small talk. And gossip. They collect the gossip as they go too. Which I don't hear him doing.
Okay, so that's 68, and that's 1, and that's 2.
$9.58
Thank
for
you,
one
ma'am.
pack
You're
of cigarettes.
welcome.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
That seems cheap, actually, by today's prices.
All right, Jeff, I'm back. Hold on, I'm back. Hold on, I'm back. I can
My
hear you
neck,
now.
my back, relax my
Jeff,
and my crack.
don't make this weird.
Don't make this weird. Is that what he
I
said?
don't know. Don't make this weird. You're talking about my back. And I know that song.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm just being a smart.
Oh, I didn't even know you were back. We were waiting on you to
said
come
I'm
back. We
back.
were eavesdropping on all your conversations.
Well, I know. I figured.
I want to hear this drone story. Your employer sent a drone after you?
No. So a couple years ago, a bunch of us were digging clams, and we got across there's a stream, right? And we all know how streams are, especially in the middle, like a mud bank. They throughout the years they change. So we got it was a foggy day and we got over the fucking invisible town line, right? We got to the left of it instead of being on the right of it. I mean, we were on the right of it instead of being on the left of it. Well, the warden come when we got back. The warden was waiting for us at the sandbar, and he gave us all fines. But they threw it out in court because he couldn't prove. Because one, he didn't catch us on the flats. He waited for us to come back to the sandbar. Two, he tried to use a drone that wasn't registered through the fucking sheriff's office or whatever the fuck. It wasn't a registered fucking drone for the purposes that he used it for. So therefore, they just
Who
kind of threw
was this? Like a ranger or
a,
somebody new?
a clam warden. So like
A
each town
clam?
had
They have clam wardens.
yeah each town that has a clam ordinance. They they have a fucking they have a clam warden.
They're that protective of their clams.
So, well, yeah, because you have to buy a state license, which is only $140. A town license, like one town over, the fucking license is $1,500 for a
Oh my
resident.
God, we didn't need
For a
any of that growing
non-resident,
up.
for a non-resident, you're talking like $3,000 for like 2,500, $3,000 if you
Like
don't do any
a
cultivation.
non-resident of Maine or the U.S.?
No, a non-resident of that town.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
sounds like a
So
mob
residents are paying
operation.
$1,500, and non-residents gonna pay almost double. Like here in Jonesport, though, we have the cheapest license around. It's $100 for a resident license and $200 for a non-resident license. So, and then you said so you got to buy a state license and a town license,
And
but
that's annual?
you only need the state license to sell the clams, really, and then you need the town license in order to dig the clams in that town's flats. It's a fucked up deal.
It sucks. That's per year, every year?
Yeah, I refuse to buy a town license because our warden has been the clam warden for many, many years now. He has never wrote one ticket ever. And there's people that he knows full-headedly does not have a license, and he'll sit right down there and talk to him. So I tell him right at the town office every year, I will not buy a town. They're like, you're going to buy your clam license? Nope, I will not buy my clam license until he starts giving people tickets.
So you're like an outlaw clamor?
Well, I mean, I got my state license, but
Oh.
that's the only one I really give a fuck about. Town one, the selectmen here in the town will just fucking rip it the fuck up, anyways. All right, hold on. I'll be back again. I gotta go in. You
Okay.
guys can eavesdrop some more.
Oh, good. Oh, I love this. Where are you headed?
Inside the pizza shop.
Pizza shop. Oh, good. I'm getting hungry anyway. This ought to be good.
Couple jobs that cut down with some of them.
Did you order it ahead of time?
You couldn't hear me, darling. I know. I know. Here you are, dressed all good looking, and I'm like shit for once. What the hell?
Damn, I was worried about the wife.
Really cute sometimes.
Well, it happens.
Yeah. Very rarely for me.
Well, it happens. That'll be all. 18 even. That sounds like a deal. 18 even.
That's not bad. How much pizza you getting with that?
I don't know. I've heard nothing since today. Yeah.
Have you lost your 2 cents, though?
No, not yet. I ain't lost my marbles.
Well, that means you've lost your 2 cents.
No.
Or maybe that's common sense.
I lost my marbles, but I still got 2 cents.
That's true.
Yeah.
True.
Have a good one.
You too.
I love this. See, this is like America to me. This kind of interaction. I love. it feels so community. If only the Panoverse were like this. All right, I can't wait to get the deets on this pizza.
Oh, I got you. I got you, dear. I got it. Thank you. You're welcome.
Uh-oh, you dropped something.
I didn't drop
Or
it.
did she drop something?
Oh, look at that.
Still have a tab.
I still got it
I
back
want
up
to
here.
try to make
What's
Leggy
one? Chicken bacon ranch. Is that
talk
what I
to
made?
himself.
She made it.
Yeah.
Why do you never see come see me in the mornings anymore?
Because I'm poor.
You still come in and say hi.
I mean, I guess I could, but
There, you'd like it too.
I
Just
know. I
got a
gotta come in.
almost
No, I just been
$20
busy.
pizza.
No, 50 will be fine. I just been busy. Seriously. Look. Oh, look.
I'm just fucking. 76.
Right here. Here.
What?
Actually, break this down. Okay, two
Break
fives
it
and
down.
2 10. I mean, a 10 and 2 5.
You want 30 for it?
Yeah, 30 for a 20. That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
That's tit.
All right.
That's one
All
way
right.
to
Who
do
is it? Just you and Kat?
it. Me, cat, Nicole.
What? Okay,
But
wait, not us. This is
did you get my soda?
momentous. I didn't even know.
No.
I don't even know the Ninja
Run into
Turtles.
private.
All right, good enough. I'll see you. I will be in tomorrow
And
because
this
I'm going to charge in the
seems.
morning. Unless it's pouring fucking rain.
Let's
So.
see. Why just the one? Did they make the other? What did they make the other ones? Trans? Is there a gay one? Where are you getting this from? They're turtles. Like, how are they? Oh, okay. Oh,
What's
you're doing What Are
turtles?
You Not Lost
What the
Again. I
fuck's a
fell for it.
turtle? What?
So tell me about this pizza. Where's it from? Oh my God. Hang on. What's on it?
It's a chicken bacon ranch pizza.
Is it a local place or a chain?
No, it's a local.
It looks delicious. Look at that crust. I was wondering how much pizza you get for $18, but it's the
No, this
quality
wasn't 18 bucks.
over the quantity. I thought maybe you were at Little Caesars.
No, that was the guy before me. This was only, let's see. I got a bottle of RC Cola, bag of chips, and this, and it only come to 20, a little over $20. So
Oh, okay. How much was the pizza itself?
I don't know, probably like 17.
That's not it's a large.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Hey, this guy. I'm at one store.
Mm.
Oh shit.
You taking it home?
Yeah, I gotta take it home to the 2 teenagers, and then I gotta go.
Wait a minute. That's supposed to feed your a wife and 2 teenagers and you?
No, this is going to feed my 2 teenagers, and I gotta go pick up my youngest at my parents' house, and then I gotta pick up the wife from work, and then I gotta get me and the wife and the youngest. Well, no, the youngest is 8, so pretty much I just gotta get me and the wife something to eat now.
So that's only for the kids.
Yeah, that's for my kids.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna sneak a slice?
No,
Oh.
I don't really like it. I mean, I do, but I don't. I'd rather have. They have what's called a meat sweats pizza, and I'd rather have that. It's a meat lovers, but it has like spicy meat on it. Like it has like spicy Italian sausage, spicy kielbasa type deal. Then your sweet sausage and all that shit. And then it has the red pepper flakes on it with Mike's hot honey on it.
Oh, I love those.
That's one of the best pizzas around here.
Is that what you and the wife are getting?
I doubt it.
Or do you have to wait to see what she's do you ask her for her input?
Nope. I'll get whatever. Because I
Oh.
mean, I know my wife pretty well, so I know what she'll eat and what she won't eat.
Not laws, that is true. I just looked it up. It's ridiculous.
What?
I completely oppose it. Arkansas is trying to ban androgynous haircuts.
What the fuck
That
is an
is,
androg? What the fuck is that?
you know, those little non-binary kids that have,
Weird haircuts?
yeah, that don't fit into traditional gender norms. Like a girl with short hair or a guy with longer hair, etc. Like, because a lot of trans people do it to socially transition. People should be able to get whatever haircut they want, even kids. This is
What?
ridiculous.
All right,
This is
now
overreach.
that's bullshit. Because let's face it, how many fucking guys come back from the fucking like Vietnam and shit and decided they weren't shaving or fucking cutting their hair again? That's how we got. Does anybody
We're
that's
right
my
back to
age
that. It's
remember
called
the
the
dudes with the
Vulnerable
long
Youth
ponytail and
Protection
the
Act.
beard, the biker guys? Like, does anybody remember that bullshit?
Um, kind of, sorta, not really.
What do you mean? You don't really remember bikers and shit?
Okay, wait. I'm reading the details now. Hang on. It's called the Vulnerable Youth Protection Act, and they're trying to criminalize socially transitioning a minor. So if a hairdresser gives a girl a haircut to make them look like a boy, or a boy a haircut to make them look like a girl, that's considered socially transing a minor.
But how
And
is that
that's what they're
true?
trying to
Because
stop.
women, because I mean, not all women, but there is certain women out there that can pull off the short hair and look fucking fine. So
Well, not
like,
in Arkansas. Hopefully, they're not going to try it there. And
yeah, but
it's
didn't
any clothing
Arkansas
and
do some
hairstyle that
weird?
does not
They
conform to
got some other
traditional
weird law
gender
too.
expectations.
Pretty sure they just passed some other weird ass law in Arkansas too.
It'll probably get struck down.
It has something to do with fucking the fertilization, I believe. The the IF, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh, IVF?
Yeah, yeah.
The 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 Arkansas this law or some other law?
No, I think Arkansas did some type of weird ass law based
Oh,
around that. I think it was Arkansas.
let me look it up.
Because they just passed some weird ass other law. Maybe it was Alabama, but I'm pretty sure it was Arkansas.
Because Trump is trying to expand access to IVF. He's for it.
Well, I know
He
Trump is,
wants
but
those
I
women
feel like
fertilized. That's what he was talking about today. He called himself the fertilization president, which is appropriate for the grab by the pussy candidate. Let's get these heifers
Look,
fertilized.
if I lose service, I'll be back. I just gotta run this pizza.
Okay, I'll try to wait.
So I'm
Not laws. I'm fact
not
checking
actually
all your
disappearing.
bullshit because you troll
I mean,
sometimes, but
wait.
I fall for it. Well, what I'm seeing, not laws, is not veterans, but trans suicide hotlines. Trump admin is reviewing a suicide hotlines that connects minors with adult trans activists. That activist word is very important. I don't see anything about a veterans line. I see that some of the employees are going to be permitted to work remotely. I don't know if I tell this story. I called the suicide hotline. Hey, trackable. Um, when I was in college, I was like in my 20s in Louisiana. I called it, and this black lady answered, this black girl. And I said, "Hi, I'm feeling suicidal, and I'm feeling like I want to commit suicide." And I swear to God, she says, "What you want me to do about it?" That was her response. And I was so shocked. I was like so shocked that this was the suicide hotline and this was their response that it like shocked me out of my suicidality. I'm like, oh my God, I need to leave these people alone. This is messed up. And I hung up the phone and I didn't feel like commit suicide after that because I was so shocked that she said that. That was my one and only experience with the suicide hotline. And I think I was doing it. I don't even know if I was feeling suicidal. I think I was doing it. I don't know why I was doing it. Hey, untrackable. What's up? Track.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Nothing. Leggy's getting a pizza, which is making me very hungry. And now he's off doing. We're running errands with Leggy.
Oh,
He's
okay.
visiting all his people around town as he makes his little stops.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the hotline stuff.
Well, Notlaws is claiming that that Doge is going to cancel the veteran suicide prevention hotlines, and I couldn't find a thing about it in the news. So,
Well, I'd take an issue with having a prevention hotline in the first place. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be there, but if it's going to be a national, level hotline, um, it should just be suicide prevention. It shouldn't be specific, in my opinion.
oh, I see what you're saying. Um, I wonder if it's because it's
A lot
like it's peer
are
support.
still
Like it's easier for other veterans to talk to veterans because they have a shared background or something. So they want to target people that fit with the type of people that they're trying to prevent. Just like trans people might be better at helping other trans people with suicide or with preventing suicide.
I
Because you need
mean,
someone that can relate to the background that might be influencing why you're suicidal in the first place.
well, I mean, to put it into perspective, like I guess I was thinking in my mind was like, next thing you know, you have I don't have a job and I can't support myself or I can't support my family suicide hotline. And you're going to be talking to somebody who's being paid by the government to stop you from killing yourself, but they're not going to help you get a job. They're just going to try to talk you down from this moment that you're having where you might think of that as an option. You know what I mean?
Instead of a general, like what? Because I used to work at uh, something similar. It wasn't specifically suicide, but it was a mental health hotline, and sometimes we got calls like that. Um, we were kind of general, like anybody could call. It wasn't geared toward any specific population, but I know that a lot of autistic people ended up calling, and I would end up with those calls because I was the one best matched to like the other staff. Not all of them could relate to that particular type of people, so they were limited in how helpful they could be. And if they got me, I was able to be way more helpful than somebody that wasn't autistic because I could understand and relate more to what they were going through or their experiences. So if you had a
Yeah.
general one, you'd
that
have
makes
to have
sense.
a diversity of different backgrounds on staff in case a veteran called and wanted to talk specifically to somebody else in the military, like with a military background, you'd have someone there that could relate to that person.
I mean, it's a good thing to have.
And not laws. It looks like they're in this when they fired some of the employees. They said at least two crisis line employees who were also fired along with that.
Really.
That doesn't say they're getting rid of the veterans crisis line. It said that two of the employees were fired as part of this general firing that they're doing at the veterans department. So it's a little misleading. They were
Well,
probationary workers.
yeah.
But
Probational workers. I mean,
Or
they were
maybe,
low
let's see.
man
They
on the
they were
totem pole.
firing probationary workers. I'm not sure if these two people were part of that
Look,
specific
it's
set.
like anything else. It doesn't matter how skilled you are or how valuable you are. If you're the low man on the totem pole and they do fucking cuts, your ass is cut. That's just the way it is.
You have to be low. Anybody's expendable. I've seen CEOs get cut.
Yeah, but they're not usually well liked.
Nobody's immune. That's why, like, nobody should ever think their job is secure.
I understand that. I've been doing my job for the same company for almost 10 years. And
Oh, you cutting out a little bit. Yeah, you're breaking up.
I thought it was on my end.
No, I think it's his. It's like staccato. Who's Lottie Pants?
Oh, it's fucking. Who the fuck said that? It's fucking
Oh,
Pink
is that
Alberto
you?
over here.
What?
Oh my
It's
fucking word! Fucking kick that motherfucker!
what?
That fucking obnoxious,
You.
stupid motherfucker!
What's going
hey,
on with you and IG? Are y'all rivaling?
I've never met somebody that fucking comes up with fucking like half shit and like fucking goes on and on and on and on and on and you just can't get a word in.
Oh,
It's just
Nutless. That's his name for not lies. I see. I've
oh
never
yeah.
noticed that about IG.
Uh, who
it's
IG
already,
Yeah.
or Pink Bo? Is it IG saying it or Pink Boberto?
No, Birdo's not here.
Oh, oh, then
It's
IG.
IG.
Oh, I
IG and
thought you
not
were
laws are
talking about
going at it.
Berto.
I thought he meant. I thought it was you.
No, no, IG. It is me, but IG's doing it as a reference to Berto, because Berto started calling
Oh,
me Lottie Pants, whatever the fuck that meant. So then I thought it was a made-up term, because the term he was like it's a person that that isn't sure who they are,
Lottie
or
Pants.
I don't
What
know
an
what the fuck.
insult.
And he turned around and he goes, Lottie Pants. I looked it up. It's some ghetto slang for somebody that's confused. I'm like, Berto, you're on a mission. You're the
Oh
only one
wow,
confused
that crosses the
about who they are.
line.
So, anyways.
hey, can I do a audio check? Can you
Yeah. Oh, much better. I think. Talk a little bit more.
I know, sing the alphabet.
hear? Yeah. A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
You're good. You're good. You
H
make it to
I
Hollywood,
J.
buddy.
But you can't stop
I
in the
just hit the
middle.
golden buzzer
That's gonna
for you.
fuck with us. L M N O P Q R S
R,
T
S,
U
T,
V
Z,
W X Y and Z. I got
W,
the tune off
X,
somewhere.
I, and Z. Next
That's
time.
now we know our ABCs. Something, something. You and me.
Next time, won't you sing with me? Yeah. I forgot a whole sentence. Thank you for filling it in.
I don't think I've had to sing it since I was a kid. And we learned our French letters too, and we had to do the French version of the song too.
Can you
No, but
still
I
do
think
the
what I
French
was going to
version?
say, I think what I was going to say before the audio problem was that this may sound a bit heartless, but people that have an idea and want help will call a line, or they will reach out to somebody. People that don't want help will actually do something, and um, when somebody doesn't reach out, that's when it actually happens. And then so like the distinction of, you know, the definition of their life, what they've been through, um, you know, it's easy to look at a veteran that, you know, lost limbs, you know, maybe had his balls shot off, or watched 100 dudes die right in front of him, maybe that creates an excuse for why they did that. But you will never create an excuse for, oh, they did call this number. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I could just be having a bad day and understand that this is a possibility, and maybe I'm thinking about it. It doesn't mean necessarily that I'm suicidal. It's just that I thought about it, and I'd rather not think about it anymore, so I'm going to call the hotline. So, when somebody actually does it, they look back at their life and say, oh, well, they were like this, they were like that. And, they look for evidence that led up to. Um, I hate it. I don't want anybody to take their life. Um, I want them to live it out to the fullest. However, when somebody makes up their mind, say, hey, it will be their will that is done, and not your hotline that saves them. You know what I mean?
It
Because I
can
could
help
just,
some people that are like in that gray area, but the people that, in my experience, and I've lost people to suicide, the people that really intend to do it or want to do it, you're not even going to know. They're not going to reach out. They're not going to give signs. In fact, they're going to very carefully hide their intention.
Well,
And
Jeff,
one day they're just going to do it.
So I read this article in it, and then somebody said Robin Williams wrote it in his thing, but uh, his note. But they say that this article I was reading was saying people, you got to be aware because people that are depressed and all that, that just before they get ready to do, unalive themselves or whatever, uh, that they're the happiest they've been because they've made up their mind they're going to do it. So therefore, the weight of all the stress has been, you know what I mean? So,
yes, I do.
so somebody that I guess what I'm trying to get at is somebody that's normally always blah and fucking down, and all of a sudden they're out and about, happy and laughing, smiling, constantly more than you ever see them. Then, eh, you definitely should worry.
It's
It's
hard
kind
to
of like
tell.
the idea of, I've been hiding the true me, my feelings, my thoughts, my everything for so long. I've been doing everything for everyone else just to be part of, and I'm tired of faking it. And the only thing that I actually have control over is this right here. Like, I can't, I don't feel comfortable showing you the real me because I'm in fear of rejection, or um, I don't want to tell you what actually happened because I'm tired of talking about it. I don't want I don't want that part of my life to be part of my identity, and just kind of being tired of witnessing horrible things, and or being treated horrible to the point where you have to, lie to everybody about who you are. I'm not saying that's the only way it goes down, but I do think that's a big part of it. And when, if the only thing that you feel like you have control over is your own self, I think that's also what leads to extreme addictive drug abuse, but it also leads to um, an instant solution to people that have the capability at hand. And if you don't have it at hand, but you are considering, like, what would it be like, maybe those are the people that call the hotlines, whereas the people that have it at hand are more likely to, you know participate. And I'm not trying to be heartless here. I'm not trying to be insensitive, because I do think it is a serious subject. And to think that I've never thought what it would be like if I did something. Um,
Not there, but you see the sunset? Look at that. How fucking beautiful that is. Look at that.
Oh my God. And hey, Mike,
The
welcome.
horizon. You can see the horizon, right? You can
So
see it.
that's you're
That's
that
west. That's
yeah.
west right there.
It looks like
That's the sun. Where my finger is, the sun's
like
right
a
there.
nuclear cloud.
And then
and I'll say this, like nature in and of itself, whether it's swimming in the ocean or watching the sunset like that, is one of the things that took my mind away from pain.
So you've experienced that?
To an extent, but it's a different type of. It's not just the bed. Sometimes
Oh,
it's
your
lighter.
microphone's doing that thing again.
Welcome.
Yeah, I think we lost you completely. Damn.
Michael! What's going on, Michael?
What's up?
What's up?
Man? I think a lot of people, there's a lot of truth being spoken right now, and I think, there's different kind of panels or different kind of platforms, things like that. But I think a lot of people come up here just to kind of be themselves and just talk about really life experiences, and I think it's a beautiful thing because, like I said the other night, Jeff, it's free therapy. It's a bunch of friends,
It's not
just
even
talking
therapy,
about.
man.
It's free therapy. It's people just talking about crazy stuff that happened to them. Just hey, let's shoot the shit and just talk about it. Right or wrong, at least we're airing out, what's going on in our lives. And I think it's very therapeutic and helpful to talk to somebody because
Yeah,
most
I
people,
think it can be for people to
yeah.
A, be themselves, and
Mike, can you have a
B, get
TV
things off
on
their
in the
chest, but that's
background?
not
What's
exactly
that?
therapy.
Oh, it's untrackable. I was gonna say, I hear like a sitcom in the background, like Nick at Night type sitcom.
Not ever watched Nick at Night. I don't know what it
Well, Nick
sounds
at Night
like.
plays like old school fucking.
Is it
But the
chirping?
Mhm.
No, I hear it sounds like TV, like in the
Oh.
background.
Yeah, I don't. I don't have any noise. It's silent in my garage.
Well, who the hell? I definitely hear laughing.
Well, let me mute. It might be me. Hang.
No, it's Mike. It has to be Mike because I didn't hear
Oh
it until
yeah,
Mike.
I hear that from Mike all the time. I don't hear it now, but I know what you're talking about.
It's like laughing in the background, like clapping, like an old school sitcom.
Do you have a TV on? Sometimes his audio makes a little noise, but I don't know. I
I'm
don't hear it.
telling you, I hear it in the back, like
Is it
I'll
laughing.
be,
is it where you
yeah,
are? Is
yeah.
it something where you are?
I'll be back. I'll be
No.
back.
Okay. We'll probably be here.
Oh fuck, man, I hate running around.
What do you hate?
I said I hate running around all the time.
I know you're doing a lot of running around tonight.
I know.
What's
I
your
got
next
done.
stop? Getting your wife?
Well, I'm here to see the wife for a second. Tell her that I'm heading to go get the kid.
And then you have to get dinner for you and the wife.
Yeah.
And then is it home after that?
Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay. So what's on your mind?
Nothing. I mean, listening to what you're saying, and I think it's an in-depth conversation. It's funny because the one thing I've noticed is that other channels, the hateful people, are stepping up their game with making fun of us. And if you look at what we're talking about, it's like me, you, Track, people like just talking about positive stuff, and they can't stand that
But I
people
haven't really
actually.
noticed it much except for that one night. The only one
There's a
here is
lot.
IG right now, and he's not really
Yeah.
being that trouble.
He needs to stay in his own lane. He needs to chill because he doesn't want me to go ahead and get him. But
He's
Yeah, that's a very messed up
He's
person.
actually mostly fighting with Not Lost tonight, which I never have a
that
problem
person
with.
follows me to other channels. That person follows me to other channels and talks about my life, puts my kids' names up and stuff like. It's really strange.
Yeah, I've seen him talk
really,
about me before too.
Yeah, really strange. They travel in a pack, and they're very unhappy people.
But tonight there's hardly anyone here right now.
Yeah,
There's 8
well, because they
people
have no one
and
to
nobody's
fight.
chatting.
And what I learned is that you have people that are friends, YouTube friends, and then they fall out because they have no content. They have nothing to talk about. And they start to infight with each other. And the one thing about this channel is me, you, Track, Helena, people that people that come all the time. And like, I'm not excluding you, but people that come all the time, we never badmouth each other. We always listen to each other. We may not agree, but we don't disrespect each other. Does that make
I don't
sense?
ever talk about. I mean, if I am, it's to say something good, because I'll tell y'all to your face. Everything I have to say negative, I say it while y'all are here.
And Jeff, I grind my teeth. You have people up here, that talk massive crap about you, and I don't say anything to you about it. I just leave it alone.
What do you mean? Like when they're like behind my back? You mean?
Yeah, of course.
But it's on other streams, so it's not really behind my back. I could go see
Yeah,
it
but I
if
mean,
I wanted to.
they're making fun of you and joking on you, and then coming up here acting like they're your friend. It's like, just don't come.
You do have me curious, but
yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it behind the scenes. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Track.
I saw something today about narcissism, and it was specifically male narcissism, and it was what it said was that that the narcissism takes over and cares that people are talking about them for social justification. Whereas when I can say what I want to say, whether I'm telling my truth or whether I'm having fun with somebody, another channel can take this and shove it straight up their ass because I'm doing me. I don't go look for people that are talking about me. So please, in that respect, Mike, I would say check yourself, because it can't be so much about people talking about what we're talking about, because it interrupts the conversation of what we're talking about. You understand?
I get you. I dig it. No doubt.
I think I got it.
Yeah, it ties into someone. It ties into just like a life experience. If someone dislikes somebody so much, then just erase them out of your mind, right? You would just be like, I don't like this person. I don't want to think about them. I don't want nothing to do with them. But they double down and they obsess over someone they say that they hate. To me, it's strange. I'm trying to figure it out myself. Go ahead.
I agree. I agree that it's strange that some people create their content off of what other people say, but to obsess about the defense of yourself rather than just being yourself and let them do their own thing, because this is open to the entire world. Anybody can find this channel and like and subscribe and pull up. However, you don't have to go and track down and hear what they say afterwards. That's the social justification aspect of it.
Yeah, I don't. I have no interest in what people.
I guess
sometimes I'll go to other channels and people will just randomly be talking about me, and I'm like, well, that's weird. Why is my name coming up on this random panel? But I don't seek it out.
I think the reason being is people will contact me behind the scenes. Hey man, did you see this? Did you see that? I'm like, and maybe they're the ones.
So they're egging it on.
Yeah, they're drawing me.
You're playing into their game.
But I don't get upset. I just think it's hilarious that people are.
You don't get upset, but you get obsessed because you
not at all.
You're trying to figure it out.
Not at all. But I
Well,
think when
we were just talking about suicide, and you're talking about how people egg you on, talking about you, talking about Jeff. You know, if they're watching this channel, then they're probably talking about me too. Let them do their thing. They are in a different realm. We are here now, and I'm a willing participant, and so are you.
Gotcha. Well, I'll pull back. So go ahead, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Oh, we lost Leggy. I guess he's with the wife. Oh, not lost. Thank you. See, this is why it's hard to completely dislike you, because you make it difficult to. You have your charm. No, seriously, thank you. Very much. Thank you. And it's Canadian.
Mm. Is it still pounds?
I was about to ask what you call Canadian dollar. Is it the Canadian dollar, or is it called something else?
I'm pretty sure it's the dollar, but
I
it's a
think it is
Canadian
too.
dollar.
Canadian dollar. Because sometimes you'd get the little in your quarters. You'd get every now and then you get a little Canadian quarter mixed
The
in.
craziest thing ever is that when I went last time I went to the Dominican Republic, I didn't know this, but in DR back then, an American dollar was worth like 2.5 of their dollars. You know, American conversion rate. So if you give someone a $20 tip, you're giving them like $40. You know, so people don't realize that other countries, the American dollar is still very strong.
Except the United Arab Nations.
Oh, you're doing your robot again.
Who? Me?
You. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Before I come out, I want to say this before I come out. Alright, that dollar is like $248 is like, right? So for one of their dollars is $248 US dollars.
I can't wait for you to go back and watch this. You sound hilarious. Like people do when they take helium. Yeah, it says Leggy's being electrocuted.
But it's just funny because you're growing. Jeff, you're growing and growing and growing. You're gonna get a lot of negativity coming your way, but keep continuing forward, man. Just keep going
I've had that my
towards
whole
that
life.
goal.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, just keep going
It's never
towards it.
stopped me.
Good.
All right, let's see if we got him back. Are you back?
How is it now?
Ah, it's even worse.
It's worse?
Yes.
How can it get worse? Hold on.
Hey, touch the button settings.
That might have fixed. Talk a little bit.
Is it roboting now?
No, now we have Leggy back.
Okay.
Robot Leggy is quite something. What are you and the wife having for dinner? Did we find out yet?
She told me whatever the fuck I pick up.
Oh, okay. Well, what is that going to be?
Well, I mean,
because you have to compete with that.
Once she said that, I go,
chicken
well,
ranch bacon pizza.
Well, no. She said whatever you want to get, or whatever you want, or whatever. And I go, well, I just want. How about you? I go, well, how about you come sit on my face? She's like, smart ass. All right, I'll be back. I gotta get Paul. Hold on, I'll be back.
Why do I do this to me?
Yeah. My ex, my ex would never like to cook a lot. She'd like to come home and just relax. But the kids would love to jump in and learn how to cook. So all my kids are really good cooks because we all cook together. We would make a meal together, and it's really cool. And my son is a hell of a cook. My son's fiance said, you raised a good man. He was a really good cook. I'm like, hey, it is what it is.
It's a skill.
Yeah.
Not everyone has it.
I made fried fish tonight. I had sway. I made fried fish. We did baked potatoes and vegetables. Something simple and quick, but it was really good.
We've been talking about food all day, and it just has me so hungry.
I love the flakiness of fish. Like we make chicken cutlets all the time. Chicken cutlets are more heavy. But like the flakiness of the fish, if you have like really good fish fillets and you bread them lightly and you fry them, so good. It's good stuff. And fish is very good for you. It's very good for you. Brain food, right? Don't they say fish is brain food?
Something like that. Omega-3s.
Yeah,
And
it's antler
iodine.
food. That your antlers will grab the fillet out of my hand. Is yeah, but but yeah, no, it's great, you know. It is what it is. You know, I contemplated, you know, leaving for a while again, just like stepping away for a while. But it's like, if you do that, then you're giving the people that want you to leave the ammunition.
We're back on the people.
No, the people as in negativity. People
I
want you to
know,
go
but
away.
we're that's what track is saying, I believe. It keeps defaulting to that topic.
Sure.
For instance, I can say that I enjoy talking to people that I don't see all the time. I enjoy the topic change because, you know, I'm a married man and I'm a father at home.
Exactly.
So everything seems to kind of become automatic over a while. And yes, I can open the same topics with my wife, but marriage isn't.
Oh, track. The thing's doing it again. The audio.
Telling you, it's gonna be like a YouTube
You think it is? Because
fuck
you
up.
were roboting earlier and track's fading out and he never has audio issues. Um I got some of the stuff I asked for. The DEI and the free speech stuff, but he's doing some kind of crazy shit lately too. It's mixed. I'm still happier than I think I would have been with the other one. So, I never did expect to be overjoyed with Trump, but I'm not regretting my vote. I am. I got something in return for my vote so far that I'm happy about. But Trump's always been a manage your expectations candidate with me. Why are melons lonely? Because
Watermelons
they
are lonely.
can't elope.
I was going to say because there's always cleavage that separates them.
Oh, I got it right. Oh, I think your mic is still fritzing out.
Fritz.
Well, I'll head down and
No,
see if
now
I
you're
can.
back. We heard that part. I wanted
Well,
to hear your.
anyways, Michael, what have you been up to, sir? What have you been up to?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm good though. Like I said, I'm gonna stop talking because, like I said, I'm talking too much.
You don't have to stop talking, but
Yeah.
just
I just asked what's new with you.
it keeps
okay.
it keeps going onto the YouTube drama, and none of us
Sure.
care about that at all. It
No
doesn't
problem.
even affect us.
No problem at all.
Mike, I just want to know. I'm seriously asking how you been. Like,
Good.
no
Good.
bullshit.
Thank you for asking. I'm glad that you're
But
asking.
I don't
Great.
want you to stop talking completely. I like
I'm just listening. I'm just
what you
listening.
have to say.
See, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. So if
No,
I
you're
talk
not
too
damned
much,
at all.
then there's a problem. But if I don't talk, there's a problem. So it's kind of a conundrum, isn't it? Yeah.
If you hear anything that sparks a response in you,
That's
jump
it.
in and share.
Sure.
But everything tends to go back to what's going on YouTube.
Is it okay that I call you Michael? Is it okay? I should have asked you first. Is Michael an acceptable thing to call you?
Right. You gentlemen keep going. I'm here to listen. Go ahead, please.
All right. Well, if it can keep going, I think
Yeah.
Who can't
Track,
keep going?
are you here?
What? Untrackable's here. Ain't he?
Well, his audio is fading out.
No.
I mean, can you hear me?
Yes, so far.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think what I was getting at is that, you know, whether it's work or your home life, it becomes redundant. It doesn't mean that love is lost, and it doesn't mean that your purpose is lost. You know, I don't need the outside world controlling my inside. So when my wife and I talk, when I deal with a child, it's inside world stuff, and nobody gets a say. It's only us.
It's cutting out again.
It's only us.
And I really want to hear this. It sounds like good stuff.
Right?
If I get too loud, do I need to back up?
Um, I don't know. We start when you start talking, we can hear you fine, and then at some point, it's like we get every third word.
Yeah, the government doesn't want you to hear it.
I know this is the good stuff. This was happening last night too with some people. They were about to reveal the conspiracies, and their audio would cut out.
If I talk lower and slower, is it any better?
So far so good, but I don't want to have. Let's see. Maybe there's a setting. Let me try messing with some of the settings on my end. See if that helps.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, so far.
oh boy.
Yeah. So when I want to talk about the outside world, I leave my small space. I leave my family and I go find people to talk to about the outside world. Opinionated type stuff. I don't. I'm not trying to win because I already feel like I'm winning within my team. I feel like I have the tools, I have the teammates, I have the purpose, I have the process. Um, and it's not just me, it's all of them as well. Um, but when you talk about the outside world, that's when you reach out to, channels and rather than just watching TV and have other people's opinions spewed at you, you can come to places like this, you can come to political places, you can come to comedy places, you can come to hangout places, you can come to like Mike says, therapy places, some place where a topic is brought up and you can get out um, what you need to get out in context. I'm not going to argue with you, Jeff. I'm not going to argue with you, Mike. I'm not going to argue with anybody. But whatever the topic is, I may be connected into it somehow to where I get to be heard and it makes me feel good to get it out. You understand?
Yeah, that's well put.
Thank you. Because I do love hearing everybody's sides of things.
Oh, me
I'm,
too. Maybe a little too much. And
They
Mike,
say get the fucking iPhone with the metal case, they say. It'll be a
well now
good
we
thing,
can
they
hear
say.
you.
Not fucking, man,
I spoke too soon.
can't even fucking do anything with it. It fucking, oh, dude, it sucks. The fucking iPhone gets hot and then you can't do shit.
I thought those were like the good phones, the high-end phones.
Dude, I got the one with the fucking metal case on it. Dude, that fucking, no, the fucking titanium case or whatever the fuck it is. Not good, not a good thing.
Proby, quit worrying about Mike. You're trolling now. When are we going on
Mike,
chaotics or
Mike is
panel
around a
hopping?
bunch of fucking women or something, because I can hear him. Well, it's
You
TV,
still hearing
he's
the sitcom?
watching fucking, yeah,
Ooh, Lord, what was that? Um,
Yes, he's watching.
Okay,
Yeah, this vibe is terrible. I mean, I'm not feeling this vibe whatsoever. I'm just
The
not.
leggy
I'm not
vibe,
even joking.
or
Like,
just
I
in general?
seriously hear
It's a
it.
shitty vibe, man. Tonight,
What
Leggy,
vibe?
why do you care
What are you
about
talking about?
I don't know, like why are you hyper focused on me? You here to troll me? I mean, why you?
Leggy didn't say anything
Weird.
to you.
It's just strange.
Who's hyper
Strange.
focused?
Leggy didn't say anything
Like,
about.
I'm not cursing. I'm not cursing, bro. You don't have to curse to communicate.
I hear fucking background fucking noise.
I hear it from you. It's like a chirping or like a frog's croaking.
No, it's like a TV or a radio or something. Like, in the background. Like, dead serious. Oh, hey, look at all the deer. You know the
Yeah,
deer?
but it's me, but your audio sounds like dog shit, but it's me though. But it's all me.
It's not you.
Look, I'm not saying my audio is great. What I'm saying is
All right, I'm getting over Jeff. I'm getting over this. I really am. Leggy, move on to something else.
What the fuck is Mike's issue?
Move on to something
else.
else.
What is Mike's issue? Like, I'm being honest. Like, I seriously hear like a TV in the background.
I know, but
like,
nobody else hears
like,
it. Like none of us hear the sitcom thing.
Well, I don't know if it's a sitcom. I just know it's TV or a radio.
What are we talking about, Leggy? Why are you talking about this driving 100 miles an hour down on the back road? Why are you focusing on a sitcom in my background?
100 miles per hour.
What's the issue? What's the issue, dude? Look.
I'm doing 20
Why are you
miles
so
per hour.
Leggy? Why are you so triggered? Why are you so triggered right now? You want me to troll you, Leggy? I'll troll you. It's up to you. Totally up to you.
Hang on, we got somebody in the back. Fat Josh. Does anybody know Fat Josh?
I've heard of the name.
Fat Josh, you need to flash your camera so I could see if you're a real person, and then put your channel in the back.
Yeah, so no camera, don't let him up, Jeff. Fat Josh is a troll account from Frauder Troll who likes to fuck channels up. So just be careful. Okay. It may not be him, but yeah. Because I call him Fat Josh because he's real fat.
I've heard the name, but I don't know the person. So.
Well, no, it's not. It's not on my end, Fat Josh. So just
if they cam up, if they cam up, let them up. If they cam up, Jeff. If they cam up,
cammed yet.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe T-ball. It could be, but I still need to see a human, so I'll know they're not a troll.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean they're not a troll, though, Jeff.
Well, we got some impersonators there. No, Fat Josh, it does. Sometimes it does, but it's not on yours. I don't know why. I don't know what determines whether it does or not. Okay, that sounds good. No, untrackable. You're not. Believe me, you are not. I'm y'all know I'm very bad at vibes, so I don't get the vibe thing. I understand that the vibe is off in general.
Well, I don't know.
I can't troubleshoot what's happening or why.
Jeff, I don't even know what the fuck's happening.
Well, then that makes two of us. But all right, let's see. We got Untrackable's back. Leggy's lost in the woods. All right. No, it's still not authenticating. Just flash your camera and wave so I could see that you're a person. And then, do you have a channel? Is it called Fat Josh? Well, when I do the authentication required thing, frauded or troll. Oh, you've been up here before. Yeah, you've been here before. Is Fat Josh frauded or troll? Can somebody verify?
No, I can't.
And you can't be coming here to troll, by the way. All right, I'll do the overlay thing.
Yeah, it's
all right,
me.
Fat Josh.
Yeah, it's me. Don't worry. I'm not here to porn bomb or anything.
Okay. What's up? What's on your mind?
Oh, not much. You know, I'm making dinner soon. Just came to hang out.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Haven't talked to you guys in a while. Haven't seen good old Mike in a while. How's it going, Mike?
Great. Give me 1 second.
Hi.
Don't ask him that. He might think you're trolling.
Yeah, you can't. I hope you're not here to troll Mike.
No, I literally just came up on the panel.
Okay. Because
yeah.
you seem to go right for Mike.
Well, it's because I know him. I've never met Leggy or Untrackable, and
Oh,
I mean,
okay. You don't know Leggy?
I've seen him on panels, but we've never interacted. So
Yes,
nice to meet
as
you.
I said, I know the name, but I've never met the fella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on in your world? Oh, Ladybug seems to know you.
Yeah, I mean, I've been working. You know, I'm dropping videos left and right. I made one on Johnny Somali a few hours ago. It's doing pretty
Who's
good.
Johnny Somali?
Oh, he's a nuisance streamer in South Korea, and he
What's
got
a
arrested.
nuisance stream? Oh, is he the one that goes around like harassing people in public?
Yeah, that's exactly him.
Y'all, when I was at my training for this new job, they had a section on social media content creators that might show up at the business with their cell cameras and try to create content and what to do about them when they show
that's
up.
a
That was a
frauditor.
whole section of the training now.
That's a frauditor. Yeah, that's different. Similar but different.
What's a frauditor? Is that what you do?
Yeah. I mean, Mike's familiar with it. He used to be a good fan of my channel. He came up on a
Yeah, please stop talking about me. This is not about me. Stop talking about me.
Well, I mean,
go ahead. It's not about me. You're here to talk to Jeff, not
about
me. You're here to talk to Jeff, not me.
Well, I thought we're having a group conversation. I was just saying you have some insight.
I wasn't engaging you. I wasn't talking to you.
Mike, you're coming out a little bit hostile. Like,
well,
seriously.
just reset and.
All right,
not at all.
Mike,
okay,
Mike doesn't want to be involved in the conversation.
That's fine.
Not at all.
That's fine.
Not at all. But go ahead. Go talk to Jeff. Get to know the panel. Get to know.
Yeah, because I don't know what a frauditor is exactly.
Yeah. So frauditors are like basically the people you were warned about. So they go into buildings. They're trying to make content.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll case banks, or they'll go to. They try to like go in like public buildings, but then they do stuff that they're not allowed to do. So I call them out on my channel, and some of them, they're just watching cops and make sure, cop watching. I don't know if you're familiar with that term. I don't really have an issue with that as long as they're not intruding on investigations. But the frauditors themselves, they're scumbags in my opinion. That's for that.
So they're like in bad faith when they're out
Oh yeah,
with the
100%.
I'm looking at your channel now. I'm gonna watch some of these later. Frauditor tries to barge into building. Frauditor pepper sprayed in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, my wife dropped that one. It did very well. She dropped it yesterday. It got quite a few views. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think they're scumbags, and I use my free speech.
How long you been doing this?
3 years now.
Oh wow, that's that's a lot of years.
Yeah, it pays the bills, and it's fun. It's fun.
Oh, you make money doing it?
Well, yeah, of course.
Oh, 66 subs! Wow, dude. I mean, 66K.
Yeah, I mean,
almost 2,000 videos.
Yeah, it's a full-time job, and that's actually one of my smaller channels. I have some bigger ones too, and yeah,
bigger than this one.
Yeah.
Well, okay. What is your? Give us some tip. I'm trying to make this a full-time career.
Well, I mean, live streams are good, but your live streams where you have certain people that do better, that's great. But you also want to pump out videos like that. That's how I started.
Like not panels, but actual content.
Yeah. Just don't even turn on a live stream. Just turn on the camera and find a topic to talk about. Make a video, no other guests, and and it'll have a better chance of climbing.
Like just monologue? Because I do those, but I do them at the beginning of my live stream. So just do separate monologues on a topic without panel afterwards.
Exactly. Yeah. And one thing that I've noticed, and that might apply to you, Jeff, is that when you harness a certain audience, then it's hard to pivot into something else. So, for example, that why I've watched your channel. I've watched your channel because Mr. in red over there, is entertaining when the gentleman with the hat is on and has conversations and such. But then if you talk about mental health, some people might not be interested in any of that. So it's important to split channels. And I know it sounds stupid to make a second channel, but that's why I have like 10 of them. They all have different topics. And that's why it works. Because, like, for example, when I talk about a frauditor, they might find that interesting, but they're not interested in body cams. Now, the body cam people might not be interested in frauditors. So, for example, for you, the people that are in here for mental health might not be interested in what Mike does, but people that want to watch Mike might not be interested in mental health.
Why do you keep talking about me? Jeff already said stop talking about me, so why don't you talk
I'm
to Jeff?
talking about his channel.
You're only here, bro, Josh, you're only here for me. It's the only reason you're here. You don't give a shit about Jeff. You don't care about Track. You don't care about Leggy. You're here for me and me only.
Even if that's true, even if he's here for what you say, I'm still getting a lot of
he wants me to come to his garbage
information.
Channel. That's what he wants. Josh,
I still want to hear what he
Josh,
has
I don't
to
fuck
say,
with you.
he has
So
a
you
lot
do
of
your thing with
experience
Jeff.
growing
Go ahead.
channels.
You keep dropping my name, Josh.
Mike,
don't
you are extremely obese.
Seriously, Mike, is everything okay in your personal life? If you need someone to talk to, Mike, I will put my personal phone number in the back chat so you can reach out if you need. Seriously, no joking, no. You really seem very, very hostile tonight. You got something on your mind and you're trying to get it off your chest.
You as well, and I can start splitting up the panelists.
Yeah,
so
I'm
next
not.
time you're on, we can just have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make drama. I was talking to Jeff and Mike. It's not about you. I'm sorry, you're making it about yourself.
You do keep saying his name though.
I think
he's just sitting there until you say his name.
Dropping my name. And Leggy, deal with your woman. Don't talk about me, Leggy. Deal with your pending divorce. Don't talk about me.
What are you
There's
talking
no pending
about,
divorce. Oh my God.
See,
no.
Why? I come across trying to be nice, and then he goes trying to be a dickhead. What the fuck, Mike? Seriously. At least I'm fucking married.
All right, I want to get back to Frauditor because he was giving some very practical wisdom on being successful on YouTube, and that can help a lot of people.
Yeah,
that's
I
a good topic
that.
for
I was
many of the
enjoying
viewers
it.
out there.
And I wasn't.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to talk to him. It's just that it's relevant to your channel because on your channel,
pick a different example.
Use my name as something.
Yeah, just use Leggy.
Yeah, hypothetical. Let's say, for you have mental health. That's one of the topics. And what if one of the other topics was carpet restoration? So you want to split them up.
That's so hard for me to do because I never know. This channel's a hodgepodge, and I never know at any given moment what's going to show up, and so they're all jumbled together in one big gumbo.
Yeah. So that's the chaos. That's the discussions, the open panels. I'm just saying, if you want to make a living out on YouTube, it might be too broad. It might be too wide. So, for example, I started the frauditors stuff. It was laser focused, just frauditors. And then I realized, let me show a Karen video. And then the Karen video, it didn't.
Wait, you have a Karen channel? I love those.
Yes, I have a Karen channel.
Can you drop it in the back?
Yeah, it's Josh Prime is the Karens on body cam.
That's one of my favorite genres.
Yeah, so those are on body cams, and then unfiltered is just random mishmash of Karens. But for example, back to my example. So if you, let's say just out of nowhere, just a random example, someone has they do carpet cleaning. So, and then they do open panels. So you would separate the two. Like one channel, you focus on the carpet
So I ran
cleaning.
a carpet cleaning company.
It's
for
not
a long time.
about
So
you,
it's
Mike. Mike, it's not about you. It's
one more jab at me, Josh. Right, Fat Josh. Right?
Why?
That's what a good
Jeff,
troll would
Jeff,
do too.
I know you want to grow your channel. This is not the way to do it. But
Dude,
go ahead,
why
Fat
are you
Josh.
making it about
keep
you?
Your
I
little,
did not say
keep
your
little
name.
jabs.
Yeah,
Leggy, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead, Fat Josh.
I didn't say anything. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. I didn't say a fucking word. He was talking. So
Hang
what
on,
the fuck is your issue, Mike?
Frauditor,
Like,
real quick.
seriously,
Here's
go
my
fuck
question.
yourself. Don't
Hang
lie
on,
that
Leggy.
fucking bedpost, you fucker.
Let me get back to Frauditor. How hard is it to grow each separate channel? It seemed because it took me forever to get this one. I'm not even at 1,000 yet.
All
so
right,
if I
well,
create separate channels, I'm gonna have to grow each one all over again. How hard
so
is...
what I would say is forget the live streams for a couple weeks. Focus on one. Have an idea. I mean, you're asking me a question. I'm telling you the answer. So, like, I can, if I live stream right now on Frauditor Troll, I'll get 800 people. 800 every single time. 800. Sometimes it goes up to 2,000. But I live stream like once a month because it's not very useful to grow the channel. So, but your channel is completely different, right? This is what you do. So the live streams is what you do. So if I were you, I would, if you want to talk, like, let's say it's mental health, you make a second channel, start from scratch. You can tell people from this channel to go to the other one and like cross promote that way, and then make videos.
I got a question.
And it wouldn't be panels. It would just be me doing different topics.
Yeah.
If he talked.
Oh, I can't hear you well. Your audio is
because
pretty...
you got to think about an attention span. How long does somebody really want to sit there and watch it? You know what I mean? Something.
Yeah,
so
8 to 15 minutes is pretty
so
good.
just short video. I don't have to do big 2-hour videos.
No. 8 to 15 minutes is good. Like you know, I've made
occasional 20 to a half hours.
Yeah. Like I dropped a video on Somali like not too long ago. Let's see, an hour and 21 minutes ago, and it has 25,000 views. And that one was 20 minutes. So, and yeah, it depends on the topic too. So if you want to go into politics, it'll be really, really popping if you find the right angle. Depends on what side you're on, but that's a good topic. But yeah,
okay,
the audio is
this is helpful. I'm turning it all over in my head.
Yeah,
usually I just do a separate playlist.
Yeah. Take notes.
Leggy, they're suggesting maybe if you drop off and come back, it might reset your audio. Yeah, Shift. I shared the Frauditor Troll, and I just subbed to the Josh Prime because of the Karen, so I'll share that one too.
Yeah. You know, I actually made a video on my other channel, Josh Prime Unfiltered. Here, I'll send you the link. Hold on.
Okay.
I think you would find this one incredible. Just a second. Here, you guys talk for a second. I want to show you this video. Made it a while ago. So it might take
hey, Mr. B.
Okay, so this video was called "This Incel Streamer is Threatening to Murder Me." And it was a real story. It's pretty insane. I just dropped the link.
Okay. So you have a second Josh Prime channel?
Yeah, Unfiltered. Yeah. So this one, it was about this guy. So we got into it on a panel, and then he threatened to murder me. It was about eating boogers because I called him out, and he went nuts. It was crazy.
Okay, you're you're trolling. I'm gonna drop you. But thank you for the insight.
Yeah, thank you for the conversation
right now. I just looked at the video, and it's about him. So
yeah,
I see what you're doing.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Take care, Josh. Yeah, Mike, you weren't wrong.
Hey, Jeff, I'm back. And like I said, I sat back, I chilled out. I did a couple little responses, but That guy right there is a bad person.
I think you handled it
So you
well,
know.
and you did warn me. And he
Yeah.
he kept stringing me along with tips and information, which I'm gonna absorb as much of as I can. I'm always looking for
And
that kind of stuff, but
a
not at
lot
your
of his
expense.
videos, a lot of his videos are altered. They'll cut and they'll paste like what happened.
He was
And
trolling all
yeah.
of us, really, because he was trying to
Oh
get
yeah.
me to watch the video.
No doubt. No
All right,
doubt.
let's look what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee and reset. So if y'all can chat for just a few minutes, then we can come back and start a completely different
Sure.
page.
Of course. I'm not upset whatsoever, Jeff. I'm completely
I'm not
calm and
either.
collect.
I'm
I do
I'm
little
on your side.
spurts.
I'm on your
Yeah.
side.
Gotcha.
You heading out, track? Okay.
No, I was
Oh.
gonna hang out if
Oh
you're gonna.
yeah. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna go just
Yeah, track.
refresh,
Let's
pee,
talk. Let's
grab
talk,
some
track.
coffee.
Let's talk.
Yeah, y'all talk for a second, and we'll be back. I'll be back.
You know, and what you said, I think makes a lot of sense. And it's funny because Untrackable, if you've watched me on other panels, other craziness, I actually do respect you. And I'm telling you, and I listen to you. When you talk, I listen. I don't ever take offense to what you're saying because you speak a lot of knowledge. I may not always agree with some of the things you say, but I see that there's a basis for why you think that way. So I give respect to that and kudos to that. You know, but I'm trying to kind of formulate my own self. But YouTube, and I have to say this in defense for myself, Untrackable. You don't get a tenth of the crap I get. You just saw it firsthand. Me getting crapped on by a guy trying to be slick, acting like he's cool with Jeff, that he's got
Pump
one
the
of his
brakes.
friends. Go ahead.
Yeah, pump the brakes for a second.
Yeah.
And you understand why I said that comment about business
Yes.
means more than feelings. And somebody just described how they take other people's clips and make videos in commentary. He said, "Don't do lives.
Yeah.
Either
Yeah.
you create your own video and you give zero shits about what anybody says about it, but you put it out there, or you watch somebody else's video and you clip it and you cut it up and you have multiple channels. So you have your live channel where you get an opportunity to talk to the host. But I've seen this over and over and over again with many people.
And you're
It
right. In actuality, you're teaching me a lot of stuff about how this stuff works, like the psychology of these people as in content creators that try to use you for their own content. And I went into this blind like a babe in the woods.
Pardon me, Mike, but you become part of these people if you're not putting out stuff to contradict on your own, then you are a willing participant that shows up to these many places and gets talked about. And they are the ones that are clipping and cutting and saying Mike, 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 Mike. You understand what I'm saying? They are content creators. They are not panel participants that will come up and share the real truth of their own lives to be created into content. If I did not come up here and tell my truth as you would possibly believe it, considering I've shown so much, um, would I be worth the content to say that this dude come up here and he said this, go fuck yourself? Or is this dude a clown? Or is this dude just talking shit? I mean, I've done it all. Even within a year, I have talked mad shit to somebody. If they want to, if that's the game they want to play, I will do that for them. For a guest on somebody else's channel, and then they are now welcome to clip it and cut it and turn it into content. And they can create different styles of the interactions that they deal with. And then they will have their live channel where they welcome people up, like you and me. Whereas if you only have one path that you're going down, then hopefully you wind up becoming the most popular dude in town. But that's just not how it works out here in these streets. And that's why I made that comment: business versus feelings. Because, when I show up to the channels that I show up to, I'm not running a YouTube business. I don't run my channel. I show up to where I feel welcome and I participate. So, Jeff, if you want to say, hey, we're talking about politics today, we're talking about mental health today, we're talking about random shit today, or create shorts, that's a big part of YouTube. And you can take somebody's 30-second clip and you could make an amazing clip out of it. That means something if you're trying to make YouTube a business. But I have a job. I show up here when I'm available. This is not my life. This is when I'm available to show up. For as the host, if you want to be a YouTube paid performer or host, you will welcome damn near anybody, because you could clip it and turn it into 10 other channels. Like, hey, this person was crazy like this. This person was crazy like that. Oh, hey, this person spit some knowledge. Oh, hey, this person spit some religion. Oh, this person did this, that, or the other. That's what his explanation was. But there's a difference between business and feelings. And when I come up here, I'm just so happy to talk to people. So you can clip this, you can turn it into something. I don't care. I'm not scared. And I don't care what the comments say, because I don't read them. I give zero shits. I'm honest with myself. And, okay, I'm drinking beer and smoking cigarettes and I'm worthless and all this stuff. Y'all don't know where I live. Y'all don't know about the hardships that I've gone through unless I tell you. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with my perspective, and I'm okay with my perspective being exploited if you so choose to take people's perspectives and exploit them. I really am. You understand what I'm saying?
I think Untrackable
Yes,
just won the
sir, I
panelverse
do.
today.
I'm okay with it. And I lead with love, and I'm not the one saying your name. I'm not the one saying anybody else's name. But when I hear a topic and I have a perspective on it, I do my best to share it. And even just speaking my mind according to the topic. Man, I get called so many names, and I give zero fucks. Because the worst way to argue is to not have a perspective, and that is to attack the individual. So good luck with your perspective of hating me because I live a certain way or I've done certain things. I'm the one saying my perspective. You're the one, not you personally, but the opposition is the ones that are saying, "Oh, you're like this, you're like that, you're like the other." Well, I was talking about the world and what's going on and how I think about it. You're the one calling me a name because you don't want to share your perspective. And I'm so sorry that people don't do that.
Welcome, Helena.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, what's up?
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Hey, Mike. Hey everyone. No, I was watching, I don't know, I guess the last 45 minutes or so. I got a really great idea for a screenplay. Now, just listen. Just entertain me here. Okay, now somebody mentioned if Leggy got abducted while
Oh,
he was driving, and there was like reverb, and it was like really creepy. It was like an X-file. And it's like, oh yeah, that would be really interesting. Like, you know, alien abduction or something. So the screenplay could be about people streaming, just like we're doing right now. And let's say one of us got abducted, and then we would have to come together and solve the mystery of their abduction.
like on stream?
I think that's
Would it
yeah.
be a streaming like the whole thing would be played out online, or would it have
You
real
could,
life
because people do
components?
that. People do that. They do
You
dramas online.
Clue? You like Clue, huh?
I
Clue.
love That's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, that movie is funny and underrated.
I figured
They
that
have
you would like
a movie, I think
Clueless.
it's called Host, that it was filmed entirely on Zoom. It was like
Uh-huh.
these girls meet on Zoom and they try to do a seance and they summon a spirit, and
Uh-huh.
different things happen to each one of them while they're online, and they have to like figure out how to defeat the spirit, and it all plays out through Zoom.
Right. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and I don't know. It was just like, I don't know, Leggy, you were driving, and it was very David Lynch because in David Lynch movies they show the road, and you had that reverb going on, and it just I don't know. It's like I felt like something was going to happen to you, and some people mentioned it in the chat, and it's like, oh my God, what a great drama this would be if somebody one
Are
of
you
us
still
disappeared.
driving, Leggy?
Hello?
What? What?
Are you still driving?
No, I'm packed, waiting for the wife.
Oh, okay.
Look,
Well,
I was trying to make a joke earlier, like it was trying to be funny. So I hate how people take take what I say and try to twist it around like I have a bad marriage. Yes, my wife can be a bitch sometimes, but you tell me what woman can't be. You know what I mean? like,
probably
like
Helena.
seriously, I just bitch about it. But I try to do it in a human way. Like, Trackable's married. He gets it. You know what I mean? Like, there's sometimes the wife rides your ass because she's trying to, better you, make you a you know what I mean? One of them type deals, or she's riding your ass so you don't slack up and you reach your full potential. And like some people that aren't married don't really understand that concept that, a wife nags, a husband kind of procrastinates, and the wife bitches more. And then the husband, complains to his friends. Well, you guys are my friends, so I complain about my wife to you guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people just fucking are stupid. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what's awesome? You know what I don't hear anymore? Those TV sounds. That's so weird. I wonder what's different.
The
Anyways, moving
sitcom?
Yeah,
on.
Did
thank you.
you hear
And
it
I
too?
have a different theory about what we were actually hearing, but I don't want to
Okay,
bring
well,
this. But I'll bring it
okay.
up on
Oh,
Angel's
gosh.
channel one of these
Oh
days.
Lord, is this gonna spill over to some other drama channel?
Anyway, I think
Luz
it's quite
says she
obvious.
doesn't nag her husband. I never nagged to mine.
I just
Not
wanted to
the
say
husband.
exterior night, exterior road night. Helena, I'm with you on this. Also, I'm somebody and
Yeah.
someone. I'm the only one. That was not me. I was waiting for the light beam to shine down on Leggy and for us
I
all to be
know, me too.
like
Me too.
subpoenaed for our fucking devices and shit. I was preemptively pissed off about it, like moving my nudes around and shit. Like, damn.
Yeah, then you would hear
There's
Lakey
your
like
light.
go, and it's like, Lakey, what
Mm-hmm.
happened? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
yeah, totally serious. Yeah, streaming drama
Yeah. I
potential
was
there.
cleaning out my
Go ahead.
cookies and my caches and all my stuff, and I was unsubbing to Jeff.
No.
getting an alibi ready. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't see it, officer. I don't know anything about it. Like, waiting for the anyway. Anywho, moving on. I was
I
never
was thinking
here.
about you the other day. It's been a while. Welcome back. Oh, she
Oh,
dropped off. She flew in. She swam in to say that.
huh.
So yeah, I think she wants some of the royalties for this film. She was the conceptual
I can't help
director.
it. I'm an X-Files fan, so that really like spoke to me. Yeah, yeah.
And his audio
Yep.
was like he felt like he got sucked into the computer today
Well,
too.
Well,
look. So sometimes when, as I said, the 5G, LTE, and then I've got this, so now it connects to my fucking Bluetooth in my vehicle, and then like half
Oh,
the
so you
time only
talk through
the
your car
audio,
now?
not the mic. So it's all fuck. Yeah, I should never have done that with the Bluetooth.
Oh,
hmm.
so that's what's throwing it off.
I think.
Well, in this hypothetical drama, streaming drama, Leggy, would you mind being the abductee?
Sure, I don't care. Look though, I'm not into no probing though. No probing.
No probing. No,
No
no,
probing. No.
no.
Well, there.
I'm down for probing. So
Well,
Okay,
if I
you're
no.
could
down.
just
Okay.
I,
Thank
I
you.
I could sign up for some probing, maybe, perhaps.
Well, look, not me. I mean, they can poke and prod, but they're not doing no. Yeah,
I've
there's no
been waiting for them to
probes.
come for me. I'm jealous that it's Leggy they're abducting and not me. I've been waiting
Well,
for
I
them
mean,
my
oh
whole
wait, you
life.
got horns again.
You think that's throwing them off?
They're
I'm
they're
just
gonna
saying.
abduct the weird unicorn deer man before the lobster.
I'm
They
confusing
they,
even the aliens.
they
I'm
want to
just
know
saying.
what's up with that creature.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're gonna do what they're gonna do. But if they take you, just be ready for it.
Well,
I could use a
they
good
have to take
abduction.
someone. They have to take someone. So, you know, I don't know. I guess we could vote on it. Uh, uh
Or we could
personally,
just
I'm
all
out.
go out in the woods together and see who
Yeah,
doesn't come
that's what I'm
back.
saying. There's almost a
Well,
found footage feeling to this, like Blair Witch
Like Blair,
or
yeah.
look,
Unfriended.
Blair Witch. All right, so I was a kid when that come out, right? And my dad was like, cause like my dad's from Maryland, so like he played into it, like, oh yeah, this is real, like
Oh, is that where
fucking
it was
with me, right?
filmed?
Well, I
Yeah,
don't know, but I think it was based in Maryland. I think that was
Oh.
the premise
yeah.
of it. So like my dad played into it, like it was actual real thing, right? With me, fucking with me, hardcore. And oh man, that movie freaked me the fuck out when I first watched it as a kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
no
never
doubt.
bought
Now it
into it.
don't.
I never thought it was real.
I was I was 16, I think, when that movie came out, somewhere in that range. Not old enough to get into a rated R movie. So we bought tickets to I guess it was a Disney movie or whatever, and just quote unquote walked into the wrong theater, and and,
What?
and they came and snatched the stuff. They checked our tickets and were like, "You're in the wrong theater. You can either leave or you can go into the right theater." And so we went into the right theater and watched a movie that meant absolutely nothing to us. We chatted the entire time, and then the next weekend, my friend's dad accompanied us to watch the movie, and so we did get to watch it. And yeah, it really did make people throw up with the shaky camera stuff and all
No.
that. But
You you remember Freddy vs. Jason?
Yeah.
All right, so that come out, and me and my buddy wanted to rent it, right? Because you could still rent movies at the time. And my parents had told them no, that I wasn't allowed to rent R-rated movies, right? Man, so we left, and I called mom and dad, and I was like, I want to rent it. No, no, no. So we had my buddy's mother go get it for us, and we watched that movie. Fuck, I can remember that. My parents were so pissed at me.
Was it scary?
No.
Oh. Mike looks
Yeah,
like
it's
he's
kind
ready
of
to get
goofy.
abducted now. That's what we could do.
Mike,
We could all
Yeah,
stream from outdoors, and
Should.
then gradually each one of us gets abducted. So we stage an abduction.
That's it.
I'm gonna
That's
It's
vote
the
like
for one
who's going to get
abduction.
abducted next? The suspense.
A great stream for you, Jeff, is if you want to focus on this, is the structures that are under the pyramids. We talked about this the other day. They're saying there's like all this stuff
no, we're not getting back into
under.
pyramid talk.
No.
That's
Not
the
on
third
Jeff's show.
time this is. I don't know anything about it. Did you hear about it? It's a new story that came out. They
Look.
found
See,
something under the
I've seen
pyramids.
shit like it on shorts on YouTube and all that, but like I feel like it's a bunch of I don't know. I just haven't seen no mainstream shit on it, really.
Sure. Yeah, it's
So
proven. It's all the infrared mapping they do, but it's basically like
I mean, I wouldn't
six.
doubt it.
It's like 6 stories of structures under the pyramids that actually have coils that could be conductors to store energy. So there's a lot of possibilities right now. A lot of
I mean,
possibilities.
I don't
No, no, no. No, it's more
disregard it
important if
because I
Leggy
mean
gets
you.
abducted. That's
I
more
mean, you
important.
think about the Sphinx. I mean, when they found the Sphinx, just the head was sticking out. You know what I mean? And that was
Yeah,
after a fucking sandstorm, I do believe. Even some of the pyramids, I think, when they first found them, they were just like little peaks. You know what I mean?
sure.
So, and they dug. So, I mean, it's one of them things.
Well, people,
Yeah.
if anybody who's never been in the Middle East or things like that, because I've never been, but people have been. I'm not sure if you have, Leggy, but the sandstorms are crazy. They can cover a huge structure with one sandstorm.
Well,
So
I just think
imagine,
about snow. I equate the sandstorms to after you get a fresh powder and then you get a windy fucking day. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Them snow drifts.
Hmm.
A field would be flat, but the road would be filled
All
in.
right.
You know what I mean? It just moves. It just moves and piles up and piles up. So it happens on them flat plains like
Yeah,
that.
it's
Hang
kind
on,
of like
guys. There's somebody in the back named STL. Um, they cammed up, but I can't. I didn't see anything. STL, can you drop your channel in the back so I could see more? And I can't see your face. It looks like you're driving or playing a video game.
But the thing, Leggy, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off, Jeff. But Leggy, you're right. I mean, in the desert or even the ocean, I think there's so much stuff that's hidden within the depths of the deserts and the ocean. There's so much stuff that's
Well,
hidden.
I mean, they say there's some ungodly amount of fucking money, like of lost treasure and shit from all the valuable. Like, how do they put that? With all the cargo and shit that's gone down throughout the years and all these ancient civilizations before modern technology, they say there's fucking an ungodly amount of fucking like money just laying on the ocean bottom
It
throughout
would
the
be in
fucking world.
it would be in the hundreds of trillions of dollars, the amount of
The
gold and
Black Sea.
silver.
A
Yeah,
few
And,
years ago, I think this was like 10 years or so ago, in the Black Sea, Dead Sea, whatever the fuck it is, they found an ancient Roman
Oh,
fucking
he's outdoors too in the dark.
I'm
What's your
sorry.
channel, STL?
I'm
because
sorry, but
remember,
I think the search for the treasure is synonymous with the
Oh
content
yeah,
creation
Big Brick.
because you want to find where people want to go and you want to find the algorithm that will lead them there.
sure, definitely.
Good morning. Good
Gargoyles.
morning.
All right, STL. Good morning. What's up?
What's up? Are we talking about free energy?
Do we have
I don't
to?
know. We got on the
No.
pyramid. We went from alien abductions to pyramids.
Free
No,
energy
man. I
is
have
kind
a
of a
solid
scam.
screenplay. This is solid. I'm telling you. This could be solid drama. I'm telling you.
All right.
Yeah.
Throw it into Chat GPT and let's see what happens.
All
I
right.
mean,
What do we type
there's
in?
many different. I mean, free energy. I guess is
What's free
subjective.
energy to
Ain't it?
you?
Well, I mean, free energy is like if you can harness like the power of water or wind or something like that, solar. But
Okay.
then it still comes at a cost because you got to buy the equipment in order to
Harness
convert
the
that.
power.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Right.
So, but then you got but then like your geothermal shit. I mean, that's
Right.
still free energy, but you're purchasing. You got to yeah, so it's a catch-22 in my opinion on free energy. But since you're up here, what's your
Well, I don't know. You see
definition
these
of it? Then?
YouTube videos where people are hooking up a wire to a light and winding it around a nail. And like, oh, look, free energy with this wire wrapped around a nail. And it's all bullshit. And it gets millions
Yeah, it
and
sounds like
millions of
scientists would have
views.
hit on that by now.
Millions and millions of views of some dude like scamming by making a coil out of a wire and hooking it up to a
So he
light.
didn't
And
even like put it in
there's no
like
power
a
source.
lemon or an orange or a potato or anything.
No.
Do you,
You
do you
know,
do you guys remember that back in the school? Remember the potato light? Like you somehow got a potato to
yes.
make a light bulb come on.
You
You
take
remember
a
that?
Yeah, a
zinc and
battery. You
copper, I
can make a
believe.
battery out of a
Zinc and
potato.
nickel, something like that.
Yeah,
Copper and zinc, I believe.
yeah.
That
You
was
stick it
pretty cool.
into a
That
I
lemon
was
or a
mean, the
potato.
concept of the battery and the coil works,
It's a
but you
chemical
still need
reaction.
like that citrus acid. Yeah, yeah.
The
I
was
mean,
problem
the
right.
is
premise
that one of those
behind it
metals
is
they
right, but you
break
still
down to
need
the
one more
chemical
thing
reaction, so it
to.
doesn't last forever, or it runs out
Yeah,
of
it
acid
does.
inside the fruit or potato.
It's true.
It
Oh
oxidizes
Lord.
or something.
But but as a teen or a youngster, it was pretty cool. It was
It
actually pretty
was.
cool.
I think we
Yeah.
even maybe did it in science class.
Yeah.
It was
There's a
like a
crystal
legitimate
radio. Those
thing.
are kind of fascinating. You ever
Yeah.
mess with
You
one of
guys
those
remember
AM crystal
you
radio?
guys you guys remember making rock candy? Remember making rock
I
candy?
remember eating
Well, the
rock
crystal
candy,
radio, that's kind of free energy in a
and we had
way.
these rock gardens that we would grow. Get this kit.
God, why can't we get back to that way of life? Life was
I
so
don't know.
simple
We
back
should
then.
all grow rock garden. Do they still
It's
even
not
have
going to
them?
happen. We can't go back.
It was so simple. It was chill. You know, like everything was chill.
Magic rocks. That's what they were called.
That's what
Yeah.
every generation says, though.
I don't know.
What
You
was
think
the
this generation's gonna be saying it? They seem
Probably
miserable.
there's going to be like bubble cars and
Bubblegum, like the Jetsons.
yeah.
You remember the story? Remember the story of the guy who became a multimillionaire back in the 80s with the pet rock?
I remember we had a pet rock. People would give them away for Christmas.
A pet
It came in
rock.
a little box.
Dude, I bought my brother a chia pet. Remember the
Oh
chia
Lord,
pets?
they would sell those on
Remember the
TV.
chia
Can
pet.
you believe they had a whole commercial about chia pet? People would go out and buy it. It would say "as seen on TV."
Dude, the
That's
chia
all
pet.
they got to put as seen on TV. You sell millions of it.
The worst thing.
See, they use
It's
the
like
TV as the thing to like give it credibility, right? And it's kind of, if you
Yeah.
think of it that way, that little sticker or logo on the product, it gave it credibility. It's like,
Social
well,
proof.
right? And that same concept is used today on YouTube by the subscriber
STL
count. If you have a
STL
subscriber count high enough, people go, oh, well, this guy must be telling the truth.
STL, me and you had erector sets, right? And like GI Joes, and Jeff had an easy bake oven. Don't lie, Jeff.
Yeah, light
Don't
No,
lie
I
about
did.
it.
I got it from Santa. I begged for it for Christmas. It almost split the family apart. But the ad in the catalog showed a boy and a girl both play with it, so it wasn't a gendered toy.
I love it.
And I had an
I love
erector
it.
set as well, and some Legos, and some Tinker
Legos.
toys, and some Lincoln Logs.
You got
I had
Lincoln
Legos growing
Logs,
up.
Jeff. If it, back in the day, Lincoln Logs were expensive. They were real wood. I mean, they was expensive.
They smelled. I
but-
like the way they smelled too.
But I remember getting Lincoln Logs one time for Christmas. It was the coolest thing. I made a little Lincoln house and stuff.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
had
it was pretty neat.
you can make different types of houses with them, and then they had like expansion sets you could get.
The two coolest gifts I ever got for Christmases or birthdays was I got the GI Joe base. Like it's the base, the little
Ooh.
jail and the gun and everything, like this big
I
old
got
thing.
I got Castle Grayskull. The He-Man.
Oh yeah, we
I
had
think
that.
every kid had that.
That
though.
was cool.
I mean, that was
And I had
everywhere.
the Weeble haunted house.
I got the original metal, the one that was metal Voltron with the 5
Yep,
cats.
I had that too. If you threw that across the room, you'd hurt somebody with that damn thing.
The
That thing
original
weighed
metal
like 50 pounds.
And they made STL. They made a crappy plastic one years later, but
I
like
had the metal one.
original metal
Those things
one.
are, yeah, the die-cast ones. Those things are a weapon.
Can you guys imagine how much these toys are worth to collectors now? Like the amount of money
Those
that they're
stores
worth.
are popping up all over the place. Those like retro toy shops, they're all over the goddamn place now.
I bought my son a Nintendo a few years ago, like the original old school Nintendo, where you have to put like the alcohol on the swab and clean it.
Yeah,
Like,
I was
and it
one of
was
the
like,
OG Nintendo owners.
I think it was $200 to buy a used one. So what I'm trying to say is that these old game systems, these old toys, because we are yearning for our past. We because every time we look at it, we think about the awesome
But I
times.
think every
in our
generation does that
teens.
though. Like if
Yeah.
you look at it, they I want to listen to music I listened to when I grew up.
Yeah.
Oh, I want that. I want the cool car in high school that everybody wanted. You know that every generation goes through that.
Yeah, but ours was better.
There's something about
sucks.
there's something
So
about
do their
video
toys.
games and like toys that we played with. There's some kind of human
Yeah, it's
connection.
nostalgia.
Yeah.
I do
really
remember Silly Putty. Silly Putty had a limited. It was fun for like 10 or 15 minutes, and you're like, "This is all I could do with it." You would put it on newsprint, like the comics, and you would.
It would copy it.
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
copy it, and then you could stretch it a little bit, chew on it, and wrap it around your finger, and then you're like, "What else could I do with this? Nothing."
Mm-hmm. I was getting older, but remember slime? The slime.
Yeah, we love slime.
Ugh.
We had the.
But
It came in a little trash can. We had the slime
But
with
it
the eyeballs
smelled.
and the
But
worms.
it smelled horrible, like stunk. The slime smelled like there was something toxic in that stuff. And was in
Smelled
there
like slime.
rubbing
We had
it on a
glow-in-the-dark
face.
slime.
Now you can make it with borax and what is it? That's the kids making out of now. That borax and I think
Oh, they're making their own slime?
yeah, that's a big
Wow.
thing. They watch it on YouTube or TikTok.
Oh.
It's like I think borax and what the contact solution, for contact lenses. I believe that's what the two chemicals you mix together to make slime.
We should have toy day one day and just bring all our vintage toys out.
Right on. Right
Play
on.
with them.
Yeah, when my son moved, he took. I gave him the Sega Genesis, and I gave him the Nintendo. He took it with him. He still plays them. He has an Xbox, whatever the best Xbox, but he still play. He'll pop in Mike Tyson's Punch Out. He'll pop in Altered Beast and play. The
That's on the
old school
Genesis.
games. Yeah, the Genesis. Yep. But he'll pop in Mike Tyson Punch Out, or he'll pop in Excite Bike. For Nintendo, and it's like that's what we grew up on.
Yeah.
I have no idea what Colt's talking about here. We're talking about toys because
it brings you back
pyramids that I didn't show a video.
It brings you back to a great memory in your life, a great
What
impression.
propaganda are we pushing? Toy propaganda, slime propaganda, silly putty is propaganda. What are you talking about?
Well, Jeff, remember, if we're happy, they hate that we're happy. They hate laughter. They hate anyone being happy.
You're
We have to
saying
be
it in a
fighting.
public comment section. You're not talking to me.
Oh, don't take the people seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is cult of culture. We have a kind of a history. I just have no idea what they're talking about. So
One of the greatest songs, one of my favorite songs ever, "Cult of Personality" by Living Color. You ever heard of the band Living Color?
yeah, I remember. I had their CD.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. It's funny
Colt,
because
we moved off of the free energy topic a long time ago, and we've been talking about toys for the last 10 or 15 minutes. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you're huffing about.
All right, so free
Saying that
energy.
we're
If you want to
doing
get
propaganda and being dismissive. That's what's throwing.
We already talked about free energy.
Yeah, and any topic can be talked about, but it's good to
Yeah, and
talk about
sometimes
anything
the
relevant.
topics move on to other topics.
Okay.
It doesn't mean
Yeah,
we're being
this is a
dismissive.
conversation. We don't have an agenda or a PowerPoint slideshow we have to go through. We're just talking.
You break out that circular thing that you put on a table on the slideshow. It goes. Remember the thing that turns in a circle?
Oh, this carousel? Yeah, they had that in school.
The old school slideshow. Oh, I used to hate that thing. Oh my goodness.
Shiv, they posted the video in the chat for people that are interested. They can click the link and watch it. Is that what they're talking about? That I didn't
That's
call
great.
attention to it?
But
The
I
topic had
don't.
moved on.
Yeah.
But if you want to take that as dismissive and go somewhere else, this is your routine anyway. You do this every single time. You find something to get
Not one of these.
offended about, and then you leave. So
Yeah.
just let me accelerate that process for you. You can go now.
Ooh, Jeff. Ooh, Jeff is being sassy. But I love it. But it's.
I have no idea what this person's what they saw or what they're talking about. Go ahead. Let's get back to toys.
STL sassy. No, I love it. But no, we can jump topics. That's the sign of intelligence when you can keep jumping topics and talk about anything randomly on someone's
I'm going to
mind.
talk about whatever I want on my own show.
Yeah.
So.
I know what I want. I know what I want. But but yeah, it's great.
This is gaslighting, y'all. Anyone that's in relationships with narcissists or abuse, this is gaslighting. This is what they do. They make you think you're doing something wrong or there's something about you that's negative, and I did nothing. I have no idea what this person's talking about. They haven't even been on the channel for months.
Sure. Is there anything on anyone's mind that is really kind of sticking out? Either it be Ukraine or war or like inflation. Is there anything that you're thinking about that you want to talk about? It's good to ask people. Is there anything?
I'm pretty insulated from politics now that I have a real job. I hardly have time to look at it.
Gotcha. You don't get over-invested.
No, not at all. Most of what I get, I pick up from.
There's only so much you can do, though. What are you going to do? What are you as an individual going to do about the Ukraine, for example?
Sure. The only thing you can do is to talk in mass numbers and then vote. But other than that, like I said, STL, we have no voice. We can't do crap about anything that's going on. Like we are peons. We're an ant in an ant farm. The only thing we can do is change it by voting. But remember, voting is not for 3 more years? There's nothing we can do right now. So we're kind of stuck in the reality that we have right now. I personally think everything's going well. I think America's doing better. I think it's actually improving. But that's just my opinion and my opinion only. But it is getting better, I think.
I think the people's morale's lifted for sure.
No doubt. Dude, did you see when Trump went to the NCAA wrestling tournament and the guy, which was the biggest underdog ever, beat like the most popular guy, and he's a lieutenant in the Air Force, and he stood up and he saluted the president? Did you see that?
No,
the president hugged him. Look up NCAA lieutenant saluting the president, and it was crazy. Trump goes to UFC events. He went to the NCAA wrestling championship. It's like people just go crazy when he comes in a room. But no, the guy stood up.
That's what you want in a president, don't you? I mean, wouldn't you want that for a president? Yeah.
That's the king, dude. That's the king ding-a-ling. That's the king. That's the king of America, the most influential.
Before it's like, oh yeah, here's president, whatever. President, I'm not trying to single out a president, but that was, I don't know. That was, you get that, people weren't really happy to see him.
I think Trump is the first president since Kennedy to actually be a full president. Like, in other words, not be manipulated by the powers that be. And Kennedy ended badly. We're not going to go into that, but it ended badly, as we both know.
That almost happened to Trump.
It did. They tried. They tried. You get it? So now you see the narrative to where I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but you see as soon as a president goes against the status quo, they try to K-word him. That's what they try to do. And I love our president. I think Trump's amazing. I voted for him 2 times. He's amazing, amazing man. And do I think he's flawed? Yeah. What man isn't flawed? We're all flawed, gentlemen. But he's a good president, and that's all that matters. I'm voting for his policies, not his social activities.
Yeah.
You know. So that's all. Sorry to go on a rant about that. It's just.
Well, it's okay.
I think some people don't get the right respect they deserve. That guy takes so much flack, and he just keeps rolling and keeps going and doesn't.
It's kind of like a guy like yourself. You know, you take a lot of flack, you just keep going.
That's it. The only difference is he's a billionaire. He doesn't have to do this. He does this out of love for the country, you know. But I think more people need to give credit to, you know, how hard that job is. That's all. Go ahead, gentlemen. Sorry to talk over everybody.
No. I reached my destination. I was just driving. Thanks for keeping company. Let me on the panel. You guys have a good night.
Thanks for the chat.
Right on.
Oh.
I've been on panels with STL before.
He
STL
must
is
have
actually
one of those
super.
cars that eject you out of the seat.
Yeah.
That was quick.
He goes flying out the sunroof. It's like the whole top comes
I'm
off.
here now. Bye.
It's like a James Bond movie. But
that's a good question, Fatty. There's several. I'd have to sample.
Uncle Fatty.
I've enjoyed several flavors.
Listen, Uncle Fatty, you bang hot women on ski slopes, okay? Don't be talking
in the bushes. You told us about it in the snow.
Woof. Oh my goodness.
I'm trying to get Trump on my show, and I need to find a way to hit up Barron Trump because he's the millennial, the generation. What is it, Z by now? That's wired into the internet. So if I can catch Barron's attention, I bet Barron can get his dad on the show. Trump would make a great addition to the Panelverse.
The great thing about Barron is Barron doesn't talk that much publicly.
I'm pretty sure he's a Spurg.
I did yesterday. People that have talked to him have come out and said the kid is extremely intelligent. He's very well spoken, and he's extremely witty and funny. He's like his dad. He's like a witty, funny guy.
Who, Barron?
Yeah, Barron. Barron's like
he hardly talked like the first term. He was just the weird kid in the background.
Sure.
But now he's like coming into his own, and I think taking more of a role.
I think he might be president someday. I really do.
I would
think,
love
you know,
a Spurg president.
20 years ago.
Elon's given us a taste.
Elon could never be president because he has dual citizenship, but he wasn't born here. So he could never be legally, he could never be president. They would have to change that amendment because he was not born in America. To be a president, you have to be born in the United States of America. You have to be. And I believe
that was the whole Obama birth certificate controversy.
Exactly. You got it. And I think I want to say, and I could be wrong, anyone can correct me, I think he was born in Canada. Then they moved to South Africa. I think. Could be wrong. But I know he was not born in America. So he's not allowed to be the president. He could be a senator, I believe, or a congressman or a governor, but I don't think he could be the president.
But you could be the president.
I could.
Or me.
I would do a terrible job, but I could.
I wouldn't want it. That's not a job I even want.
Yeah, my speeches would be like 6 hours just talking about random YouTube shit. Like, no, it's all good. But it's a tough job. It really is.
Hey, Connie, welcome.
Tough job, man. Anybody who makes that office and gets through those years, I give them my respect. Whether you like him or not, it's a tough job. It really is. That's a rough job.
I would want to have a private life. You get no private life at all when you're president. It's constant events you have to be at. You always have to be doing, your whole day is planned.
Well, apparently once you become president, you're never allowed to drive again. Did you ever hear that rumor? You're never allowed to drive your own. Yeah. Look at Jeff.
You mean while you're president?
Even after
in your entire rest of your life.
Because Secret Service has to drive you and guard you 24 hours a day. If you're an ex-president, you're not allowed to. You have a license.
U.S. presidents are not allowed to drive on public roads Due to
That's it.
security protocols enforced by the Secret Service, they can only drive on private property, such as their own
Yes.
estates or golf
Yes.
courses.
So George Bush had this famous video of him picking up Anderson Cooper or somebody else. I can't remember who it was, but he picked him up in a pickup truck, but he was on his own personal land, like his own ranch, his own personal property. So you can drive on personal property, but like you cannot leave and drive. You're not allowed.
Even you're right. Even after they leave office, they can't.
You can't. It's against protocol. And I'll tell you why.
But
Because
protocol is not law, right? It's just
something
like
that you sign. You sign. I guess some kind of statute. I mean, I can tell you this: the Secret Service drivers are trained in Virginia, and it's defensive driving, and it's the most intense. Anybody that drives the beast, as they call it, is one of the most defensive drivers in the world. Like, this is someone who knows how to navigate through all kinds of craziness, attacks and everything.
Here's another thing. There's a whole website of things they can't do. They can't purchase their own laptops, cell phones, tablets,
they can't.
anything. They have to go through the Secret Service that has to get it for them. They cannot receive deliveries.
Yes. And there was a episode on, what was that? It was a YouTube video, but Obama left and went and got Five Guys burgers and fries for all of the staff. But there's a rumor, because I never showed him eating anything. So there's a rumor that it was PR stunt. The president is not allowed to eat anything unless coming from the White House chef, because they have to check every little piece of produce.
But this is like after they leave office. Can they order pizza?
After they leave office, they have private chefs. So it's different after.
They don't need all that.
But in the White House, they're not allowed to go to McDonald's. They're not allowed to, because that food could be poisoned. They could be poisoned food.
Y'all will never see me in the White House. Or the first executive order I'm making when I get elected president is changing that.
They have to test.
So I could get my
back
fries.
in, what was it, France or Italy? Some of the countries they had, I think it might have been even the United Kingdom. A lot of the kings or the monarchs or the queens, they had food testers. So before they would eat, they'd have someone eat some of their food to make sure they don't.
Testers.
Yeah, they don't drop dead after eating the food, because it could be poisoned. Back then it was arsenic. A little bit of arsenic would kill you. It's rat poison. Now it's fentanyl. They put a little fentanyl in your food, and you're gone. You're erased. You're gone. But yeah. You didn't know that, Jeff? Yeah, a president cannot drive. They cannot drive.
No, I did not know that.
Can you imagine, like, winning the highest office in the world and saying, I can't drive anymore?
Freedoms.
That sucks. Totally sucks. But hey, the good news is they get what, $450,000 for the rest of their life, tax free. So that's good news. Yeah. You get great money being an ex-president. You get it for life. But they make millions and millions and millions of dollars on speeches. They go and they do speeches, and they make millions of dollars. Who made the most money?
Now they
I
can
believe
just come on YouTube.
I think it was Bill Clinton that made a fortune in speeching events, like going out and doing speeches. Because Bill Clinton was one of the most popular presidents to ever serve. He was super popular. I voted for him one time. The first time I voted for him, I told you this, I voted for him the first time. And then the second time I did not. But the first time I did. I don't vote.
Yeah, I voted for him both times. And
yeah.
I held my nose to do it the second time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first time around, I was all in. I was like, yes, this guy is awesome.
I voted for Obama both times.
I did not vote for Obama. I did not. And it had a big rift between me and my wife at the time, because she was a huge Democrat. And I'm like, no. She's like, oh, and it created a problem. I'm like a Bush guy. She's like an Obama guy. But, you're allowed to have your opinion. You know, it is what it is.
Sure.
I respect anybody's views and point of views, and everyone has a right to think and vote for who they want to. You know.
I think so too, without
But it also,
harassment.
yes, that's it. Did I tell you the funny story when I went in 2016 when I voted for Trump? Did I tell you the funny story at the voting place? I think I told you this.
Is that the lady that said,
Yeah.
that she asked you if you're a Democrat or Republican, and she made a
She asked
face?
me, "Are you Democrat or Republican?" I said, "Well, does it matter?" And she goes, "Well, I would like to know." I said, "Well, this time I'm gonna vote Republican." She goes, "Are you sure?" And she held the ballot back like she wouldn't give it to me. And who are you gonna vote for? I said, "I'm gonna vote for Trump." And this is a poll worker. I don't have
She's
to
not
tell
supposed
this
to act
lady
that way.
anything. And she goes, "You are?" And
Give
then
me
she
the
just put it.
envelope, lady.
Yeah, she put it on the table and like turned her face at me like it was like this big curse. And then when I went and they did the ballots where you have to put them in the machine, and the guy took my ballot and looked at it. Like you're not supposed to look at who you're voting for. You're a
When we
ballot.
voted in person, you went in this little booth and you closed the curtain
Yeah.
and you pulled these levers.
Yes.
What kind of machine did you vote
No
with?
curtain. There was no curtain. It was just like the little stand where you pick who you want to vote for, and then you have to go to a machine and put it into a machine, right?
What?
But it's an automated machine.
Well,
Like you
what's
have
the
to
point of
drop.
pushing the buttons if you have to then take it
I
to the
don't know.
machine?
That's what Virginia did, and the person took my ballot and looked at it and went like this at me, like shamed me.
That's one thing. I'm so spoiled by vote for
Yeah.
mail after being here as long as I am.
Yeah.
I
But
can't imagine going back to in-person voting.
the person took it and shook their head at me like I'm doing something dirty because I was voting for Trump back in 16. It was back in 2016. I mean, it is what it is. I was voting for him back then, you know, but the guy looked at me like I'm the scum of the earth. Like, no, I really like Trump's principles, his vision. I liked what he had to say. Yeah. I want not laws to come up. I want him to come up and show us his fake pictures, and, you know, and floss around. Come on, not laws. Come on, Jeff will let
Floss
you up. Come on.
around? What does that mean?
Yeah, show his fake, probably his silicone-induced biceps. Just come up.
Not laws. Come floss around.
Come on, come floss up here. Come on, do it. I'll roast the piss out of you. Come up here. But no, I mean, it is what it is. You know, but I vote for who's best for my situation, my the economy and the military and things like that. Yeah, I live in a military town, so any president's going to be pro-military is going to benefit me. You know, because we're all military here. Not me, but I'm saying I live in a military town. There's 3 bases in my city, and then the largest naval base in America is in Norfolk. So I live.
I've always
in a
wanted to
military
sneak
community.
onto a base.
Been on the
hang out
bases
with the army people.
I've been on bases so many times. They're the coolest, dude. They're the coolest people ever. Like you hang out with enlisted people, military people. They're the coolest people ever. They are.
We used to
They
have
just
some that
chill.
would come into the gay bar on weekends to get
Oh, yeah.
drunk, and I loved when they came in.
A lot of gay military people, and that's the thing. It's like it's funny because when Clinton was in office, Clinton really did a lot of work to don't ask, don't tell, to get rid of that. You know, in other words,
No, he's the one that put it in because he said
No.
he was going to let gays in the military, and that's one reason we voted for him. And then he backtracked and said, "No, we're just not going to kick them out if they keep their mouth shut, but we're not going to let them openly serve."
He got massive pressure from the other
I know,
side.
and he caved. He caved.
Yes,
That's when I lost
he got
respect for him.
massive pressure.
And then when the Monica Lewinsky thing happened,
Yes.
and Hillary still stuck by him instead of dumping his ass, that's when I lost respect for her.
I want you to look up, when you get time, look up Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino is a famous podcaster. He just got made one of the high ups in the FBI. Trump just appointed him to a high office. But Dan Bongino was a Secret Service agent after he was NYPD. and tell stories about the Clintons. He was their he was on their personal protection staff and tell stories about the Clintons that will blow your mind. Dude, Hillary Clinton.
So he's the head of the FBI now?
Is he the head, or is he not the head of the FBI, or is it Homeland Security? Do me a favor,
I thought
look
it was
up.
Kash Patel.
Yeah, but look it up. I know
he's
that he
second
got
in command at the FBI.
Second, okay. That's huge. That's enormous. That's deputy, of the FBI. In other words, he's in charge of what, 20, 30,000 people? Like that's huge. I'm not sure how many people in FBI now, but he was.
Moose, you missed. You would have been interested, actually.
Yeah.
Frauditor Troll came up and tried to give me channel advice while trolling us all at the same time.
Yeah,
and
he's a scum.
That's something I think you might have appreciated.
He
was in bad faith, just like the frauditors he's trying to expose. He was doing exactly what he tries to expose in other people.
I did 3 pops, so I call them pops, where I come in for a few seconds and I jump back off because I don't want to irritate. But I did a couple pops and then I stopped talking. Yeah, little pops. But I knew he was the whole time. And then Mike said, and then Mike said this.
Right. You were 100% right. You told me not to even let him on.
That's But like I said, it was good because you got exposure to his channel. That's good. Maybe more people will come over.
You think he was streaming it?
Not streaming it, but his watchers will watch him on other panels. So maybe some of his watchers will come and watch you from now on.
Is that something I want?
You want that. Because
y'all come on and watch. I welcome everybody. I love my audience.
I'll tell you this, Jeff. When those people came on to razz me a few weeks ago, you went from 801 to like 825, like in a week. So there are more. What I'm trying to say is
they had a tracker on you in the Discord because
of course they
do. You could tell it was coordinated. When 30, 40 people show up all at the same exact time, that's somebody getting the Paul Revere message out to the community.
And I take it on the chin for you, bro. I keep doing it for you.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be at your expense. That's why I stopped it today. Don't put yourself out on my account.
Well, I appreciate the fact that I can roll with the punches and I can troll with anybody. Like I said earlier, you want me to troll you? I'll troll you. Like not you, the other person. I'll troll the shit out of you right now. But I don't want it to get messy on your platform because you like a zen-like fun experience.
I really don't. I don't want it too zen. Hey, Moose.
Gotcha.
What's up, guys? Just wanted to shine the light on you real quick, let you know I'm alive. I'm here. I'm well. I'm still a slave to the corporation.
Dude,
you're still a corporate beta bitch.
Moose, why do you look extremely Italian right now? What's going on with you, dude?
Brother, I work for the family.
I don't know, dude. You look super Italian, like Moose Corleone. Hey, I smack in your face.
Speaking of Italian.
Oh, Vinny's in the house. Hey, I didn't mean to mess up your Clinton story. I just thought somebody was talking about getting head, and I was like, wow, that's a good, what else is
it kind of shows your character when we talk about head and all of a sudden you appear, Moose. I mean, what's going on? I mean, will you finally admit that you are actually a dirty Sicilian like me? Will you admit it? Will you finally admit to the world that you are a dirty Italian?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have to admit it. Like, my grandfather told me, he took me aside one day and he says, son, there's only one thing in your life that's going to fuck you up. And I said, what's that, Grandpa? He said, it's pussy. He said, pussy.
Did he really?
He said, you can't keep your face out of the pussy.
He said, Moose, one day you're going to get your pee-pee sucked. Just make sure it's a good one. And he goes, andiamo. Let's go. Right? That's awesome. It's awesome. It's good to see you, man. You look, you do look super you look super Mediterranean. You do. All the working all those hours is turning you. You look different in a good way, not a bad way. Not a bad way. Yeah.
Yeah, work is really aging you.
Yeah.
Is it really, guys? That's not a good thing. It's been 3 months. 3 fucking months I've been gone, pretty much, and you guys are now telling me like I'm an old fucking man. I'm looking
No, I'm
rusty.
just going. I'm going off your avatar.
I know. I look at me. I'm pruning up over here.
Yeah. What is it getting any better?
Getting better. I mean, yeah, I got yelled at like a shit ton by my boss today, but like I just like laughed it off because I was like, that's just how it is. Shit's always gonna roll downhill. It's like the military. Like, yeah, it's not the military, but it's like it's fucking it's business, bro. Business is business.
But the business doesn't involve people having to yell at you and demean you and all that. I thought, what? How does that work? They're supposed to be supporting their.
I'm not a pussy, Jeff. That's how it works. Like he knows I'll fucking like if he's gonna talk shit to me, I'll be faster and better and stronger because I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna show him that like I'm better than him and that he can't fucking nobody can hold me back. Like that's what it is. It's like instead of like being the coach that stands behind you, is like I got all right, bro, throw a right hook, throw a left hook. Instead of telling me what to do, it's like you're a stupid motherfucker. Figure it out, stupid motherfucker. Come on, figure it out, bitch. Come on, let's go, let's figure it out. And at the end of the round, you feel like you got beat up, right? And you look around, you're sweating bullets. You're like, man, that was fucking tough. But the next day you come in, you're fucking better. You're faster. You're
And
stronger.
you're okay with that? Is it like the military where they scream in your face and try to break you
Bro,
down?
I would be great in the military. I wouldn't cry like a bitch. It's like it's
I
about
would
like
laugh.
pushing myself past my limits to like find my limit because we hold ourselves back. Like you think you can't work a 14-hour day. I fucking work 14-hour days every day, all day, standing up. I take maybe a 2-minute break. This is my first break all day where I stepped off the line.
Wait, you're working now?
No, I'm not working. I would never implicate myself in something like that. I would never.
Except the times that you did. But
No, I mean I can't let this internet run wild with gangster stories. They're gonna think I'm doing shit on the clock, and it's not right. I'm not. I don't clock in and out, so it don't count.
But is this your normal, like your new work norm, the 14-hour days?
I think 12-hour days for a little bit is gonna be the norm, and that's just the way it is. Part of the learning experience. Once I get all my shit down, you know how salaried employees go from fucking they're supposed to be there all day long to wait a
Yeah.
second, where's homeboy at? He's been at the gym for like 3 hours. That's me. I'll be clapping cheeks while everybody else is fucking working. You know why? Because I'll set that shit up so good that it don't need me. That's when you know that you become a good leader.
Yeah.
So you're putting in the 12 hours to work yourself out of them.
Yeah. I mean, it's what's required for what they pay me, and I get paid a very, very fine wage. So to
Okay.
me, I feel it's very fair wage, although I do not like feeling like a slave. So I've always got to keep my options open, and I'm stacking my money up so that way if I do quit, that I don't have to cry like a bitch and go figure it out. I could have already had it figured out.
Yeah. And I know you're not going to let somebody run you too
Nah.
hard past your boundaries, so.
Oh no! If they try to sexually harass me or something, I'll let.
Sexy harass. They're banging the moose. I love it.
There's plenty of them that want to, Mike. I mean, you would be surprised. Like these girls are hungry for the boss. Like I
Dude,
stepped
you
into the
just you,
building.
Oh, because you're a high status male to them.
you just
It
cammed
triggers
up,
that
dude.
instinct.
You just cammed up. You look handsome as shit. I mean, of course,
Wait, he
man.
cammed up? I missed it.
I did earlier.
Yeah.
No, I just
He
think
looks
it's
like
strange.
he looks like Zorro with like the Zorro stash. He's like got a little sword out there, a little sachet. Look at him. He looks
Yeah,
awesome.
kind of
Yeah.
do.
So
Yeah.
I got a feeling, and you can just not answer. I have a feeling that you're in the restaurant business right now. I have a feeling that you are.
Yes, sir. And it's fast food too. So
Yes, and it's basically skank central.
yeah, yeah. But the thing is, bro, is I live in the fucking hillbilly woods, man. So it's like you're not like with the cream of the crop, bro. You're like
Yeah.
okay, maybe a 3 or a 4.
Mm-hmm. There's a reason why there's a lock. There's a lock on the manager's door in the back behind.
Oh no, there's a window on that one too, buddy. There's a window on that too.
Moose, there's always the walk-in. You go to the walk-in and you pull the door closed. Oh my God. Let me tell you something, gentlemen. There is
Right after you talk about taking some bitch in the walk-in, you call us gentlemen. Yes, sir.
gentlemen, I worked in a restaurant, okay, right out of college, and there is a lot of debauchery that goes on in those kitchens. A lot. Like literally waitresses, with the cooks and the managers. There's a lot that goes on. There's a lot of, as Jeff was, there's a lot of daddy issues. Quite a bit.
Yeah,
There's a
like me, I don't fit in really well with this shit because like these guys, like even the dudes here need a daddy. Like they're not men. They're just like it's crazy, Mike. I'm not even trying to be funny about it. I'm like it's scary serious. Like these dudes, they work like they're working for like an hour, right? All of a
yeah.
sudden, homeboy comes up to me. Hey, do you mind if I go smoke a cigarette? I'm like, brother, I've been working for 9 hours straight. You see the fucking sweat running down my fucking face? Of course I mind, you fucking pussy ass bitch. You think I'm joking, bro? Like the
Well,
other
just
day, some like one of
just
the
give
managers passed shit out. Go ahead.
just give
What?
Jeff a job. Just give Jeff a job. Make him wear a crop top
I,
and hot pants, and just let him dance
no,
around.
I wouldn't wear that. I'm very tempted, but I don't think I could survive the Maine weather. That's the thing.
I don't know
What
if
were
I
you
could
saying,
do
Moose,
that,
about the other
Mike.
day?
I'm not interested in looking at that all day. No offense to you, Jeffrey, but
Oh, that you don't have anything to worry about. I wouldn't be in it all day. I wouldn't wear anything like that.
This is terrible. This is terrible.
you know what's
But
terrible is I got people here who call themselves managers, right? I made
yeah,
all the food. I made it fucking perfect. I made it fucking sweet with love, care, everything. They passed it out to the person that's taking it home, and everything is broken and opened up and fucked up.
mm,
So that dude comes around and he's like, shows me. So I grabbed the whole bag. I said, you know what? I'm gonna make every motherfucking thing over. I
yeah,
walk over to the end of the line. I slam that fucking bag down so hard you can hear it in the lobby. I was like, make that fucking shit again right fucking now and put it in the bag like you're supposed to, you dumb motherfuckers.
yeah.
Yeah, so Jeffrey, when you ask about like verbal abuse and stuff like that, we don't have verbal abuse policy here. Like, I'm just gonna tell you straight up, if you work in a kitchen, you better get ready to like get chewed the fuck out.
True story. True story, guys. I want to say I was right over 18, almost 19. I worked in a kitchen. I was a dishwasher slash busser because I wasn't right as enough to be a server yet. And I'm telling you, gentlemen, the cooks in that kitchen were like pirates. They were the craziest motherfuckers I've ever seen. And I was gifted enough for that. They said, come on with us. And we would go out. So after your shift, you would go out to another restaurant. And they weren't drinking. It wasn't a bar. It was another restaurant. And when they walked in the room, like everything just silenced. Like cooks back in the day were literally like the misfits of society. They were. So the kitchen was complete chaos. Chaos. But they were the toughest dudes I ever met. If you had an issue with anything, they had your back. But they were some rough and tough people. And then of course, every single waitress would come in trying to hit on the cooks. So dude,
How do you even see the cook? I never see the cooks when I'm at a
we have to
restaurant.
be in the kitchen. You have to work in the. I was in the
Oh, the
kitchen.
waitresses. Okay,
Yeah,
they
You
have
know
to
yeah,
what's
come to
funny,
get the
Mike?
yeah.
yeah,
We have to segue. So the chefs, right? The
yeah,
chefs are going to be the most important people in the entire fucking world soon. You know why? Because when shit starts costing a lot of money, bitches are going
yeah.
to be sucking on them chefs to try to get themselves a plate. And you know what? You're going to say, "Oh, you're misogynistic. Oh, you're so gross." But you know what? Reality is that women will date
Yeah,
men in this day and age in 2025 purely only so they get something out of it, just like men.
sure.
They'll go out just for a meal just so somebody pays for their meal.
No doubt. Yeah, I just remember that back, and we're talking about. So, gentlemen, just to kind of date myself, we're talking about back in 94, 95, and they were slaying back then. So I can't imagine what the kitchens are like now with the chaos.
Well, how's your fries?
Oh, they're fucking bomb, dude. They got that special stuff on it.
It doesn't. I had some the other day. It didn't.
That's because those fuckers that worked at that place probably didn't fucking put the fry stuff on them.
Oh, so they have to add it. It's not like
You have to add it. Yeah, that's how you cook. You have to add ingredients. You know, you know what I mean? These motherfuckers just drop the fries in the oil,
because
and
they
then
were very bland. I'm like, this doesn't taste special.
they
What's the
served.
special
They
recipe?
straight up served you fucking fries with no seasoning.
Yeah.
I promise you, I know it because I've done it. I've done it plenty of times, and then I felt guilty about it afterwards because I tasted the fries and I was like, man, these suck.
Yeah.
I don't work at McDonald's, by the way. Nah, McDonald's is fucking That's fucking weird.
Oh yeah, if he was at McDonald's, I'd probably already be up there at the fry station.
You'd be
That's
working.
my dream job.
Working that what is that fucking McFlurry station? The one that's always broke down?
McDonald's ice cream station.
Shake station. Fucking, you can never get yourself a fucking a shake at McDonald's. Like,
yeah. Did you see the guy? Did you? Go ahead.
No, it's you, Mike. Go ahead.
Did you see the guy who was on Joe Rogan's and they exposed McDonald's has a different syrup for their sodas? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
They were talking about why does McDonald's soda taste so good? Because they put their syrups in a different container. They don't so I worked in restaurants. So, when you change the fountain sodas, it's in a box with plastic in it.
Yeah, it's in a box with plastic. Yep.
Apparently at McDonald's, they're in a metal can. It's completely different. And it's a different flavor. Because I'm going to tell you something.
They had to go on Joe Rogan to expose all this.
Look at it. But a Coca-Cola has never tasted better than a McDonald's Coca-Cola. It just tastes amazing. And he said because they put them in metal cans, they don't use the boxes, Moose, with the plastic. It's a different syrup. Completely different.
I remember growing up, they used to feel like the bubbles used to jump around on top of the cup. You'd get that fizz.
I worked in a restaurant called Spinnaker's, and it was at Lynn Haven Mall in Virginia Beach. And I was young. I was like 17, 18. And it's like a summer job, between school. And you'd have to take the kegs from the third floor to the basement to refill the kegs for the beer for the bar. And that was torture, having to carry kegs down 3 flights of stairs. Kegs are heavy. They're heavy to carry. And we would do it all the time. I loved working in the restaurant business. I loved being a young guy working in the restaurant business. I think it was the coolest thing ever. It was like an it was an eye-opening experience. It was cool.
Fucked. It's 100% fucked. It's like fucking like, bro, like, I'm sorry, Mike, but it's fucked, brother. Like, yeah, there's some good things about it, but like, there's 99 fucking 100 million fucking like shit that you're just like, wow. Like somebody's in the chat saying the chefs smoke fucking crack and shit. Yeah, bro, dude, when I got here, I fired hell of people. I got square bears here and Rastafarians. Like, I straight up, I fired so many people because I was just like, bro, you can't be smoking fucking crack. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? You can't be snorting lines of cocaine in the fucking lobby. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Who the fuck raised you? Who raised you? That's my question to them. Who the fuck raised? Did you guys get raised by a bunch of fucking Neanderthals? Come on.
Back when I worked in the restaurant business, it was always weed. They smoked weed in the walk-in. They'd go in the walk-in and they would smoke weed in the walk-in.
Moose
and they'd come out.
Too.
Walk-in?
Yeah.
Nah, we just go outside and smoke reefer now.
Yeah. But they were always the coolest people. They were just super chill, and it was always diverse. It was like a metalhead
one dude from the hood. It was a Rasta dude. It was like some white dude that is looking for answers in life. It was like this ragtag crew of people.
White dudes are so
Dude, it's a
lost.
fucking circus, bro. I have an
Yeah.
autistic fucking wizard.
Yeah.
An autistic wizard who works the drive-through cashier, and he can sell anything to people. Bro, he's like, he'll sell you like a dessert, and then he'll make you like round up for charity, and then he'll make you donate $1 to $5 for charity, like right
Yeah.
off the bat, like boom, boom, bam, bam, and you're just like listening to this, and you're like, how the fuck is it possible? And then they get to pick up their food, right, and like you're out of whatever they got like told to buy, and so you're like, hey, I can substitute it for this. And they go, oh, no, it's fine. I just wanted the guy to shut up, so I'll buy whatever he wants. You know what I mean? Like, but they say it with a smile. Like, they're hella happy. They're stoked. Like, they're having a great night.
It's awesome.
You know what I mean?
I had a channel where we did it on purpose. I would over talk people, and people would pay to kick me off. And we got like a couple $100.
Maybe we should implement. We should try that here.
It was great.
I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Kick Mike off the panel.
Now I dropped the bomb.
I think they did that a bunch of times here, and it was disrespectful. Yeah.
I know we did where they could come on and troll him for money, but I didn't think to kick him off. Oh, the Flow State. Yeah, you're right. But Flow State got that from Speakeasy, who probably got it from someone else.
The thing is, if you want people here that are going to be respectful to each other and shit, that's not how like your crowd is never going to be cool. Like your crowd's going to be a bunch of fucking Neanderthals paying to kick each other off while we're trying to
you're right.
Like this is not a fucking gutter mouth place.
But Moose, check this out. What they'll do is they would kick people off. I'm not saying me in general. They would kick people off. Then once the person is kicked, no one has anything to talk about. It just goes dead.
Oh, that's what happens every fucking time. Like every fucking time. Like somebody will pay to kick off the person that's talking, right? Like I'll be over at Flow States. I'll never go to Flow States channel again, right? Because he kicked me off for some shit that Joe.
Wait, I thought you bought your way back. You redeemed yourself.
Oh, that was just like just playing the part. I really don't care like about who gives. I don't care if people like me or not. Like Flow State like kicked me off the panel because I made a joke about Joe Cool, because Joe Cool came on the panel one day and was like, Moose, I'm surprised by now you're not calling me my buddy or whatever. And I was like, so I made a joke about that, and I was like, it made me feel uncomfortable trying to say it to him, because it's like, that's not me. It's just not me to say like what other people want me to call them, right? Or what they want me to say, how do they want me to address them, even in being like funny, right? So I was being real, and Flow State was like kicked me off the panel and like didn't even respond to me. I was like, fuck you, bro. Like I'm not like on the internet to sit here and just joke around all the time. Like I'm here for camaraderie, yeah, but I'm not here for the dumb shit. Like he opens his panel up for anything. It could be just fucking Scotty talking about like
he has the Thorpe song.
Bang. Like it's just like, I don't know, it's dog shit. Like there's parts of it that are gold, right? But my life is too precious for me to watch 5 hours to find 3 minutes that I enjoy.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And there's two things. Moose, I will back you up 1,000%. The Thorpes, I cannot stand. I cannot be on panel with them. When I'm on CT's panel, I will drop when Ben Thorpe is up. I will drop. I cannot be around that guy. And number two, like Untrackable said earlier, Moose, there are people that have a business model. Like he was talking about, this is a business for some people. And then other people come up like ourselves. They just want to have a conversation. And that's what sets us apart from other people. Flow State's just there for as much money as he can possibly get. That's all he's there for.
But there's a market for that too.
Yeah, but he was also trying to save face, because earlier in that day he went to a panel of like, I think they were kind of like African Americans that were like pretty I don't know how to say it.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like against the white man or whatever. That's what I was told. Like stuff like that. So he didn't want to get like the crowd all riled up from what I said. didn't even give me time to start the conversation that I was getting into. And it's just like, I don't know, it's just disrespectful shit. Like, he's not there for an actual conversation when you want to be there for a conversation. He's there when he wants to be. And I get it, it's his panel. But it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, you know, I don't like disrespect. I don't like when you're disrespected, Mike. I don't like when I disrespected you. I apologize to you multiple times for that. It's just not my thing. I just like, I'm high on respect. And if you're going to be around people and be around them for like any fucking time of my life, and I'm going to spend this time with you guys, I have to respect you guys. Like, otherwise, it's a waste of my fucking life.
The biggest problem I had, Moose, the biggest problem I had with Flo was the weirdness with Noelle. I'm sure you know what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
I remember that. And what's her
Yeah.
face? Margot.
Margot
Yeah,
and Noelle talking
that
about
is really,
like,
really strange stuff. Like, you should not be
yeah,
fucking with people that are not all there with the cards and stuff. And I don't
yeah.
know. That's weird.
I had said to another panel owner, you know, you shouldn't have this. I don't like to say don't have this person on, me or her, but I was like, don't have her on because she's not all there. You know, she has a mentality of a child, so she doesn't know what she's doing. And they were like, yeah, all right. And then she hasn't been on since. But like, he was like, oh, let's have a 3-way of this. That's disgusting. You're talking to someone mentally challenged, bro.
Flo told that to Noelle?
Yeah, talking about 3-ways with Margot and him and her, and it's like, what? Like, what are you talking about?
That. That's
A
pretty
3-way
wrong.
with Margot grosses me out even more than Noelle.
She's gross. Her and Jack used to date.
No, I knew it. I told you. I
Yeah.
fucking called that so long ago, and everybody said no, no, no. I called that shit.
Yeah, so her and Jack used to date.
Oh, I
Margot,
thought yeah, but Margot wanted to keep that. Like, I knew they had
yes.
something in the past, but Margot
So
wanted more.
Margot and Jack met in AA. They met in Alcoholics Anonymous. That's where they met because they were both alcoholics. And I think Margot is still a drunk. I mean, it seems like her patterns of behavior. I don't believe Jack drinks anymore. I don't believe that. I believe that he's left that part of his life, which I'm proud of him for that. But she's trying to make Jack mad by talking about Flo and this pee-pee, and you know, she was talking about, you know, sexual things. Like, it was really strange. And it's to make Jack angry because she wants Jack. She wants to
Yeah,
be with him.
it's so obvious.
But
I'm not even good at reading that stuff, and I could see it. So that's how obvious it is.
it even says if you're gaydar, you're like, wait a minute, these are straight people, but I can see it. But no, you're right, totally right. And I'm just like, this is a hot mess. But Jack needs that for his clicks and views. But
Speaking of, how is he?
He looks
I
like
guess
he's doing good.
He looks like what?
I said it looks like he's doing good. Go ahead, Mike.
He's gone. I guess he said he's living with his sister now in Montana or something like that.
Oh, is he still streaming?
Yeah, he streamed one
last night.
Oh, okay.
Through someone else's Facebook. I'm sorry, not Facebook. Through someone else's StreamYard, because I guess he doesn't have the. But yeah, I just was kind of watching. I'm like, but he's like in some rundown like kids room, and he said he's in. This is what he said. He's in Montana, and he's gone from the house.
Did you see the microphone?
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a different microphone.
Yeah. Strange, right? Like, why would you take your own setup with you? It's like, did they physically
I'm looking
throw
at it
you
now.
out?
Yeah, he doesn't have the fireplace anymore.
Yeah.
He actually looks more normal. He looks more like one of us.
He looks
totally
like
strange.
Oh man.
And who
Well,
knows
good.
if
I'm
he's
glad
even
he
in
at
Montana.
least landed somewhere.
Yeah. And like I said, I have nothing against him. Like, the last couple of conversations I had with him were very positive. They were positive conversations. I hope the best for the guy, but it's a hot mess. It really is. But the whole Margot thing, it's gross. Totally gross, man.
Yeah, it is. You know, even my wife was asking me 3 days ago. She goes, really? Jack is still getting kicked out of his house? Like, how long is Jack going to get kicked out of his house before you guys stop believing that he's going to get kicked out of the house? Like, this is like 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he extended his stay there for many years. And so, like, even my wife didn't believe he was getting kicked out. Like, my wife doesn't want anything to do with Jack Talcott, and she still knows about Jack's life. Like, Jack is a celebrity. Jack is a celebrity. People know Jack Talcott. His story is so fucked that it's like, I don't know. It's fascinating, Mike. It's fascinating to watch the ride. It's fascinating to try and be a good panelist over there and bring views and stuff like that, but also get like beat down and like, when it gets back to the whole, oh, you're not helping me, you're not doing anything for me thing, like that shit gets weird. You know what I mean? It's just like I don't know. I don't know what to do when you start telling me I'm not giving you anything. Like you're not fucking me. You're not paying my bills, and you're not sleeping in the same bed with me. So like, why am I supposed to give you something?
The biggest problem with Jack is that he'll wrench people up that are superly emotional and I think imbalanced. Like that guy El Piro, El Vampire. Like he blocked me. He timed because I called him El Vampire because he looks like a vampire. It's just El Vampire. He's got like a little.
He's talking about Wizard.
Yeah. He's got a little mustache. He looks like a vampire. So I was like, get out of your coffin. It's a joke, And he's like, I'm banning you, mother effer. I'm like, okay, you're like really upset. And then I went on panel and he was hammered and he was saying all this crazy shit. And even Jack kicked off one of his mods off of his panel because El Vampire was going crazy. It was me and King Steven. Hello. I love King Steven.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. That is such a creepy. Hello, guys.
Yeah. Hello. And we were ripping into El Vampire. We were ripping into him, and he got so pissed. It was hilarious. And King Steven kept using the troll to come back around the circle troll. He attacks, goes back to being your friend, goes back to attack, and goes back to being your friend. And like no one could see it but me. Like he's trolling the piss out of them and going, hello. Like the whole time. It's like he's just ripping them. And I'm just sitting there going, like I love it. I love that troll. What do they call it? The slow troll?
Yeah. You make me laugh so hard, dude. Like I'm just sitting there and then sometimes he'll engage with me and we can keep it going for a while. But usually I'll get thrown out first.
We were arguing. We were arguing with a bunch of people, and then someone comes up on panel. Right, we're all arguing, and someone comes on panel. He goes, so and so, welcome, hello, and it just breaks the monotony of all the fighting, and all of a sudden, everyone's like they just it's just like disarm me with a smile. It's just the funniest crap ever. The guy's trolling you, and they can't even see that he's trolling them. It's
I don't think he sees any of those trolls, or he looks past it to whatever else he wants to see.
It's great, man. It's wild, but yeah, Moose, it's funny. That panel is hilarious. I can go up anytime I want to. I don't go up very often because Jack gets into his diatribe, and I'm like, oh, here we go again.
Dude, another 30 minutes of this. God is in us all, and God is in I'm gonna try to. No fucking clue about, but here we go for 30 minutes, folks.
Yeah, it's a moderation panel, and then he doesn't let him up anymore, but Ham Banana would go up there and just mess with Jack.
I'm sorry. Oh shit, I remember those days.
Ham Banana would go up and just troll the piss out of Jack, and Jack's like, blessings be, blessings. And then he lets Snafu up. I'm like, why would you even let that guy on your panel, dude? It's like, whoa.
Hey,
yeah, me and him. Go ahead.
Mike, when Jack first came to Paul's channel was when me and Paul were like, I was like his right hand at that time. I was always there, 8 hours a day. I was running the hotel and I just leave it in the background and just talk shit, to people as they come and troll them. Well, Jack would come around talking like Spicoli, and like he used to say something. I have to go back and listen to those streams, but he used to say something. But after I got on his ass and everybody started getting on his ass for like 2 or 3 months, like he changed from Spicoli to like, then he went more towards the Jesus and like the brothers and sisters and like stuff like that. But before it was like, what was it? Somebody out in the crowd might know it. Fuck it. Damn it. My phone's dying. This thing is fucking gonna cut out on me. I'll be listening to you guys. It's great to see you. Much
Good
love.
to see you, Moose.
Take care.
Take care, man.
Peace out.
That was funny. Sorry to cut you out of the whole conversation, but yeah, me and Moose just talking about other channels. That's all. It's just funny stuff that we observed. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. Poor old Jack Talcott.
Yeah. I want to know how much it's going to take to get not laws to come up on panel. Just come up on panel and just talk. Just talk like a normal. I'll even mute myself. Just come up and talk.
No.
Tell us about Canada. Tell us about how much you hate Trump. Yeah. Tell us that, you hate Americans. Just, come up. Say you hate Jeff's antlers. Just come up and talk. Come on.
I don't think he will.
No, he never will. He's a coward. He'll never come on panel. Never. They talk all that rah-rah. So people clipped me doing this the other day. The chirping. People like to chirp in chat. They like to chirp.
But that's what it's a chat. That's what it's there for people to chirp.
But I know, but a real person will come up and confront someone that they have an issue with. It makes good panel.
Not on my show, because they know I don't want that here. So they're not going to come on a panel. Well, they will, but it doesn't usually go over. But they're not going to come up on a panel with the host to say, "Don't come up on my panel and start drama." Why would they? I mean, we saw it happen today with Frauditor, but that was the exception.
Oh, yeah.
Most people are going to respect the channel owner's wishes for their channel.
I think
you want them to come up and confront because you want the drama. Yeah. I do not.
I don't want the drama. I want you to see that I'm not making it up about this certain person.
You already know. I know that. Like we don't have.
It was great though.
Exposing it every single time. I get it. I got it months ago.
Yeah.
I got it tonight.
It made good watching. It did. It made good watching, but it was also constructive. You didn't let it get out of hand. So you did a great job. I did a good job by not overreacting too much.
I was trying to extract the wisdom without the get as much of the wisdom as I could before he had to cut it.
His little sneak attacks. That's what he does. He comes up and he tries to sneak attack. But it's like people like me and you that have very hyperactive minds, we can see it coming. We can see it. We can see what's stewing, And people ask, why does Mike and Jeff get along? Because even though I'm a wild card, you know that at heart, I care about you and I care about the channel. You know that. I care about it. So that's why you give me a pass a lot of the times. Because I'm here for good reasons for you and for your channel. And that's not being a kiss butt.
I give a lot of people a pass. I like the non-drama Mike. I like the Mike that we got to know after all the drama blew over. And so it seems like regressive when you return back to that drama mode, like drama Mike. It seems like a step backwards. And I'm like, I've gotten so used to non-drama Mike that's three-dimensional and has actual substance to contribute. Why would he want to go back to drama Mike? The content's just better. Like it's superior content.
It's the Leo, Jeff. It's drama. Jeff, it's the Leo. I gotta tame the Leo. I have to because that comes
something.
It comes out of me.
The planets are doing that day.
It comes out of me. So, and I do apologize, but it does come out. I do get fired up, and then
I don't know if it comes out so much as it's brought out when certain people show up.
Exactly.
And start poking. Because when there's not trolls in the chat, you seem to do fine.
Totally fine. I'm totally relaxed, totally chill. But a Leo will attack when you start shaking the bushes. I used to say shaking the bushes.
But they
outside.
know that, so they're gonna always shake the bush. That's what they come here to do.
Yeah.
If one day you just don't attack, they're gonna get bored and leave.
You think it would blow their mind? You want me to? I'll do it if you want me to. If you want me to be blasé, I'll do it. I will be completely blasé.
I thought you were before. I didn't know it was it wasn't intentional. I thought you were intentionally just ignoring it.
No, I do not like that person that came up. And like I said, I love the fact that you expose them for their hypocrisy.
Well, they
How
exposed
ridiculous they were.
themselves. They made it
Yeah, you
pretty
did a great
obvious at
job.
some point.
This stream will probably get you a lot of views. And that's good for your channel because I want people to come here. I want people to see this is a good place to come and hang out. It's a good place.
I do too, but I want the legit people that are actually here for what this channel is for, and
No
not
doubt.
just to get their troll rocks off.
Well, if I was out of pocket tonight, I apologize. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit too reactionary, and I'll try better next time. I'll try not to be as reactionary. I'll try my hardest.
Just come here and be yourself. And
All right.
if it that particular night or moment is not
Yeah.
working, we'll deal with it. But don't
real-
feel like you have to be a certain thing here.
No problem. I'll try. We'll see. But I'm going to become boring. Be boring Mike. Oh, Mike's boring as hell, man. Yawn, kind of thing. But no, we'll see how it works out. But are you getting a little tired? Are you getting to the point?
I've been going 5 hours.
Wow.
I could wrap up.
Yeah, it's up to you. If you want to keep up, if anybody else wants to come up, I have to take care of something, but I can come back in a little bit, but I just have to take care of something. But
no, let's call it because I have that stream in the morning. But don't forget, everyone, tomorrow morning. What is it? 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. I'm going to be doing a stream with Jeff, Astrology Jeff, and we're going to look at Donald Trump's birth chart. So come here for that, and then I will do a second stream later in the day at the usual 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific.
Awesome.
So I'm okay with ending tonight and resting up for tomorrow's big day. Okay.
Well, Jeff, thank you. I will see you again. I will definitely pop in and see you tomorrow.
Okay. Take care, Mike.
Thank you, my friend. It was a great roller coaster ride tonight. It was awesome. It was me,
it was
you,
fun. I enjoyed most of it.
Track, everybody. It was great. No, that little bit of disruption, I think, is a good thing. I think it's positive if you look at the long run. But thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you, man.
You too, Mike. Take care. All right. And everyone else, as always, God, I hate who does it. As always, thank you as well for hanging out, showing up, being part of this. Deerfire's out there, Vinny, Zentz, Kane, our very own Not Lies, Lou's here tonight. Paul from Discussion Salon. Got Chopper Jeff. We had a drive-by moosing. Who else do we have? Televised Apocalypse was here. I saw Pinoid earlier. Kikalani. We got a lot of old familiar faces from the drama days. Telekline. Jeremy. Always good to see him. Proby made his little stop. Anyway, I could go up the list for a while. But yeah. Barbara Knight was here. It's Uncle Fatty, who I always enjoy. It was just like old times and yet different. I think it was the improved. We're getting to the improved version. It's taken a while, but I think we'll get there. All right. Take care, everybody. I'm going to go get me some dinner and unwind. And I'll be out tomorrow morning with Jeff, the other Jeff, talking about Trump. We're going to look into we're going to analyze him through his astrology. See what his planets are doing in his houses and his moon nodes and all that stuff. So join us for that and have a good rest of your night. See you then. Take care. Bye. Out.